We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You feel like that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire. And you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailar.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar your faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, came PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming our tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing
'Cause you're right and I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are back in my house, physical touch.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I always do that because we always have online. It's always a bit depressing.
I know, yeah. But it's good to actually be in person with you. We thought we'd try something a little bit different for today.
Yeah, go for a little bit of a midweek madness as such. You know, try and get it all set up as such. But random Wednesday games will bring you to my house. As if literally just rolled up and I was like, "Where are you?" And you were like, "What?" And I was like, "Get in the car. We're going to my house.
We're going on an adventure.
Yeah, we're going on my adventure right now." But I'm Oshin, of course. He is the absolutely illustrious Dagda. And we're going to bring you today's games. Before we get to today's games, we've got to look at what happened yesterday because we got ourselves actually a bit of an interesting kind of set of results. And because of these results, JDG got themselves locked into playoffs.
Yeah, JDG get to 10, which means that they get themselves locked into that playoff contention. And, I mean, obviously they're absolutely delighted, but it feels like it's kind of the first of many. We're kind of seen as our big four to move on towards that World Championship stage with like teams like V5, Top Esports, and JDG now adding their name into that alongside RNG. So we'll have to see how they're going to be able to do. But, yeah, we'll bring up the results from yesterday where we'll get exactly how that all panned out.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, despite JDG not playing yesterday because TT beat OMG and LNG beat Ultra Prime, basically all these teams around that kind of 12th to 10th mark or even maybe 8th, they were basically the teams that can maybe get up to 10 wins, maybe not. Now they cannot, so mathematically JDG are in. And for LNG, a much-needed win as well. They were on a bit of a slippery slope.
Yes, I mean, you look across at TT as well, who are starting to climb their way back up, now bringing Hoy into the roster. They're looking a lot cleaner than they have in the past, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep that 10th place spot or maybe even move up a little bit higher after taking down OMG. But teams like BLG, FPX kind of feeling a little bit of a pinch now with TT on the rise, as suddenly there's another contender for them to deal with.
Yeah, if you look between kind of nearly 12, maybe even 13, but definitely 12 all the way up into about 8th, it's very congested, only 1 or 2 series between a lot of these teams. And of course, JDG, V5, and Top Esports all flying high. And speaking of Top Esports, they are going to be playing today. If they win, 10 is the magic number at the moment. And if they can get the win today, they will lock themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, and you feel like against the 2 and 7 Rare Adam, it feels a little bit inevitable for Top Esports, but we'll have to see if Rare Adam can bounce back. And then we'll be rounding out our day with BLG versus RNG, which is probably going to be a little bit of a slow one. Let's be real. But I'm excited to see if BLG, after kind of messing around with their talent a little bit, can get into a position where they can take down RNG, or if RNG are just going to be too strong with the MSI champion buff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, you know, we got Bing going up against his former team, or sorry, Breed going up against his former team as well. So you got the top lane switcheroo. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Of course, we talk about our current teams and TES versus RA, and it's starting to feel like summer's passed for Top Esports right now because this team, you look at kind of their schedule, you look at how they're kind of presenting themselves, they've already pretty much gotten the hard matches out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, summer 2020 was the last time we saw Top Esports take the LPL by storm, actually managing to win the entire tournament, and it feels like we're getting back towards that in this split as well, where they've been absolutely spectacular in the early game. It's really lent itself to a much stronger mid-game that we're seeing from them, and it now kind of feels like we're seeing that old-school Top Esports from summer 2020 make that revival.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like summer's passed because that was the summer of love, if you will, if you were a Top Esports fan. It was the summer of kind of setting themselves up. And you can kind of have a look. We have a look at a graphic now to see like the remaining schedule. RA today, Ultra Prime later on this week, TT, then LGD, V5 is kind of the only real massive test. And then, of course, you've got against AL. But this is starting to feel a lot like 2020.
It really is, and it really feels like Top Esports have this split in their hands. It's their destiny to control, because if they can win the rest of their games and crucially win those last 2 series against V5 and also Anyone's Legend, that could be the 2 series that can put them into first place. They could once more stand tall like they did in summer 2020 and take first place in the regular season.
Well, that's the big thing. It's in their hands, and I think why we're so hyped up on this team, and probably a little bit under the radar for a couple of people. Obviously, V5 were the big ones coming in for a lot of people. They were undefeated up until very recently. Good job, the Shy and Weibo, but it does feel like this team has just got so much strength throughout the board. The biggest criticism we had from them in spring, of course, was their lack of kind of decisiveness and honestly execution in the late game skirmishes. But they've kind of fixed that alongside their exceptional early game.
And that's the thing, Top Esports are looking so much stronger. Their dragon control has been so incredibly strong. The early skirmishing around these neutral objectives has been fantastic. And TN has really been able to lend himself to this strong early game, working with bot lane, working with Knight to try and get themselves into a great spot. And just having the individual performers that you have on Top Esports and the cohesion that we're seeing in their team fighting as well is making this team so damn difficult to deal with.
I mean, look, even here, EDG, they think they have the numbers advantage. They're actually not in a bad position whatsoever. They flip the Baron. TN gets himself over. The full team fight goes to Top Esports. And bear in mind, this is without Wayward. This is a 4v5 in favor of EDG, and Top Esports just outplay them.
Yeah, I mean, they've been absolutely amazing when it gets towards these team fights. I think you're seeing Jackie Love step up massively. Knight as well. It really does feel like it's his meta with things like the Silas coming back into play. It feels like everything is starting to come together, and including Wayward. Like, Wayward has been such an amazing addition to this team. You think this is only this guy's rookie split, or rookie year even, and he has been so crucial to the success of Top Esports.
I mean, we know who's a massive fan of that. It's Ox.
Yeah,
Ox, a big fan of Wayward. Get your emotes, the crying and moo coming out here. But again, we talk about the new players. Of course, we can talk about the old as well, because we look at people like Jackie Love and even iBoy. 280 carries now in this game. Kind of part of that genius generation, if you will, of very, very promising ADC prospects in the LPL.
Yeah, but the problem is the genius sometimes need madness, and you can see a little bit of madness creep in, especially when you look across at iBoy. iBoy has not been having the best of success when it comes towards the laning phase with Anja. They've been falling behind when it comes to just CS, when it comes towards, well, sorry, not CS, their goal difference mostly coming through from the fact that they're getting 2v2'd in that bottom lane, and especially when iBoy is heavy relied on by Rare Adam when it gets towards that mid game for the damages. You see second highest damage percent of any AD carry in the league. It feels like Rare Adam need to try and set this bot lane up for success, and it's a very similar story with Jackie Love. He's not going to pop it off in the same respect when you look towards that bottom side of the map, but he is still a crucial part when it comes towards the team's success in team fights. And what we've seen from the last two times that these teams have faced up, it's been a heavy focus on getting these two teams ahead, especially when you look at the clips that you're going to see now from Spring.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, the last time these guys went against each other, RA did get the better, and it was off of the back of this bot lane. You can see even here, despite it being a kind of 3v2 for the moment, it just feel like they are able to kind of put themselves into a good situation after the fact they got ganked so early.
And the thing was that Rare Adam were actually the ones that were able to come out on the top of this bot lane brawl, actually getting iBoy into a really good position across the course of the series, and it feels like whoever is able to do that, in particular for Rare Adam, if you can try and get iBoy into a position where he's ahead, he can be absolutely monstrous, like this clip on your screens in team fights, but also allowing Rare Adam to try and play with Lien, lean in towards potential invades, because that's kind of the new style that we're seeing coming through from Rare Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like Lien is kind of Lien or bust right now, which isn't a great situation to be in. Of course, for Top Esports, it can be TN, it can be Knight, it can be Wayward, Jackie Love, hell, even, Mark on bot lane sometimes has pop-off performances. We saw him on the Seraphine earlier on last week. So this is a team of multiple threats, but it does feel like for RA, they've done it before. Not only that, they've done it historically.
Yeah, when you look historically, it has actually been a Rare Adam favorite matchup when we've seen it. The last two times these teams have faced up, both in spring 2022 and summer 2021, it was Rare Adam who were actually able to be the victors there. So we'll have to see if Rare Adam can make lightning strike thrice in this one and see if they're actually able to pick up the victory. Now, I will say a huge amount of that is coming down towards, as we said, like playing around that bottom side, trying to get these advantages. But with Rare Adam on a bit of a slump and Top Esports looking for their, well, honestly, to take the whole split, it feels like it's a little bit one-sided coming into this.
Yeah, and again, like this is a team, for Rare Adam more specifically, this is a playoff team in spring. This is a team that was in our playoffs, our top 10 last year, our last split even, and now coming into summer, they haven't actually changed anything, but it's been a very different split for them. The meta's changed. They haven't really adapted as well. I think Strive, who came in very, very hot in spring, just hasn't really found his footing right now. And you're going up against some of the best in the business right now. I think the thing is that, yes, it is technically possible, but Top Esports are just such a big threat.
Hey, Strive is undefeated against Knight. Never lost
You know
tonight. You know what? I mean, this is the benefit of only having faced them one time.
Get your
where
channel
it goes.
points in now.
This is the thing. But like, I think the thing is, the biggest factor that we saw from Strive previously was that he'd actually start to get some roams off and help down on this bottom side of the map. But we're just not getting Strive have that similar impact for Rare Adam. So I think against someone like Knight, especially as I said, this seems to be the split for Knight with the way that the meta is starting to shift into a lot of the champions he likes to play. I think Strive is going to have his work cut out for him, and that's why I really don't want to see him starting to drift in towards things like the Corki and these kind of things. It feels like you just don't get to have the impact that you need. So I'd much rather see him on things that can be a little bit more proactive in the early stages, linking up with Leon, playing down towards the bottom side, looking to put pressure on towards TN, and deliberately focusing these dragons, because it feels like Top Esports always start to run away with the game where they're able to catch up on a couple of dragons early. Like, you'll oftentimes see TN be between the 5 and 7 minute mark, taking first dragon for Top Esports. They love going for skirmishes around this objective. So Rare Adam need to hyper focus on this bottom side objective, so they can try and contest top esports.
Yeah, and I think that's we can obviously look at the setups and such once we get into draft. But I wanted to kind of bring you back just very, very quickly about the meta right now, because we are seeing some of our teams very much hyper-focus on the late game. We get the Azir first picks banned away a lot of the times. But if you look at actually our top teams, our V5, our JDG, our top esports, they are looking for early game skirmishes. They're looking at the Silases, the Lissandras, the Talias, things that can make moves in that mid-game. Why are we seeing such a discrepancy between, say, the top 3 and the rest of the pack?
Well, I think the big thing is just seeing how comfortable teams are looking at things like dives. I mean, is tower damage ramped up? Well, then that means that you're not as effective at going for bot lane dives. Health is up, durability is up. It means that it's very difficult to actually just quickly kill off 2 people and get out safely if you're looking at bot side dives. But the teams that have been exceptional at it have been our top teams. So by default, we see them being a little bit more open to still going for these plays where you can look at tower dives, but we're not seeing that as much from our middle of the pack to lower tier teams. So it becomes a lot easier to kind of go, hey, well, I'm just going to take it easy, scale into the late game. If you mess up a dive, brilliant. I'm late game scaling. Now you've just given me an influx of gold that works out fantastically. But if you're not even willing to go for those plays, well, then I can just scale dramatically into the late game. And that's why we see, even if you look at LPL versus LEC, 2 very different metas. Like, you're seeing things like the Azirs and the Aphelios, as you said, picked up for hyper late game scaling. Yumi's coming into the equation as well. Like, we actually see a lot more Belveth over there as well, because she gets time to scale into the later portion of the game. But against our top teams in the LPL, they're just so much more aggressive in those early stages.
Yeah, it just feel like, I think of LPL, I think of things like we mentioned, the Silas and stuff like that, but also the Callista, so very high in the priorities. And it just feels like teams are more willing, like you say, especially our top teams, more willing to understand, look, if we even get a kill from this, we can just snowball straight away from there. And for top esports, that's the kind of team they are. Like, we have seen Jackie Love take a little bit of a backseat. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I think TN's having the split of his life right now. The guy has been an absolute monster, and we are actually thinking about this. That you always see, if you watch any of I Will Dominate streams or something like that, he's kind of slowly being convinced. He's made 3 out of the last 3 finals, so 2021 summer and spring 22. He's lost all 3.
Yeah,
I saw you wagging your finger. I saw you wagging your finger at me. He's lost all 3, but you can't deny 3 finals out of 3. The only person who can even come close to matching him is Xiaohu, who got to 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I think TN has been exceptional in the regular split. My biggest worry is as we get in towards playoffs, that's where we start to see the ship get a little bit rocky. So if TN can try and keep this form coming into playoffs, I'll be convinced as well. That's when I'll jump on the bandwagon. But I've been seeing TN get to these crucial moments and fumble right at the finish line too many times, especially when he was back on FPX after we got to past that World Championship stage. So we're going to have to see what TN can try and achieve here. But at least it does feel like with top esports, there seems to be a better system. There seems to be less pressure on TN, which I think is the big one as well. Because even when you look at the way the top esports interact, Knight is a goofball in the mid lane. Like, we've all seen him kind of going like, hey, watch what I'm about to do, as he pops off and kind of going like, did you see that? Did you see that? So I think it's a much more
like a
relaxed
7-year-old
style.
kind of going, look, I'm going to do a flip. But did you see it?
So it definitely feels like it's a better atmosphere and environment for TN, which is why I think we're seeing him perform so highly, especially in things like the Poppy. I love the Hex Flash Poppy. I thought it looked incredible, coming in with a lot of creative angles on the Hex Flash and that. So I think TN definitely feels like he's kind of found his footing. And now that he's expanding out his champion pool as well, because one of the big gripes we had was like Viego essentially became synonymous with TN when we look back in spring. So now starting to open up his champion pool a lot. I'm expecting high things from him.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what they end up going for. We are going to jump into picks and bans. Corki going to be banned away here from Strife. Still one of his most comfortable champions. Of course, what he popped on when I always think about the instant triple kill that we had in game number 1 against the spring of 2022. But the Rakan taken away as well. You see the Zeri, the Senna. A lot of bot lane focus coming out here from RA as they look to try and maybe make sure they don't get anything going for them. And again, that early game Poppy play, you talked about it just there. We actually saw an interview with Tarzan the other day, actually, where he said that Poppy probably feels like right now the most powerful early game jungler. So with that off the board, we'll see what teams want to go for. And again, top esports kind of saying, look, we're going to go for aggression. We're looking for those big team fights. We're going to go with the Renata.
Yeah, I love the Renata pick. I think she's just so insanely strong as support right now. Fits with a lot of different styles. And even if Rare Adam want to take the Callista pairing away from it, you can still go towards things like the Aphelios, which works out spectacularly. Actually does pretty well in lane against the Callista. And then you've got the Renata that lets this Aphelios just go absolutely ham in these team fights. So Rare Adam going to take that Callista. I imagine we'll look towards a jungler here for them as well to make sure that they're completely safe. And we'll probably see the Amumu taken at some stage here to pair alongside Yu Yanji with the Callista. But they're going to take the Talia for the moment.
And I love this from Rare Adam. They're kind of saying, like, we talked about a little bit of the scaling options available to maybe the lower down teams or bottom 7 as such. But Rare Adam are saying, no, we're going to go toe-to-toe. We're looking to try and say, because if we play standard, we're probably going to lose anyway. So might as well throw everything at this top side. But Draven, a excellent counter into something like the Callista. Aggression with aggression.
Yeah, I just don't know if Jackie Love's very familiar with this
Yeah,
champion. I don't know if he's played it before, but yeah, I think
Don't
with
think there's any famous clips in
No,
finals
no,
or anything
nothing,
like
no,
that.
no, no.
Nah.
So I think with the Gnar as well, it sets up for a strong team fight. You got some decent engage, but I think they're going to need to add a little bit more with Tien, or maybe even with Knight if he's looking at something like a Lissandra that can set them up. Lissandra can actually do relatively well in the push against that Talia if Strive is going to take them in the mid lane. And then as well, you're able to lean in towards, hey, I can be a follow-up engage tool or even be the primary engage tool for top esports, which I think they're severely lacking right now.
Yeah, well, they've got the engage on the side of Rare Adam for sure. You have the Amumu, plenty of CC there. Of course, the follow-up as well with the seismic shove coming out from the Talia. Very nicely set up there for them. And for top esports, like you said, you're dealing with not pseudo engage, but definitely situational engage. You're waiting for the Gnar to get up to his mega. And well, honestly, I would love to see them kind of just give way. We're in a little bit of an easier lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Gwen banned away. Cube has played the Jax almost exclusively. He's blind picked it into so many different things. So something that, the Jax and the Gwen should be banned away here.
And here's the thing, right? Like, they are going to ban the Jax and the Gwen, as you were kind of, well, Jax at least, more than likely going to be the Gwen. But my biggest question was whether they wanted to maybe look at a couple more junglers, just because now junglers have not been picked up on either side thus far as you imagine, but you do have the opportunity to swap that Talia in towards the jungle if you want to, pick up an AD mid laner for Strive. So I like the Rare Adam at the moment. They can go towards, hey, we're going to take our top lane pick for Cube, know that we're going to end up with a nice counter matchup there because we see the Gnar, and you can always hold on to that flex pick right until the end, which is going to be massively beneficial for this red side team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talked about it very briefly there coming into this game, but for Rare Adam specifically, it has been Leyen or bust. They put a lot of resource into him. He has been very much at the forefront of the focus of what they've been able to try and do well. And with things like the Trundle and the Poppy band, they're going to end up kind of going for it. I actually don't mind this at all because it is Cube's third most played champion in the split.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very popular one. The other one that was standing out in my mind, you already mentioned the Gwen, but Gangplank as well. Always a potential here if you want to try and go for it. And I think that could be really strong against things like the Draven, just in being able to control him, lading yourself up to these semi-globals alongside the Talia. But it looks like they're not going to hold on to the counter pick. Anyway, they're just going to go straight for the Viego for Leyen, which means I'm curious to see now what Tien wants to try and pick into this. Lee Sin has kind of been the main one. Great pick for Tien in general as well. Can try and help out in providing some of that engage tool. And it looks like Knight is just going to go, hey, you know what? That Amumu looks real tasty right now. Why don't I just get a bit of that?
Yeah, exactly. It's something that we talked about. If you look at top esports versus EDG, it was banned every single game against them on the red side. So this was, except right up until the end where top esports let it through so they can get something like the Talias themselves. So we are going to see now it's Knight on that silence. Of course, plenty of examples of how incredibly strong he is on this pick. But Hecarim being hovered here, I don't really see it happening because, again, I was just thinking there's a lot of better options still available to you.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. Like, there is a build floating about with, like, the Manamune and all that kind of stuff. But, no, actually going to go across towards the Vi instead. So just looking for that point-and-click CC to try and lock down iBoy. And we kind of already talked about how much we saw these two teams play around bot side back in spring. I mean, we're setting up for a brawl on this bottom side of the map. You got the Vi, Draven, who both like to be hyper-aggressive in the early stages. You got great setup coming through with the Renata as well. And on the opposite side, Callista, Amumu. Like, how do you not want to go in and engage with this style?
Yeah, well, it looks like they're going to be adding a little bit more into that. But no, they're going to swap at the last second there from Gwen to the Tryndamere. And we're seeing Tryndamere kind of, we actually saw him yesterday as well. He's sneaking his way back up into priority right now. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts on that in general are.
Well, he does super well against things like the Gnar because very similar to what we saw Tryndamere rise up in the Graves matchup, you just able to chase this guy down very easily. When Gnar is in mini form, you're able to look for tower dives. You've got the invulnerability coming through with their ultimate as well. That makes it fantastic. So it makes everything that little bit easier. You get great chances to try and farm up. You've got great trading patterns, especially when you are able to close the gap onto the mini Gnar. So things just are quite easy for the Tryndamere in that matchup. And as well, now you get the opportunity to try and play through side lanes really effectively as Rare Adam, right? You've got the Talia there that can do a lot of work on one side. You've got the Tryndamere that is pretty much going to be unstoppable on the other. And even when you get towards team fights, Tryndamere can still be very helpful because he's got Gale Force. He's got the threat on towards the Draven. And Draven's big kind of source of safety is, I kill you before you get to me. Tryndamere doesn't die, so he always gets to you.
Yeah, you just end up kind of becoming an absolute nuisance right on top of your face. But I actually, just looking at the kind of the drafts holistically, I really like what Rare Atom have kind of brought into this. They've got the early skirmishing, they've got big teamfight ultimates to be able to kind of go toe-to-toe. It comes down to execution on that where I'm a little bit more wayward, but honestly, it does feel like they're kind of saying to Top Esports, look, we're not going to roll over and die. We are going to try and bring this fight to you as best we can.
I mean, yeah, both sides very early game focused, right? Draven wants to try and get up and rolling. Great mid-game spiking composition from both Vi and the Silas. You want to look for early skirmishes, early duels on Top Esports side. And for Rare Atom, we kind of said, look, Callista wants to get rolling in the early stages. Talia wants to get active in the early stages. So this should be an all-out brawl on both sides.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. No more theories, no more hypothesizing. We are jumping onto the Rift. Game 1 of this best of 3 between Top Esports and Rare Atom. And you can see Top Esports, they're prepared for what could have been a level 1 invade because it looks like they've done a bit of homework.
Yeah, it looks like they're just waiting here to see what the plan is going to be. I was distracted because Wayward had already started off the emote game strong, getting the question mark frog off as soon as we got into the game.
Never know when they're watching.
Timing on
they
that.
never know when they're watching.
I mean, great timing, realistically. And this is why he is the emote master.
Yeah.
But that's my analysis of the emote game as we start to see what's happening. Okay. Who's that? Oh, Vi. Okay.
Okay. Well, that kind of makes sense. You don't really want to be chucking a Renata in. If Renata's already in a position to be caught out, she's not really going to give you a lot of work anyway. So the Vi actually makes a lot of sense. It means that TN should have post level 6 the confidence to go in with the cease and desist ultimate and then be able to kind of push themselves back. But Rare Atom, they're still going to go for a level 1, but it looks like it's going to be on this top side of it. So they're already going to be able to sweep that out. They know they've been caught out. And now they can just kind of continue in to put this bot lane ahead. But we've seen this before. There's a Fiesta level 1. It looks like they're going to go for the Raptors instead.
Yeah, this is really smart from Leon because you can hit level 2 of the Raptors, have an advantage. So that's why Top Esports.
Mark flashes in, gets himself the handshake. We're going to see Leon flashing away. So does Yu Yanja. But look at the spears coming in. iBoy gets first blood. That's huge there for the Callista. Now can he keep kiting? He does have flash available. Does use his heal as the rest of Top Esports are here. Wayward is here. Wayward is not topside, and now he has to start TPing because he's already losing. TN flashes forward to try and make this one work, but the bandage toss kind of stops him in his tracks. RA finding a great advantage, and they're not quite done yet as iBoy keep putting in the spears. One more auto attack, not quite able to get it. He cancelled it just before the brush, but it ends up going down, so they trade it back.
And that's the problem with Callista's martial poise. If you lose vision on the person, the auto attack doesn't go through. And just there, iBoy isn't able to get that last auto attack on TN because he makes it to the bush and overextends. And what had worked out so well in being 1 kill as an advantage for iBoy now gets tossed away. But we're catching in the replay. They see the TP going through because the ward that's in the bush, so they know that this is going to be a numbers, well, a little bit of an easier fight coming through with the 3v2, but this is just an overextension. But watch here, as TN hits the bush, the auto attack gets cancelled. So martial poise doesn't count there because of the passive on the Callista, which means that you actually survive there as TN.
That is heartbreaking. And for RA, honestly, they played that invade so exceptionally well. They got, well, I'm going to stop myself.
Boy.
We're going to go for look for a bit of an invade, but already you can see Jackie Love and Mark saying not going to be happening. But again, like, let's just talk about how well that dive from RA worked out for them, because at the end of it all, you're looking at Cube getting basically free time in top side. They didn't fully commit to a red buff, which Top Esports were aware of and ready for, forcing Top Esports to use multiple flashes, if not all, to try and make something happen that just wasn't going to work for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Rare Atom's top side did fantastically. iBoy actually ends up falling slightly behind here, though, because what you're going to see is behind in CS, because he missed the initial few waves, you're also going to have a greater reset here for Jackie Love. Like, they were thinking of resetting off that initially. Now they're like, hey, look, if I can save up a little bit, I can look towards a pickaxe, I can look towards something that's going to give me a little bit more damage in this lane. And suddenly that bot side becomes a little bit more difficult for them to manage. So I think that's where I'm going to see if, at least at the moment, Rare Atom can try and put those resources into the bottom side, which is why we already saw the roam from Strive. We saw Leon trying to get in towards his bot side. But I'm just excited that exactly what we're talking about, bot side action is already where this game is going.
Absolutely. And again, I gotta give praise to Rare Atom because they're not playing standard. They're going at it Top Esports, and Top Esports kind of a little bit off kilter. You don't have flashes now for the first few minutes of the game. You have to wait till they come back up. You don't really know where the enemy team. You can even see on the top side there, because of Cube having that priority, he goes, cool, I'm going to invade on blue buff, stop TN from having a decent time now. So little things like that to just going to equal up for Atom. I will say, though, like you said, in that bot lane, Jackie Love on something like a Draven, getting that early kill and getting that early advantages is going to be very hard to try and contain, especially as the game goes on.
And that's the thing. I actually thought this was a really well orchestrated initial invade coming through from Rare Adam. You look at the way they set it up, they go straight towards the Raptors. You actually are able to kill the Raptors incredibly easy as a Viego because you're able to Q through them. You get your passive auto attack proc on every single minion. You can very quickly hit level 2. And now you've got a massive advantage because you just have more abilities on your side to be able to take that fight. But the problem started where we saw iBoy go that little bit aggressive. So he overextends, you give the kill to Jackie Love. Now you're 1-for-1 on kills, but Jackie Love just gets to take that entire wave, clean it out, and then have a better reset. So he's going back with more money. So he's going to be able to answer already the longsword that the Callista came back into lane with, but he's only going to have even more as well. So I think iBoy and Yuyanja just getting that little bit over aggressive, and that's what we're talking about where genius needs madness, because it can go a bit haywire. I mean, sometimes with these players.
It's literally the difference of an auto attack. It's like if you go 2 kills up and you die then or whatever it is, like you're kind of not feeling too terrible about it because you're like, you know what, it's fine. I've literally picked up about 700 gold. I'm gonna go back, get myself something nice to kind of the guts of even something like a High Noon Quiver or something like that. Be much more powerful in the game and be able to survive it off of that. But sadly, it doesn't quite come up for it. And it is those small little margins. I think that separates from good to great is that people like the likes of V5 Top Esports and even, kind of a player level of such of like, Rookie and Knight and stuff can make the slimmest of margins look like the most OP of moments because that's all they needed. They needed the tiniest window just to sneak themselves in and get an advantage. Whereas other teams, sadly, it just doesn't execute for them. And sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's execution, sometimes it's both.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to have to see if Rare Adam could try and bring this one back around for themselves as we get ourselves back into the game. But I wouldn't be surprised if this wave on bot side crashes once more. Tien will be completely forced out of this top side though with Cube, because Cube having the push in top side just teetered in towards this top side jungle, which meant Tien had to back away from his blue buff, and he's actually going to lose it till the end. So for Top Esports, as we said, the top half of the map not going so hot for them right now with how Rare Adam are playing.
Yeah, very, very nicely done here by Rare Adam. And again, it's a lot on Leyen. I think Leyen kind of containing Tien will be a big benefactor to the side of RAs. We can see there, Abscond Abduct not going to land there onto Strife, but Tien is in this mid lane, doesn't have flash, so we're not going to see the Assault and Battery flash combination as Strife looks to just reset this wave and should just get himself back out onto the lane.
Yeah, we're trying to see if they could get Knight to abscond past the minions and then maybe look for the Abduct, but not quite able to find it. So Tien trying to put on the back foot here, and level 6 is incredibly crucial for the buy. But Cube, I mean, already starting to bully Wayward in this top side.
I mean, this is the thing. He's got the Ghost Summoner there. He knows that there's no teleport on Wayward, so Wayward really wants to try and reset this wave as much as he possibly can because he's in a bad situation. He is on a 30-second to 40-second reset when he has to go back.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you're going to start to see if Cube can use the early advantage he got, like already a 10 CS lead for himself, and all that coming from the fact that Wayward had to TP up to the top side. It also helps out with Cube because Cube not running the teleport means that he's able to get into a far better position because he's not being, having to play around Wayward's teleport in these early stages. He can trade very aggressively, reset, and walk back to lane without having to worry too much about Wayward getting advantages through the TP.
Yeah, and I love this from Tien right now because he's just kind of covering his bot side just in case Lien was hovering, but the graphic pops up on the bottom half there. We actually did see that you've already got a serrated Dirk here onto Jackie Love. So that bot lane, the kill potential on the side of Top Esports is huge. However, it's such a catch-22, or not a catch-22, but it's like a double-edged sword. If you land it, holy moly, are they going to take some damage. But if it ends up getting bounced back onto you, that's where this bot lane gets a little bit more dicey, shall we say. But it looks like Rare Adam aren't going to go for any crazy dives at the moment. They're going to try and just clear out this bot side vision, go for this early dragon, get that objective stacking early.
And I imagine because Jackie Love has this early serrated Dirk, we're going to see the CS lead grow substantially in this backside. It becomes really hard for iBoy to trade because a lot of iBoy's trade pattern is put the spears into the minions, Q on to Jackie Love, and then try and trade back. But if you're leaping forward like that, it's very easy for Jackie Love then to start trading aggressively back on you, and you have to be so careful about how quickly that damage, as you say, can be turned around by Jackie Love. It's nice though that Rare Adam already got that early dragon, just finding a nice moment there with Strive having pushing mid, because we talked about how Top Esports love to use these early objectives to kind of set up for mid-game fights, especially with the compositions as they are, but also just finding these early skirmishes that tend to snowball their leads.
Yeah, Yeah, oh, bandage toss missing out there from Yuyanja just very briefly, but yeah, it's going to be hard. You can see that the wave's pushing in now as RA really want to try and push that one in, try and get it reset, but Tien already knows this, so Tien's in the vicinity to say, look, I'm available should they go super aggressive. They've got the Amumu. They need to be very, very careful. It's a long sword, or basically a serrated dirk difference in this bot side, as we can see now. iBoy just really trying to get those Ren stacks in. Should be able to get it off, and Yuyanja, just use your Spider Sense, buddy. You're on a Mumu. Don't go in on that.
I'm not going to lie. He looked at where Mark was positioned and was like, yeah, this seems a little too easy.
Is it low-hanging fruit, or am I just going to be a god?
Yeah. So we'll kind of just back away from that one, not wanting to push their advantages too much. But Leon now trying to move up towards this top side. Again, just trying to make sure that he can try and cover Cube. So for the moment on Rare Adam's side, you're pretty happy with the way top and mid are going. I'd expect Leon to try and start using Strive now that he has the level 6 though, to look for plays on this bottom side. Even just one, kill Draven, so then you don't have to worry about him mega stacking up on the adoration stacks, even giving extra damage to his ult. And then as well, just trying to make sure that you can use the effect. You have such a massive advantage in the jungler situation. The end level 6 to level 5, I mean, doubled the CS nearly of his counterpart as Tien spending a lot of time down on this bottom side to try and help out, but is falling behind as a result.
Yeah, like you can see what Tien's trying to do, but especially for something like the Vi, without having that flash early to kind of close that extra little bit of distance with your assault and battery, it's very difficult to actually make things set up because your CC is so telegraphed. You are literally charging back your fist to kind of go, I'm coming for you. You can very easily back away from it, but now that the reset and coming in for the flashes and stuff, we should see that both sides start to pick up some better advantages now in the game.
And I mean, it feels like Knight is definitely going to need to try and use this Kalista ultimate to save Tien a couple of times, because with how squishy he is, with how far he's behind, it's not going to be a fun time for Tien every time he comes in. Just going to end up running headfirst into a ton of damage pretty much across the board on Red Adam. A heap of CC as well. And it's just going to be an unfun time for the fight.
We're going to have a splash into the handshake here as iBoy, yeah, he's dead. There's nothing he can really do about that. He does use the heal, but keeps his own flash. Yuyanja went a little bit too deep trying to save his AD carry. And honestly, this has kind of been the story for RA this split. I feel like iBoy just kind of doesn't really respect where his opposition is going to be. And now that you didn't have to commit Tien towards that bot side to make that play happen, you can contest here on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're going to start moving both supports up, but level 6 for Mark could be crucial if they can get here for the fight.
Yeah, we're going to see them now. Tien coming in. They have stolen away the Heartbreakers. The Smite does secure it. Now they can try and maybe run down Knight, who has to Heartbreaker over the wall. So just good, strong top side from RA, kind of muscling them out. Honestly, Wayward wasn't even a part of that. He needed to farm.
But that's the thing, right? We talked about kind of this separation on the map, the dichotomy of the map, where Rare Adam have a ton of advantages in their solo laners, whereas you're looking at the AD carry for top esports being that big difference maker. So I think we'll see Rare Adam win out on this one, but now they've got to try and use this Rift Herald creatively to avoid top esports being able to fight at the Dragon in a minute and a half's time, because if Jackie Love is able to get that reset off, he can spend gold, but he might have some company.
Hex flash from Yuyanja. We can see there it's going to be the Executioner's Call coming in now to try and get rid of that one, but Jackie Love has to flash. So I really love this play from Rare Adam. They're saying, look, the bot lane for us isn't going very well. We've got a Rift Herald. We can force out summoners and maybe even force out a couple of plates here for the side of iBoy.
Yeah, and it should even up just the discrepancy on the gold and on the CS department in that bottom side of the map is smidge, but Jackie Love is still huge. First mythic already completed at the 10-minute mark. Sheen alongside it as well, and he's got a perfect reset essentially being forced on him, but it is there for the Dragon as well, so he gets to shove out bot wave and should be here then for the next fight. iBoy will be able to get a plate for himself, which will be nice and try to help him, but Jackie Love is just going to be huge as long as he's safe in this fight.
Yeah, I think the big thing we're going to be looking at now is Yuyanja. If Yuyanja can land constant CC on the Jackie Love, because remember, yes, Jackie Love does have a cleanse, but 2 bandage tosses and all of a sudden he's in a bad situation.
I think, honestly, you give up this as Rare Adam. I think your best bet is to actually move Leon with that Rift Herald up towards the top side, give a ton of that gold across the cube, and trying to create this side pressure for Rare Adam so that they can abuse side lanes and use those advantages rather than having to deal with Jackie Love, because right now Jackie Love is just going to be absolutely monstrous. And I do agree, you've got bandage tosses, but you don't have the ultimate yet, which should be hit by Yuyanja on this wave, but it just feels like there's no real follow-up if Jackie Love is positioned correctly.
So yeah, I'm going to try and find Knight here, just trades him back, but it looks like they will listen to your words of wisdom, Dagda, and kind of say, look, we're not strong enough even close in this bot side. You don't quite have the ultimate yet for them, but they are kind of pushing in. You can see there that they were looking to maybe go for something on the top side here where Adam, but not really in position as Cube had just taken a reset and gets himself back up into the top lane.
Yeah, I think Cube will probably just try and clear it this wave very quickly. You're going to see Lane take these topside camps, move up to that top side, drop the Rift Herald, and try and abuse the fact that they believe Wayward has gone for a reset, but Wayward actually just kind of teetering out of vision, so should be up here, which honestly may actually be a bit of a problem for him if Strive starts to join in the equation on this top end.
Yeah, and already we can see just the power of this Draven coming out here. The handshake will be good there. Uyanja loses about half his HP, and that's the kind of power you have with the Renata, especially with that passive giving you those extra little procs of damage.
And I want to feel sorry for iBoy in this one, but he kind of did it to himself with
bit.
that initial play. Like, they actually had the big win on this bot side. All they need to do is go to lane and play it out, but unfortunately got a bit greedy, and now JackeyLove and Mark are abusing this bot lane. The fact you have the Sheen as well means that JackeyLove is going to very quickly start to get through this towers. He can just spam the W with every axe that he picks up. Yanja threatening, but I mean, it's like a little chihuahua kind of barking at you at this stage.
Yeah, you know if he does get his teeth into you, it'll be an ow, but it won't be anything to go to the hospital with. It won't be anything too substantial, but now we're going to see the Rift Herald being dropped into mid lane. I always like this play. I always like the idea of kind of setting yourself up for success here. They will pick themselves up at least 3 plates, but they've got Mark coming up here alongside Tien. They won't land the Assault and Battery, but there's going to be the ultimates coming out. They actually kind of whip everything, and the only thing they gain is Strive's Flash.
And that's the problem with trying to use this Rift Herald in the mid lane, is because JackeyLove and Mark are playing so well around this bottom side, if they have an advantage, they can move up into the mid lane and try and shut this play down. That's what I was kind of saying. I wanted to see this traded into the top side for Cube. You're creating the biggest distance from the bottom half of the map, and you're also getting Cube massively far ahead in this matchup, which is always just going to go well for Rare Adam. But looks like at the moment anyway, some of those plates will go to Strive, they will go to Lien, but not being able to crack open any of these turrets gives it a little bit more time for top esports to continue playing around JackeyLove. And right now, we actually don't see Lien trying to help out either the solo laners realistically in abusing their leads further.
Well, they do know that Uyanja is hovering off onto the side, so it's still a gold lead. It's a small gold lead, but it is still a gold lead for the side of Rare Adam. They're getting a couple of plates over here to iBoy, so with that Immortal Shield, Bowie's still feeling pretty well. Tien is there into the top side, but I think Cube should be able to get his recall off. There's no TP, and ooh, Cube. He might try and get greedy here, but it will be very difficult to make this one stick. You don't have Mega Nard just yet, but you are getting some decent damage here as Wayward.
I mean, at least getting some turret plates is going to be nice, but they can't really go for the dive because of the ultimate on Cube, so they will just back away instead. You're also getting at least a little bit of invade on the bottom side here for Rare Adam, where Uyanja did manage to get some deep vision, which is going to be nice in trying to spot out where Tien is, because Tien still sitting pretty far behind in terms of experience when it comes towards Lien. So at least being able to try and match that as Lien can help out, but realistically I need to see Lien starting to get into the action. Like, we've been waiting for him for a long time. Same when you kind of look at Strive, like Lien can gank mid, unlock Strive, move to this bottom side, correct some of the damage that's been done there, but we're just not seeing it, and JackeyLove is getting all this free time to just continuously push in the wave and look at this tower without actually feeling under any real threat.
That's the big thing as well. Like, you look at the top side as well, you've got, 10 or so CS lead in the top lane, 30 or so into the jungle, 20 in the mid lane, and it feels like you're not really utilizing those advantages to kind of make advantages elsewhere. Now that there's going to be a free tower basically for top esports in this bot side, minute 20 till Dragon, 20 seconds or just a little bit over 10 seconds until the Rift Herald. This is where the game starts to get a little bit more sporadic, a little bit more about execution rather than anything else.
Yeah, at least Lien did get to stop the back there for Knight, so they will be able to get that mid lane turret as Knight can't TP back in. So at least it's something as Uyanja now trying to see what he can set up. But nice job by Tien to get over that wall instantly.
Yeah, only lost his Q as well, so you do not have the curse of the Sad Mummy here for Uyanja, and that's a big team fight ultimate now no longer available for potentially a Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like you're really in a position to fight this top esports. JackeyLove is lagging behind a little bit, but maybe they're just looking for the afters.
I mean, you could just go up towards top side here as the side of RA. You know that Wayward's nowhere near his Mega, so he's not really in a CCing position, and then go for the big reset.
The thing is, though, they've forced Rare Adam into this top side, so I don't think they're actually looking for the fight.
Oh my God.
They're looking for JackeyLove to just be able to take that mid lane turret, and they're looking for any stragglers who are considering walking through the jungle to try and protect this mid lane turret. This is just a really nice trap set up by top esports, but Rare Adam aren't taking the bait.
I mean, iBoy was very close to being caught out there. We will see now Wayward jumping in on top of Strife, and they will not land the Everfrost here, so it's a bad dive all of a sudden. They're taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to need 3 people to try and take him out, but he'll use the seismic shove and clear the wave. So now Mark's going to have to tank it up. He goes golden by even more time, and they're still trying to look for this one, but they can't. Strive now bringing a 4th member of Top Esports over to him. The Weaver's Wall. He didn't aim it correctly as the ultimate from the Vi ends up getting him down. It's a shutdown going over to Jackie Love as Jackie Love is getting massive.
But look at the mid lane. They already had the Rift Tail picked up for Rare Adam, so they're getting the mid tower. They break a second. They get a charge onto this bot lane turret as well. And look at the bot side. Cube as well, also in a position to start taking more towers. So massive win for Rare Adam off the back of Strive, taking so long to go down.
I mean, Strive did absolutely everything in his power. Even didn't even use his flash. He still has that available to him, but it is going to be a trade-off of 2 towers, if not 3 towers for 1, and just the 1 kill. And that just keeps the gold relatively equal, and they get a dragon as well. This is actually great across the board here for Rare Adam.
Big win for Rare Adam, and as we can start to see, like as this game goes on, Strive can again move in towards these side lanes. You're still getting Tryndamere in a pretty good spot. The only problem is, of course, that Jackie Love was the one who picked this up, but as you said, unfortunate for Strive, misangled that just slightly, so got caught on the wall, which meant that Jackie Love, with the point-and-click CC from TN, was able to grab that kill.
Now Jackie Love sitting on an Essence Reaver alongside that Eclipse. This man is massive, but I will say outside of his cleanse and his flash, of course, he hasn't really got a lot of escapability. If the side of Bear can get on top of him, he will go down quickly.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's not a huge amount of dive on Rare Adam apart from Q. Like, this is a short-range composition, but if Jackie Love is actually positioned behind his front line, it's very difficult to gain access to him, especially when you look at how good Renata is in this situation.
Nice.
Like, the ability to shield, to knock back, to take over, but Knight may need to get out of here.
No, he's going straight into danger because Knight likes to try and do things his way. He goes gold, and that's going to break his stopwatch. He has got the Everfrost, but nowhere else to kind of use it, and that's going to be a nice and easy kill being picked up here from Rare Adam. Really good opportunistic moment there to try and just make sure, look, they're not expecting us, they have no vision, we can make this work.
Yeah, Knight just walking through. Hang on, TN might be in trouble.
TN's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have the Weaver's Wall stopping him from going anywhere. This is fantastic from Rare Adam. Guess what? You don't have to deal with Jackie Love if you don't have to fight him.
And they just end up catching. Oh, hang on, we're still going here. 3v, what?
They're going in. iBoy's trying to run away from here. He's going to have to flash. Oh, no. Nice. He has got the martial pose, so he's going to be at the behind. But, yeah, they try and put 3 people topside. And, again, we're kind of seeing Q being on his own. Strive and Leanne, you just saw 2 people on this top side. You know they're going to be coming in on top of you here. This is a little bit of an overstep right now. And, honestly, I'm not surprised you're going to be taken down here. This was unnecessary from RA after they've done so well.
I was about to praise Rare Adam and say that was really smart play. You get the pick on Knight, transition that into a pick on TN. It's all going spectacularly, but as you say, Leanne and Strive just way overextend after seeing exactly where Top Esports are. Cube isn't even in a position to try and really get much on this bottom side, because all he can do is get a couple of love taps on this bot lane turret, although iBoy's here as well. That's the thing, like the wave was so far back, you were in a massive winning position there, and you've equaled up the goal spectacularly, but just a couple of errors coming through from Rare Adam have really hurt them.
Yeah, like again, great start to this. They already picked off Knight. They kind of see TN and say, look, he's nowhere to go. We can just CC him in, and then great Weaver's Wall to lock him in place. But at this point, once you see the rest of Top Esports come up here, especially as Leanne and Strive, just get out.
Yeah, I really don't understand it. Like, it's just greedy. Like, if the wave is being pushed out like the position it's in, you can just back away, but for whatever reason, they decide to push the wave. Top Esports were already in position, and the second they see the TP come through, they realize they've made a massive mistake, but it's too late. You've already overextended.
Yeah, you've already way overextended there, and that's again, good moments that lead to bad. Unfortunately for RA, it would have been great to get the reset out. They get back out onto the map. They push back the waves. A lot of different things could have went their way, but sadly for them, they do find themselves only about 800 gold in the hole, so it's not exceptionally far behind. But when I look at the item differential, you do actually have 2 items here onto iBoy, so he's at a significant spike, but the Draven is just so far ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1v1 scenario, iBoy is just not going to be able to match Jackie Love's damage. But the big thing is, like, how much time Cube can take on with his ultimate is going to give a little bit of breathing room for Rare Adam if they decide to go for the 5v5 fights. I like the Gale Force being picked up first by Cube here as well, because it does mean he's a little bit more of a threat in team fights when there's so much appeal coming through from the likes of Mark for Jackie Love.
Now You see Wayward pushing it onto Cube. He's got 2 items now, does Wayward, so you can see that this Gnar is finally at a point at which he's very powerful and needs to be respected by the Tryndamere, or sorry, by this, yes, by the Tryndamere, but we've seen it now going for a full engage. There's going to be the hostile takeover across pretty much everybody, and it's a great little move there, but look at iBoy kind of creating time here. The Fate's Call will push him back onto Wayward as Cube is just going in to go down, as iBoy trying to do his best, but he has to start running away because he's nowhere in a position to fight this, and this is what top esports do. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
And we said it in Champ Select, all Knight was looking for was Yuyanja's ultimate, and he gets a beautiful one in that engage, and that should be the Baron now for top esports.
21.5 minutes, and this is the thing, we can praise RA for their early game, we can praise them for all the different moves they were making to put top esports behind. Top esports are just a different level. Again, one moment, the team fight execution just exceptional as we look at this one here, because again, this is just them clearing a ward, and TN says, no, go, we can fight this.
And it's perfect for Knight. You can see here, right, takes the Amumu ult, got the engage coming through from TN, flash forward, gets several people, Mark gets the ultimate going across everyone as well, and Wayward, perfect flanking spot. Like, this fight was gorgeous from top esports, and again, like, how do you try and fight back here as Rare Adam? The main threat was JackeyLove in this equation, and he's still at full health the entire way through this fight.
Yeah, he wasn't touched basically in that entire thing, and that's what TN is in the Vi. That's why we've seen the Vi being cropped up a little bit so far in this, in this meta, is because when you don't have the Wukong, it's just a very good CC bot to kind of go into fights.
It's very good at just pointing, clicking on towards these ball lady carries as well, and Tien going to be looking for that again.
Yeah, here we go. He's going straight in. There's going to be the cease and desist to get it in there with the whirling death. Tien trades his life, but I think top esports going to take that very, very kindly as they look to try and take down the rest of this one. It's a double kill coming in for JackeyLove as he's pushing down onto iBoy. One more auto attack will bring him down, and Knight makes it a 3-for-1. Rare Adam, yes, they get themselves on the soul point, but you can just see how far and away this bot lane of top esports is. They're just running them down.
Yeah, Tien's life for the top esports fire. That's exactly what they needed. Just an engage to get the party started. They find one more, and Tien is an unwelcome guest in top esports new jungle.
Yeah, top esports saying this is our land now. We got the deeds as Knight puts down some serious orders of releasing that land to them, and that's going to be pushing in the mid lane, top lane, bot lane. They've got pretty much anything. You've got a rapid fire cannon here onto JackeyLove's Draven. Like, he's going towards that Infinity Edge. He's going to be so huge.
And even the stopwatch, in case,
just
by
in
some
case.
miracle, Rare Adam happened to get through onto the back line, but I really just don't see it happening. 13-5, a 6,000 gold lead opening up for themselves as well. They've already got, well, they got a while to go on Dragons, but with the Baron available to them already, they're getting so much more gold into their back pocket. Every outer turret looks like it's going to fall with this push.
Yeah.
Look at the Baron gold. They picked up 5,000 off of just this one play.
Yeah, it was close until it wasn't. That's probably the best way I can put it. One fight led to a Baron, which led to another fight, which led to more towers, and you're basically pinned back up into your base here as Rare Adam. So top esports just doing top esports things at 24 minutes. They're knocking on the door, Dagda.
I mean, and you can't even contest this Rare Adam. The end is trying to reset. iBoy is in mid lane trying to see if he can threaten the turret. Honestly, may actually be the best bet, but looks like he's maybe going to reset here as top esports start to back away. Surprised they're not willing to push this, but maybe not know where iBoy is. They're a little bit scared.
Capitalize. When you're losing your inhibitor, go for Gromp. That's what you've learned from this one here. But no, honestly, I completely agree. There's nothing really to gain in this such from Rare Adam. They kind of just have to let it go. But they didn't lose the inhibitor, so that's a nice thing to see.
Yeah, Wayward had reset, so iBoy pulls off that. And actually, I think it was just a good bluff from iBoy. So top esports assumed, oh, iBoy's out of vision. He's probably reset, so it'll be a 4 versus 5 fight. Let's not take a fight. So iBoy goes a step further and goes, well, if yous are going to reset, I've got time to take your entire topside jungle, and then that gives me a little bit more time to get things like the Zeal. But unfortunately, this Kalista is kind of given up her time here. She doesn't have a huge amount left here as just getting a replay here of a kill from Knight.
Yeah, that was the solo kill he got around the red buff. Just TP'd in. Leanne was not expecting him. But again, we talk about the differences between a good team and a great team all the time. But it's those opportunities that you just create for yourself. No other team will look for that TP flying. But Cube now going to be forced to go into the Undying range and spin to win. More like spin to keep himself alive because he is in a lot of... Whoa! Not quite able to hit it there, but JackeyLove with the whirling death is very prevalent and very scary at all times.
And now top esports just get to siege up once more. They're in a perfectly fine spot. GA completed for JackeyLove, so he's perfectly fine to play a little bit more aggressive than I mean, he already has been, which is a slightly terrifying prospect for anyone on Rare Adam.
6. Yeah, he's a bit of a monster. Wayward undeterred in the top side, just going to be able to take down Inhibitor, so it's going to be another pressure point now available to top Esports. Rare Adam going to try and survive this one here. I will say for Rare Adam, you're already on soul points. You've got 3 dragons. No real soul available for top Esports for a very long time, over 10 minutes, so you're not really worried about that. It's also a Cloud Soul, not the most detrimental in the world, but you got to figure out if you can even survive this push right now. Wayward is in Mega, but should be going to Mini soon, so keeps himself safe. And it's just going to be easy for them to kind of walk forward with this one here. There it is. Yep, you pop down the ultimate there. Yanja gets taken over, goes a little bit berserk. He needs to be careful here. You're going to be able to try and get Knight over the wall, jumping onto lane end. They steal away the Curse of Salmoni, and top Esports are just running them down.
Oh, that's a great engage, though.
It is indeed. They're going to try and make this one work. Sienna's already fallen down. They're going to try and keep iBoy alive in this one here. Needs to reset, though. He's not got the greatest of health bars. Knight keeps the stolen Amumu ult. They do lose 1 for none.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Berserk birthday cake is not the deadliest in this scenario, as Yanja flung himself in. It got onto several people, but unfortunately, nobody on Rare Adam really willing to follow up with that engage. So top Esports kind of shrug it off, take the inhibitor. That's 2 down now for top, as all they have to do now is reset, look for Dragon, rotate onto this bottom side, and look to take that last inhibitor. You can honestly even have the Wayward just start pushing this mid lane as well, make sure that he's in trouble. But I mean, you can see here, Yanjin, this is actually a great engage coming through from him. Like, hits all the targets that he needs to, but iBoy already half health, then dead.
Yep, there it is. The Whirling Death comes out on the backside of that one. Jackie Love says thank you for the 606, and he's going to keep pushing forward because they know they've got the pressure as Knight gets another solo kill in this game. He is just so damn good. 14 stacks on the Medjais, and he's stealing all of RA's souls.
We all know Knight is an avid reader, and those pages are definitely being filled very, very quickly, as now top Esports stand in front of the Nexus turrets, willing Rare Adam to come out.
Tien, here you go. We're going to take away the Kalista ultimate to throw you straight in. He immediately jumps in with the cease and desist. He's going to end up having to go down, though, for his dribble. He does have the bailout, so if they can get a kill, they can reset it, but they don't quite get it. You can see Cube trying to do something, but sadly, I'm going to call a spade a spade. This Trinimir has basically been nothing this entire game. Now the Nexus turrets are starting to fall. Top Esports, 28 minutes. They're going to be able to take down RA. RA, you tried, but sadly, the execution just wasn't with you.
No, I mean, look, top Esports, we'll try to pad the stats here. The Nexus falls, and for Rare Adam, it felt like they had the tools that they needed to try and get that game into their favor, but no real action from Lien. Strive and Cube weren't able to push their advantages, and Jackie Love and Co just took over the game.
Yeah, I mean, it started there. It looked so bright for RA right at level 1. They were making the right calls, and then again, it's a little bit of unfortunate luck there for iBoy. If he gets 2 kills, he trades his own one. It's not the worst thing in the world for the side of them. They can reset, come back into it, but it doesn't go that way. And the bot lane, I still think that I like that RA just kind of said, look, we'll ignore bot lane for a little bit. We'll try and make plays elsewhere. But again, the execution just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. I think they had options as to what they wanted to do, but top Esports were able to just keep up the pressure as they needed to. Even with Tien falling behind, yes, he got a couple of his camps stolen, but still, when we got to the skirmishes, when we got to those team fights, that's where top Esports came alive. Knight looking fantastic on this side once more. That big Amumu ult at the first Rift Herald second Rift Herald really opening up the game for themselves. Jackie Love being able to abuse the fact he was so strong from those bot lane plays as well. It just set up for this grueling team fight, this rolling death machine that just came across Rare Adam with no regard for them.
Yeah, it really did. It really felt like it was just top Esports being top Esports. I liked what Rare Adam tried to bring, but again, this is our top 3 team versus a bottom 7, so it's kind of what you expect to see. And look, I don't want to get too harsh on Rare Adam. They tried a lot of different things. Sometimes it is just going to be a hand stiff.
Well, that's the thing. I think there was options for Rare Adam to actually try and push this game a little bit further. Like we talked about Strive having full control essentially over mid lane. Yep. Like you've got a melee versus a range matchup. Talia's great push. You should have been able to unlock Strive from the mid lane, but the problem was Strive wasn't getting help from Lien. So what you really want to do is like try and look for ganks, then make sure that Strive is able to start to teeter off towards sides, even just leaning either side. It doesn't even have to be a case of actually ganking those lanes. Would have forced Jackie Love back, would have put some manners on Wayward, Cube gets open up, and then you can actually start to take advantage through your solo lanes. But you can see there, oh my god, Wayward's damage. That was not what I was expecting.
That's what I saw, and I was like, good lord. He actually did more than Jackie Love.
Yeah,
so
kind of insane, but that's the problem, was that like Strive and Cube never really got off the ground because the end wasn't really doing anything with the advantage that he had in the jungle. And then this is a matchup with Cube where you really want to give him more resources so he can just go ham underneath this tower. But unfortunately, because he never got given that opportunity, we never saw the Rift Tail being used up topside. We never really got to see cross maps from Rare Adam at all. It ended up just being a case that Rare Adam never fought back against all the moves that top esports were having.
Yeah. And this is going to see, again, we kind of see the damage there from Wayward just really taking over. And honestly, it was kind of the silent carry for the side of top esports, just doing his job constantly in the sideline. Again, we talked about it a little bit right at the end. Cube on this Tryndamere was just kind of null and void. Didn't really do anything, didn't really have the moment for him either. So it doesn't really make a difference if you're on this Tryndamere that can split push. Even if you need to split push, you're just going to lose.
Yeah, and that was the problem, was that he wasn't going to have a big of a threat in team fights as Wayward was. Just wasn't able to get that impact on side lanes as well. And unfortunately for Rare Adam, this has kind of been our biggest gripe with them, is that they're just not really doing anything when they get these leads, and top esports punished spectacularly.
Yep, they really, really did. We're going to send it to a quick break though. When we return, picks bans for game number 2.
Let's see who takes it. I say it's 1v1. Carson is literally right there in the brush. And Rookie. Oh, the shy! The positioning was beautiful. He's about to turn Mega. No flash available. I don't think he escapes this one. The shy actually gets away with it again. Can you ever shut this man down?
He's going for it. He's going for it, man.
No way. No way! The shy!
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all didn't notice, excel like POTUS.
Three people, now falls, Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flashes over the wall, and Xiao coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies under turret. LNG have just been hand stiff as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
Sardines, we off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much.
Misfits looking for it, trying to just burn it before they can get there. Misfits might be able to take this one before Razzle can get it. He's looking for the smite. No! 34 HP, no, not BTO now going to try and get off the backline. Mercer diving in as well. And Misfits might call the sound to retreat, but instead they call the sound to dive! And the Misfits star shines brightly today. A triple kill for Neon. Only Humanoid survives. Misfits turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Run me my check, we on your neck. Shooters on deck, all we do win.
Very scary Manta Ray. I should probably run away from that thing, as getting to work was umpty, but there are 3 members of Nongshim here. He is actually so tanky, and he is going to survive as Morgan comes in, peels very nicely for him. As here comes Nongshim with Meganar. And will they be able to kill this Ornn? I don't know. I mean, that's a 3-man knockout coming in as it's got Morgan against 4. He takes down 2 and nearly gets a 3rd.
Finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life.
E agora o Dragão Ancião tem um a menos na equipe da Pen Game. Como é que vai ficar isso? Joga pra longe, agora o Croc tem que esperar ele voltar. Mas eles vão dando bastante dano. O Tinoz vai separar de novo a equipe da Pen. Por enquanto, sem definição, carinho. O Croc tá longe. Vem pro Ace, sobrou o Brace. O abate Pen Game, a nota que é do Kaká. O Kaká entra no covil, pega o Dragão Ancião e a Pen puxa a rota no meio pro GG.
All we do win, all we do win, all we do win, all we do.
It's gonna be all about Johnson. They just gotta go, I think. If they try and fight early, that's their best chance.
And they're gonna look for it too quick, getting slowed up, gonna package around, a lot of spots, big and taken, and Soul dropped. One so far, After gonna burn the zone, he's packaged it pretty well right now. Disengaged though and a death onto the support, but he yoinks back, well done. That is the 80 carry gun, Hazina flies in, Zonya's popped, and here we go. It's time for Instinct to go for broke.
No way.
Number 4, give it to him, you better not steal this! The kill comes through in his second ever LCS game. What is it with TSM 80 carry stand-ins and first week pentakill?
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night.
打 A 的话，他们中单选手是那种比较偏发育的吧。我打他们感觉去那种打节奏的，就去上下路帮队友就行了。我天，打乐言的话，感觉就中野联动做好点就行。表现就前半段还挺好的吧，就只输一把，就第一把可能状态没那么好，后面可能就打得都更好了。目标肯定就后面全赢。
Just perform better. Be better is the easy way to kind of put it there for now. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I, of course, am Oshin. He, of course, is the absolutely delightful Dagda. And we got ourselves another game with Top Esports versus RA. Top Esports kind of bulldozing them over a little bit, despite RA's best efforts. And it all came off of the back of our MVP from Game 1, Jackie Love, on the Draven.
Yeah, JKL making Adam look like a JK. Because honestly, it looked like an absolute stomp in the bottom side of the map. Jackie Love absolutely overperforming.
Look at those round
it
numbers.
definitely feels, it's very satisfying. But the biggest problem was that, like, you actually had the advantage coming through for iBoy and Yanja, but they just decided to go back in off that initial kill, gave the first few waves to Jackie Love, gave him a kill to match up. He gets a great reset off as well, just come back with the serrated dirk and the longsword into lane. And from that, iBoy and Yanja just couldn't compete. So this is the play that we're talking about. Like, iBoy, if he'd gotten the kill, maybe this is worth, so you end up with 1-1 apiece. He gets a good reset and come back into lane, but even then, I don't think that play was worth it. And from that, just Mark and Jackie Love were able to punish them so easily in this lane and come out with this massive lead.
Yeah, and you can see just how many times he comes out with just an extra bit of gold. He actually took Treasure Hunter as well, so getting even more value out of that every single time he got himself a kill. And honestly, it just felt like Top Esports another day at the office. They did what they do best, which is just be better at every single thing. I think Wayward's going to be the unsung carry of that last game. Kept Cube in a box. Cube did, like, I think, like, less damage than everyone on the team apart from the Mumu. So, like, when you're on a Tryndamere and you get a free start to the lane, we saw him get literally a full free wave to himself, and he still wasn't able to have any impact. It just feels like the whole of Top Esports on a good page.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the thing was that Cube had, like, gotten this advantage and did a really good job of like using that to push TN off the blue buff. And I really liked the way Cube was playing that early stage, but they just never were able to capitalize on that. And I think that's a massive mistake coming through from the trio on Rare Adam's side. There should have been communication. There should have been calls to, hey, we need to push our advantages to try and mash Jackulov, but we just never really got it. So Top Esports managed to hit the mid game, managed to play around their strengths, like get some of these early dragons, get those Rift Tower, the second Rift Tower for themselves, and then very quickly start to get that game going their direction.
Yeah, and then we're going to see on Rare Adam on the red side this time around. So they probably wanted to ban the Zeri, which is nice to have. You get an extra little ban. I think you got to ban away the Silas. The Draven's just kind of Draven. It's unfortunate. It snowballed against you, but it's not really that kind of pick that can say it. We saw in that game the teleports that coming in, Knight just peeking out people and saying, you, me, in a fight right now, and there was nothing you could do about it. So I think you got to take away that facilitating pick off of Knight so you actually have some kind of pressure point.
Yeah, it did feel like you end up with two massive power picks on Top Esports coming through from the draft. You got the Renata instantly on first pick, and still, even though we get to that second rotation, still having the Silas up for Knight just felt like a big mistake. I mean, we're seeing so many of our top teams first pick this Silas. Like, we've seen it from Xiaohu, we've seen it from Knight considerably and consistently. Like, this is such a strong pick for our top laners. You really just need to get this pick out of the equation.
Yeah, well, the red side does seem to be the Wukong Zeri bans. Then you get one ban for yourself after the end of it all. But Rare Adam going to take away the Poppy and the Senna, similar to what they did in Game 1. And let's see if they do take away that Silas. Or maybe they first pick it away. Maybe it's something that Strife would have in his back pocket. Has only played it twice so far this split. Hasn't had, obviously, the greatest successes on it. But no, they're going to say Wayward on the Gnar was just too much for Cube to deal with. And we want to take that off the board.
Well, which is fair when we saw the amount of damage that was coming out. Top Esports also going to ban away the Renata. So now the question mark is, do you go towards the Silas yourself here as Rare Adam? Like, is that the big pick you want? Or do you try and go back towards the Corki, which we've seen from Strive a lot? But I'm honestly not the biggest fan of it because it kind of just takes away any sort of early agency you can have. But honestly, Rare Adam didn't use it very well last game either. So
yeah,
maybe the Corki is just the way.
Or maybe, yeah, maybe it is. I will say, like, the Corki just put you on very predictable and set timings, of course. It's the package. You get it at the Dragon. Do you want to fight as Top Esports? Do you not? That's kind of the bilateral kind of, you know, setup you have for yourself. But they do lock in the Aphelios for iBoy. Has been something that he's been leaning a little bit more towards, you know, later on the split. Jinx still very much at the top of his game there, but very much having a moment or two to try and keep himself up and alive with that particular pick, especially with the extra little bit of utility within the guns. But Top Esports saying, look, Tien, putting you back on the Viego. Honestly, yeah, take the Silas. I actually have no issues with this whatsoever.
Yeah, Tien going to get his hands on his most played from spring, his most played currently in summer, and you're going to get Knight on his favorite pick as well in this Silas. Knight is just such a good Silas player. It's disgusting. Now Rare Adam going to have to see what they can try and do. Lian at least going to try and go for this early aggression. Can go for the Lee Sin. Xin Zhao also works incredibly well. Volley Bear, another great pick, but you do have to be careful about what you're giving across towards Knight on the opposite side. So it will go towards the Xin Zhao. Azir going to be the matchup for Strive, which Knight is going to be perfectly fine with. Won't really have any sort of issues with getting poked out of lane too much. But Rare Adam would be leaning heavily in towards that late game if they go towards the Azir.
Yeah, it would definitely be a little bit of all eggs in the one basket, but to go back towards the Talia, and look, I'm going to say Strife was not terrible on the Talia. It does also not give Silas an immediate impact ultimate. Yes, the Weaver's Wall is nice, but it's not really that, you know, big Gnar ultimate or anything like that. And right now, there isn't a huge amount of options available to Top Esports to say, look, this ultimate's going to change everything. But at the same time, I think for Silas, he doesn't really care, because I think, you know, Silas in general, regardless of the ultimates he takes, he's just powerful.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that because of the durability update, the fact you've got Grievous Wounds nerf, it just gives Silas so much uptime in fights. He's an absolute menace. So Top Esports going to take that alongside the Ezreal, which will give a bit of a free time towards iBoy, but at least again leans into that mid game that Top Esports are trying to hit off of a 2-item spike. My biggest concern though for them is if Rare Adam do end up going towards things like the Azir, if you end up going towards these late game scaling picks, you don't have a huge amount of control over this bot side with the Ezreal. It's more about trying to like open up Mark to link up at Knight and make plays there, but Strive should be relatively safe in that regard. You've got a good mid jungle there, so there are moments where Rare Adam may just go, cool, we're just going to continue to scale into the late game, and you don't really have a lot of wiggle room for Top Esports to make early plays.
Yeah, the Ezreal's an interesting one as well. We're seeing a lot more priority on it in the likes of Viper. Jackie Love has had a huge amount of presence on it as well, but no one else really picking that one up. And I do like to see that this champion can look absolutely broken. If you watched, even like the likes of Gala at MSI, if you could just continuously hit those Mystic shots and just make them almost look like a targeted ability, it just creates a huge amount of pressure in that lane. And even around objectives, the poke can be very prolific the later on the game goes.
I think as well, chances are we're going to see top esports go for things like this. Sejuani here for Wayward, like try to set up for this full kind of melee in your face style of composition. So having a champion like Ezreal who's just going to be able to freely move in and out of fights as he pleases with the arcane shift, a lot of self-peel, a lot of mobility, it's going to work really well with top esports style, because I think again we're missing a lot of the engage tools here for top esports. So I imagine Wayward will fall back towards something like the Sejuani, make these team fights a little bit more difficult for these short range compositions with the Aphelios. But Rare Atom actually going to ban away the Sejuani, so now we have to see what the plan is here for the top esports top laner. I think support will be the next big pick though.
Yeah, you go for support here. I imagine lead the top side, counter pick for Wayward, see what Rare Atom want to go for. Of course, Rare Atom still can go for the Jax for Cube. It has been one of his most played champions so far alongside the Gwen, but I feel like people like Wayward will have an answer to you. Yes, you can blind it into other teams, and maybe it'll work out for you, but I think into specifically top esports, they are going to have a lot more for it. But top esports do lock in the Leona. It is going to be pretty much, I think it's the second highest, or maybe the third highest for Mark this split, and it really does kind of, the 5 times, so it's actually joint top at the side for Mark alongside Braum.
Yeah, and Mark is simultaneously the best and worst Leona at all points in time. He is Schrodinger's Leona because whenever I see this man, he can land some fantastic engages with the Leona, and other times he just completely whiffs the Zenith Blade. So we have to see what side of the equation Mark ends up falling on here, but into the Nautilus, he will be on a little bit of a back foot in just the way this matchup synchronizes in the bottom half, so he will more than likely be looking for the roams to link up at night that we talked about. Wayward eyeing up the Gwen here to go up against the blind Vladimir that we get for Cube, so definitely an interesting one for Cube, and it's kind of a pick that we've only really seen coming through from 369 more so than anyone else.
Yeah, well, 369, but Flandre's been playing it for ED3 as well, yeah, so this is, we have seen Cube play it so far this split, didn't win on it, had a 7.0 KDA, so didn't do badly, but, statistic-based analysis isn't exactly the greatest there, but we will see the Gwen locked and loaded, Wayward's most picked champion of the split, and again, the Gwen should do just fine into something like the Vlad. I think the top lane again becomes a little bit of a no-man's show of no one really going to have kill pressure on the other until we see jungle intervention.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit of a mismatch because Cube essentially ends up pushing the wave as the range champion, so you end up trying to chip away the turret. You think you're going to be relatively safe, but oftentimes Gwen takes the ghost in this matchup, so she has the opportunity to chase you down. So we sometimes see Vladimir's opting in towards a flash ghost combo to try and counteract that, because Gwen is very good with the ghost of chasing you down, attacking you outside the pool, making sure you're not actually able to get that escape. So I think it becomes a little bit interesting to see how these two matchups end up going. And suddenly if you're not running this Vladimir with the TP, well then Gwen can kind of start getting resets and start to outpace you through that TP advantage. So it becomes a very interesting matchup to watch, but one that I kind of lean in towards Wayward a little bit when it comes towards kill pressure post 6.
And I'm kind of curious just to know your opinion on this as well. As we are seeing the Vladimir slowly creep back up into the meta, similar to things like the Tryndamere. Why are we seeing it come back into it? Is it just because it's a safe lineup that gives you a good team fight? What's the benefit of it coming into this game?
I think it's great late game scaling, great team fighting, which is where we're seeing a lot of the meta shift towards, especially because you look at how powerful objectives are at the moment. Vladimir can do incredibly well, great backline, dive threat, and a lot of people kind of underestimate how good Vladimir can be at separating team fights, the zone control he can offer, because if he's ramping up with his E, he's pooled in front of your backline, they are running away. They're not going to be available in the fight, so Cube can very easily start to break up these fights by using the pool, and also then having things like the Zhonya's Hourglass if you want to, although we've kind of seen a lot of Vladimir's E teeter away from that. That can also just buy a lot of time in fights where you're separating front from back and allowing your own team to deal with the aggressive front line.
the Gwen? Okay, I was about to say that the Gwen was tiny there for a second. I'm hoping that graphical glitch did not stick, because that would have been very jarring to see a literal doll holding a giant scissors.
It makes it slightly more terrifying.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like I was watching. You know when you go down rabbit holes on like Twitter or Reddit and like that. I went down one of those and Reddit. It was like, what's okay to hear at 3 p.m. but not 3 a.m. And then someone was like the ice cream van music, and I'm just like, isn't that terrifying? Like if you hear that 3 p.m. whatever, no one cares. 3 a.m. you're like, what is going on? Like, but come back into reality. Let's talk about how these junglers are going to be starting off. They're going to be both on the bot side, pathing up towards the top. Very difficult to really see the Viego or the Xin Zhao make a kind of gank up against the Vladimir or the Gwen, both having some decent ways of getting themselves safe and out there. So where do you want to see them focus, if it even is the top lane itself?
I think that's the hardest part here for top esports, is like you don't really have the opportunity to push any advantages in lane. Jackie Love going to be trying to keep pace with iBoy, but iBoy should have the shove there. Knight going to be pushed in. Cube, at least in the early stages, should be able to get on towards Wayward. So overall, you should be in a pretty okay spot here as Rare Adam to play out your lane states totally fine. The end maybe even looking for a few engages as actually Jackie Love gets hooked and ignited.
Yeah, needs to be so careful in those situations, because with the Calibrum, you're going to have that extra little bit of range onto the Ezreal. I will say, though, you should be able to trade it back very nicely and keep yourself safe. But level 1, the Leona just doesn't have it in her kit to fight back.
And that's the thing, and that's why Yanj is able to go that little bit more aggressive in these early stages. Now, does mean still Jackie Love should be fine, has that TP to get back to lane, so will be able to kind of absorb some of that pressure and get those early resets, even starting with the tier as well. Just kind of going, hey, look, I don't really care about trying to fight at this early point. I just want to scale as quickly as humanly possible. So at the moment, Top Esports kind of taking that laid-back route that we were talking about, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on Lien to see what he can try and achieve.
See what they're able to kind of go for. We will see them both towards that top side, kind of on a similar path, also on a similar clear speed. I will say maybe they will have a little bit of a skirmish around that Scuttlebug, but with the Xin Zhao having priority in mid, the Vladimir not really being pushed in as hard as we can see him engaging on the bot side. The trade back there onto Mark is good as Jackie Love looks to try and make this one work for his team, but you can see just how powerful this Nautilus-Aphelios combination is. The Leona goes in, it gets interrupted by the Nautilus, and then you're just able to cycle through those guns so much quicker than you can the Ezreal.
Yeah, I have no idea where you're trying to trade effectively on that bottom side, but Tien trying to see if he can go for this. Knight moved across, level advantage for Knight and Tien, and they will be able to push him away as Lien will spot it out, so Lien now going to start moving down towards his bottom side, but should still be fine to try and get this Scuttle and keep himself equal.
Yeah, again, look, you see Mark resetting, so nothing he can really do. Tien recognizes he doesn't have it there, and that's the difference between having the Krugs taken by the Viego and the Krugs not taken. I was going to say Strive does dodge out one of the CCs, gets snapped back to Tien, but might have to use his own flash here. He's taken very low. He does Sint, he keeps it, and that's going to cause First Blood at top Esports. You just find themselves a good opportunity.
Yeah, Strive, unfortunately, just not willing to commit the flash to get out, so massive error coming through from the Rare Adam mid laner. Knight getting that early lead where he really shouldn't have, and Lien as well going to be a little bit later on the reset coming through because he hadn't cleared out his bot side camps, and Xin Zhao just not able to keep up with the clearing power of this Viego. So already taking a step back in this game is Rare Adam. This is just nice from Tien. Manages to get the knockback. Strive thinks he's okay with the reset, but not expecting the passive auto attack and the Q to come through there to finish him off, and just doesn't expect as much damage to hit him at the one time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an unfortunate one there, and this is kind of Top Esports, that mid-jungle kind of synergy as we see Wayward now going on aggressive onto Cube. Wayward needs to be a bit careful though. You have mana, and Cube on the Vladimir does not. He just has to expend some of his cooldowns and his health bars as well, so you can see him just sustaining with the Q, and once he gets up to that level 9, he gets full points into the Q, he's able just to kind of go for very aggressive trades and really start to punish this Gwen in this top side.
Yeah, it becomes really difficult to try and deal with this, especially because we kind of talked about how Cube would have to take the Ghost in this matchup, so then he could try and get away from Wayward, but Wayward actually opting in towards the Ignite, so looking more for these kind of all-in setups with Tien, where you can try and burst down the Vladimir, get some of the Grievous Wounds from the Ignite to make it a bit easier to take him down. So it feels like, at least for Top Esports, they're kind of looking towards Tien in the early stages to try and ease the burden of these solo lanes, and so far Tien's been doing a great job of that, at least in the mid lane.
Yeah, Wayward does get himself back up with the TP. No TP on Cube, like you mentioned, does have a Ghost. I will say, with a Ghost and a Phase Rush, that is a very fast Vladimir. He will be able to go in and out of fights very, very quickly, and with the Sanguine Pool, have a lot of safety with it as well, so we'll see what RA are able to make work with it. They will have level 6s being hit very, very shortly as Lien gets spotted out here by Wayward, but will get his ward taken as a response.
Yeah, And the problem for Lian is that he needs to be the one to try and interrupt what top esports are trying to do, especially what TN is trying to do, and maybe now moving across to actually catch TN here, as he feels like there's going to be another play towards the mid lanes.
Yeah, they are starting to wait around. Both junglers here, neither level 6, but level 6 is going to be hit here by Knight as Lian going to try and make himself known towards TN. They're going to steal away the Crescent Guard and try and trade this one back. Lian does end up getting the flash out of Strife, but it's not enough this time round, and this bullying in the mid lane is just working out so well for top esports.
Level 6 is just more of an advantage for Knight. He's able to steal away Lian's ultimate, whereas Strife doesn't really get any more powerful at level 6 in comparison. So Knight gets the kill, another one going the way of TN, and suddenly what we expected to be Rare Adam controlling and dictating the pace of this early game is just not coming to fruition.
No, it really isn't, and you can see just how difficult it is for them to be able to kind of say it. Viego is coming in. TN does not have Heartbreaker here, but will not land the CC. You can see that Cube thought that something was happening, and he puts a ward down just before. But Cube, you have got the Sanguine Pool, but you're going to have to use the Ghost now and the Flash. Both summoners use. Wayward didn't even use his Ignite.
Look, object permanence doesn't exist. Alright? In theoretical physics, if you lose track of where the Electron is, you have no idea where it's gone. It can go anywhere at that stage. It's only when you observe it that it actually gets into a fixed spot, and if the jungler is there, well then it's only there when you observe him. But unfortunately that's not the case in League of Legends. And top esports have managed to punish that 3 times thus far.
I was going to say that it's actually interesting that you went with the very kind of like, you know, scientific, you know, setup. In my head it was just like horses, blinders or blinkers on them. It's like, because a horse, that's the whole thing. The reason why you put blinkers on a horse in a horse racing thing is that they will get spooked by the other horses getting closer to them. So you just put blinkers and they're going, and then they look straight and they're like, oh, he's gone. That's literally how horses work. Their brains cannot fathom it, so end up putting them there forward. Yours was a little bit more elegantly put.
Yeah, see, so my cousin has recently got a degree in theoretical physics, so I'll like randomly just have chats with him, and I'm like, damn, you are just like way more intelligent than me when it comes to this, aren't you?
I love when you have someone like that in your family, because then they say something to you and you're just like, oh, I'm not intelligent enough to have this conversation with you. I talk about video games.
Yeah, I will say he has gone from getting his degree in theoretical physics to working in Nut Merchant in Vancouver. So it has been a bit of a change. He's still trying to see how he can get involved.
If it's theoretically possible, you know, he should do it. That's the way it kind of goes.
So shout out to Cole. I hope he's doing well over in
Congrats
Canada.
to you.
We miss you. But back into this game. Top esports already, but a very good lead now, trying to see if they can abuse that, moving up towards this Rift Herald, but Rare Adam are in position.
TN going to have to Heartbreaker over the wall, you would imagine. Keep themselves safe away from the side of RA, who are trying to be putting in, but you do not have Cube here, and Cube has no TP, so this will be a 5v4 in favor of top esports, as finally Jackie Love joins his team. There's the Moonlight Vigil, going to completely whiff. Why would you throw that out there when you know the W is available for Gwen, as she becomes immune? Now the Rift Herald being taken down to about 1,000 HP, they're going to try and fully engage on top of this one here, as Mark flashes away after going in straight away. There's going to be the Crescent Guard, as they try and just create a zone around Knight. Knight still going strong, though, as you can see, finally the Hemo Clay comes in, as eventually the Vladimir has made his presence known, but despite the low health bars from the side of top esports, they're still looking good, and they still take 2 kills. The Rift Herald did go down, and it was picked up by Mark.
Early skirmishes just belong to top esports. 0-5, a 3,000 gold lead. Top esports are out the gate swinging as per usual.
And what can you do here for RA? You've got yourself such good early skirmishing, but even the early skirmishing is going against you, because you can see this top esports just weaving and bobbing and waving in so lovely.
But Vladimir isn't here. So already you're starting this fight out as a 4 versus 5. So top esports gets so much damage coming through here, and everyone tries to commit on tonight towards the top half of the map, which means you're overextended here. As iBoy, he's basically nothing in this fight. Same as Strive, he's got to put himself in an awkward position to try and follow up, because everyone has to try and move through that choke point. Whereas top esports set up with a great concave there, able to kind of move and adjust as that fight goes on. So unfortunately for Rare Adam, just no numbers, no real good setup for that fight either, and top esports take the advantage.
Yeah, you can see the Vladimir. It does decent damage, but it's just not relevant right now, as we have Mark roaming up towards this mid lane, as is TN. Oh, Strife. Oh, Strife.
We salute you, sir.
We salute you. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
0-3.
Yeah.
Same thought process, just not go well for Strive in this one. I mean, 3-0-2 for TN, looking super hot. 2-0-4, and there's the Rift Herald that we had for Mark. I was about to say, he probably needed to move mid, to make that play happen with the Rift Herald, but he was way ahead of us. Already Top Esports are looking for more.
They are looking for more. They're looking to try and make this one work, but the Crescent Guard comes in. There's the Solar Flare going to come out, but it's not really going to do much, and that's a little bit of a rare mistake there from the side of Top Esports. They thought they could force the issue, but Lien's still on his incel, still very powerful at the early stages. But we're going to go for another real fight coming out here as both Clutch Lockmans come out. They eventually get on top of him. That's 2 kills now over to Lien. It's Lien or bust in this game right now, as finally Strife gets gifted over a kill. They were so desperate to get him back into the game, and 3 kills now off the trot.
Oh, daddy boy. But that is such a big mistake from Top Esports. The whiff on the stun coming through from Tien sets it up beautifully. And Yanja, you thinking about more?
It's going to be hard, though. You haven't got the From the Depths, so you're not going to, or sorry, the Depth Charms from the Depth coming out from Pyke, but you do not have the ultimate on the Nautilus. Let's have a look at the replay here, because it starts off with them thinking they can go for this, but Knight's already very low.
So this is the idea, right? Tien is supposed to start this off, so he tanks, walks out, Knight gets to deal the damage, and then the Solar Flare will come in, so you're able to kind of very quickly ramp that one up. But with Tien missing on the Maw, this all starts to fall apart. And even with the Heartbreaker here, Lien, great job to connect with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and from that position then, Rare Adam able to follow up with Strive coming through. So 3 very quick kills coming through from Rare Adam with a nice run for Yuanja, and Strive being able to come in with the Weaver's Wall.
And much needed gold as well coming out for Lien, because he gets himself a score drinker. You are still looking at a bit of a kind of a halfway house here for the side of Rare Adam's Strife, as we see the Everfrost being picked up and finished off here for Knight. So he's already got himself some pretty decent tank stats, but you got Tien roaming up here from the top side. You got to be careful as Wayward here. He does have to use the needlework. Oh, Cube, he's confident, and this is the point I'm talking about. Level 9, you get that ult or full stacks on your Q, and you're just too hard to deal with. But now Cube, he's kind of caught between no man's land, and he's going to try and run away. He's looking to try and execute before Tien can get over to him. Should be able to do it, I think, maybe, unless Tien can go
Wayward.
There he goes. Yeah, he actually keeps himself alive for just a half a second, and that's going to mean the execute, so nobody gets the goal.
Yeah, nicely done by Cube. Gets the kill. Rare Adam get the Dragon because they spot Tien on that top side. So really nicely done by the Rare Adam side. They're very quickly starting to ramp back up into this game on what was looking like done and dusted. Suddenly, you know, still a 3k gold lead, but not an unmanageable situation to be in, especially with 2 Dragons in their back pocket. Great late game scaling coming through with the Aphelios and the Vladimir. Top Esports need to right the ship a little bit here.
Yeah, they need to kind of just center themselves, bring themselves back to reality, and kind of say, look, we're not out of the woods just yet. We're not set up for victory as of the moment. The Ezreal will have that little bit of a power spike, though, once he finishes off that Muramana, but it's going to be relatively equal to what iBoy and Strife are able to bring to themselves.
And it's the same at Night as well, right? Like, you're actually in a position where at least Top Esports will spike that bit sooner, so looking towards things like this Rift Tower that's going to be coming up in 2 minutes seems to be the best way for Top Esports to try and solidify the advantages that they have. So already you can see that Tien's moving down, trying to get some gold in towards Jackie Love so he can finish that second item. Then look for him to rotate mid, lean in towards that Rift Herald, and get themselves in a good spot. Rare Adam not really in a position to try and contest as well.
Yeah, we'll see Yanja, though, very confident walking over onto this. He is a Nautilus, of course, so would have been very difficult to try and burst him out, as we can now see the Strife force to flash away the Solar Flare. And this is just Mark playing a very smart game of just basically buddying up with Tien and saying, look, if we're together, if with my CC and your damage, we can do anything.
And I mean, they're definitely putting the pressure on towards Rare Adam. Again, Top Esports just leaning down towards this bottom side, having numbers if Rare Adam tried to make any sort of play. But we already talked about it, right? Look at the Rift Herald. Spawning in less than a minute's time. You get the resets coming through from Top Esports. They're going to put Jackie Love and Mark in the mid lane, push mid, rotate to the side, and you end up having a ton of opportunity now to either look for Rift Herald off rip, or just look for the mid turn instead, and then lean bot side, so then you get another tower. So you end up still trading up effectively in towers and forcing this catch-22 on Rare Adam.
Still 3,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports. They're very much kind of having themselves in a good position gold-wise. Level 11 for Knight is pretty significant as well. But those 2 Dragons, we are another Cloud Soul, second one of the series. We saw it in Game 1 as well. So we'll see if the side of Rare Adam want to go for it. Honestly, it is a little bit of a win condition. You think of a Cloud Soul with something like a Vladimir, a Xin Zhao, even a Nautilus. That's a lot of power to be able to come into your team fight should you be able to go for it. And Lien starting up this Rift Herald and saying, look, we know we're more powerful. We're just going to trade down the bot turret for this objective.
But this this is what we're talking about, right? Rare Adams catch 22. They go for Rift Herald. Well, they lose bot tower tonight. You have push in mid lane here for top esports as well. They may not actually be able to get the mid lane turret though, as they look like they're a little bit slow in the push. But that was the idea from top esports. They trade 2 towers for a potential single one on Rare Adam's side.
You got 2 items down the Ezreal as well. He's a full item ahead of his counterpart, and iBoy only getting himself the Gale Force as of the moment, but a Essence Reaver and Mermana now setting themselves up here for Jackie Love for success. That poke, those Mystic shots going to be doing significant damage, and we kind of wait to see now where the next real fight's going to be. Probably in 2 minutes time around that dragon, because if you can get up the soul point here as we're at him, you've got a win condition, but you are significantly further behind than you probably wanted to be in this game.
Especially when we talked about them having pretty much full control of the map. Again, Lian just hasn't really been able to get into... Well, that's unfair. He has actually had some good ganks in towards the mid lane and been able to turn around some of these play from top esports. And now it's just a case of, for Rare Adam, trying to see if they can continue mobilizing towards that late game. You've got Cube already with 1 item completed. It's going to be working up towards the second as well. For Aphelios, only getting that single item. He still wants 2 more before he's really going to be relevant in this game. So you've got a lot of time that you've got to try and buy here for Rare Adam, and at least having this Rift Herald denies a little bit of a potential push here from top esports to keep using the advantages they have. Even the fact Rare Adam have 2 dragons, they can just ignore these next few dragons and just let top esports have them as you wait for that late game to come through.
Yeah, you really want to try and just get yourself onto some kind of equal footing here, as Jackie Love has just kept himself in this mid lane, has lost literally 0 mana despite him being here for the last 3 or 4 minutes. And now we're going to see Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. It looks like Rare Adam want to try and fight this one, though, and it's going to be difficult for them to really make this one stick. They are clearing out the vision. They've already brought Cube down, so they're giving up top tier 1 in favor of pressure now around this turret, or excuse me, around this mid lane and Dragon Pit. So with both teams now posturing around it, the Weaver's Wall is going to be good here, and Mark's kind of caught by himself. He flashes away and uses the Blast Cone. They're going to steal away the Nautilus ultimate there. Silas, they got to push in mid.
I actually think this is a bit of a mistake from Rare Adam, though. Delay is the name of the game. You're not trying to outpace top esports on the map, and the fact that you're letting this last outer turret goes down gives top esports more of the map to work with now. Now they can push in bot, they can push in top, rotate mid, look for that cheap tower in the mid lane as well that's already on super low health. And top esports, as you can see, like, they're just forcing Rare Adam back, and now Wayward is putting aggression onto the tier 2.
Yeah, Wayward's kind of saying, look, it's a Cloud Soul. We don't really need this. And they're going to TP on the flank as well. You got Knight with the Nautilus ultimate. You can see Rare Adam, they know that something's up. They know they can't fully commit to this dragon despite it being so low, and that's going to be a full leash, you would imagine, going over to the side of top esports. Rare Adam, they're on a flank. Strife, though, in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and jump back onto Knight, but there's a great solar flare to catch out the 2 members of Rare Adam. They lose the dragon, they lose the fight, and Dagda, you're a prophet because everything you said just happened.
And that was the problem. They didn't need to try and take this fight. If you end up in a situation here as Rare Adam where, okay, we leave Cube on top side, he keeps fighting against Wayward. The second top esports commit for the dragon, you Rift Herald mid lane, you get mid lane off the charge, you reset back out towards this top side, you're going to be a fantastic spot. Now though, because they try and fight, they lose the top tower, they lose bot tier 2, they've lost the dragon, they've lost their mid lane, and suddenly what was, them trying to over-aggress and get too big of a trade has come back to bite them.
3 towers overall in that trade as well. Mid-top tier 1.
The gold difference.
Yeah, the gold's gone up to about 7,500. Let's have a look at the replay here, because Knight, he actually just skirts around Vision and kind of says, look, they haven't seen me yet, so I'm just going to put myself in a perfect position to flank them.
Yeah, so top esports had the advantage of being on the objective first. Knight's in a fantastic spot. You just hit your 2 items, which is great for top esports, and instantly he's able to get on Stripe. And also, I love how he uses his passive here. So flashes forward just for the auto attack so that he can actually get the kill. Still means he's got the Kingslayer when he moves on towards his next target. So constantly getting a ton of damage and really just getting full efficiency out of his kit in that play.
7,500 gold, and top esports just starting to really ramp things up. Yes, we know that Cloud Soul isn't exactly the most ideal of or sought after of dragons, but 4 of them, hell of a drug to be giving yourself in these later stages. We can see now Knight steals away the Hemo Plague as Cube cannot take this fight right now, as Mark and Tien making themselves known at this top side. And this is, again, just top esports just owning the map, bulldozing through RA, and there's nothing RA can do about it.
especially as the top esports now start to get control even further in the jungle of Rare Adam on this top side. Lien may feel the brunt of that here.
Well, Mark's going to walk forward and immediately go into stasis there. It's going to be a true shot barrage, bring a fair bit of damage over onto Strife and Lien. You can see that even though a choke is a fantastic spot for a Talia to be fighting, even a Vladimir to be fighting as well, Rare Adam have to be so wary of where and when they take fights, because if they just go in willy-nilly, Lien could be in a lot of trouble. They're going to see the solar flare landed on top of him, and Tien takes up a kill. Honestly, they could turn for Baron right now if they're feeling confident.
Yeah, Wayward's still on bot side, no TP though, so you'd have to actually start walking up here if they want to try and get that objective.
Go for it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start. Strive does have TP, even though he's just reset, so now Rare Adam will spot that the objective has been started.
Yeah, but you don't really have that much great gold as Yuyansha gets hit by a Mystic Shot or two, and then the TP is going to be coming in. That's Talia joining in the fray. Look at Gwen, very much far and away from this one. It's put a 4v4. You don't have Lien. The Baron down to about 1,000. One more auto attack and a smite will do it as Cube tries to make something happen here. Jackie Love gets himself over the wall with the flash. The Hemo Plague does well, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Knight is 1v4ing right now. Eventually will fall, but has he done the damage? Because here comes Wayward. He jumps on the Strife and forces out his flash as they're still pushing forward with this one. There's a kill for Jackie Love on top of iBoy as they're going to trade back one more kill. And look at Wayward, he's throwing in skill shots left, right, and center as they take down absolutely everybody. One more Q should do it, but he's not quite able to get it done. And now you've actually lost 4 on the side of top esports. Yes, you get the Baron, but you've lost everyone to use it.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be the snip from Wayward to win that fight, but it actually turned out to be the Baron flip for top esports. They end up giving so much across to Rare Adam. Yes, they do get the Baron, but the fight afterwards goes in favor of Rare Adam. Only Wayward will get out with the Baron buff, and you can see here Knight actually buys a ton of time. Hemo Plague heals him up. He's got the Kingslayer to keep him healthy. Design's Glass, but Jackie Love already low off the back of this. He has to try and get himself into a position where he can actually try and fight this. Cube is consistently getting to heal up as he rocks back and forth into the fights. And here, Wayward does a great job with the scissors, the needlework even, to get that kill, but can't really get onto Strive. Strive, with his dying breath, knocks Wayward back out of the fight, which buys all this time for Cube to deal with 2 more members of top esports. So hero play from Strive as he fell there.
Hero play from Strive, and also just Cube not getting hit by that last Mystic Shot from Jackie Love keeps him alive, makes sure that they get a favorable trade. So a 3 for 2, well, technically a 4 for 4 in the end of it all as we kind of come back into it. So yes, you got the Baron as top esports. Yes, you are still 8,000 gold ahead, but it does delay that goal, you know, that kind of spike a little bit more. As we can see, iBoy already half HP. He cannot step to this 3-item Ezreal anymore. As Strive saying, look, 2v2, I can take this one here. As Knight is already joined in. They do have the needlework slowing people down, but it's going to be very difficult for them to really catch anybody out. Cube is going to be in a little bit of trouble. As I say that, though, we are going to see another fight coming in. It's a 4v3 on the back side of this one here. Solarflare is going to be good as Jackie Love's putting out some decent, consistent damage. He flashes on top of him as Mark picks up the first kill of this fight. Now Cube trying to jump on top of the Ezreal and the Leona, but I'm not quite sure if he's going to be able to keep himself alive. And say he's doing pretty decent damage on the other side of this one, though. He eventually goes down. Now you can see they're going to try and take him all out. As top esports said, you got one fight is all you will get, and they will completely wipe the floor with the side of RA.
You can even see there, standing there going, oh, I'm alive, before he decides to walk out of that one. But he only gets to watch his base burn as top esports will now start to take the remaining outer towers. Top, mid, and bot will all fall after the fight. The 10,000 gold lead has exploded for top esports, and with this, it just doesn't feel like Rare Adam are going to be able to fight back. They're just too far behind.
No, they really are. You can even see when they try to fight, Cube gets himself onto the primary carry of Jackie Love and kind of says, look, I've got this. I can take him out with 2 items and a Shadow Flame. It's huge, but it's not enough. You're looking at a 3.5 item Jackie Love with a Hex Drinker, and yeah, they try to go for this one. It looks like a favorable trade because of the numbers advantage, but they're just not able to do it.
Yeah, but the problem here is, like, Yuyansha, as you can see, goes in onto Jackie Love with the depth charge, but no one's actually able to get onto Jackie Love in that scenario. And from this point forward, Tien does a great job of being able to buy space to again separate the fight. Cube just doesn't have the damage thanks to that Hex Drinker, as you pointed out, on Jackie Love, and the rest of the fight is already going the way of top esports because Knight has caught him.
Oh, it's tough. It's a tough game for RA. And again, look, it's not to be unexpected.
Bye-bye, iBoy.
Yeah, iBoy doesn't have flash, does have cleanse, but it's not going to do you any good. So he's going to die there. Mark picking up his kill. Mark picking up a lot of kills, actually. I'm curious to see what his scoreline is once we come off of this graphic on the bottom of your screen. So you see what he's able to go. 2, 2, and 12. So actually not as many kills as I thought. Just the last fight in that one.
I mean, look, 2 kills for support. You take that. It is desperate times. They
He's
require
he's actually got the same kills and more assists than Wayward does. As we can see, Wayward going ham in this top side, trying to see if he can take out the what was it, Talia, and ends up getting rid of the stopwatch at least. And we come back to live, and Yuyan just
It's just that top 12 board here for Rare Adam. Top Esports going to make this a 2-0 as everything starts to fall apart for Rare Adam. How do you try and mount a defense against the behemoth that is Top Esports?
I mean, Top Esports, again, like we said, it's starting to feel a lot like summer 2020, and this team is really starting to come into its own. They are catapulting themselves towards playoffs. The Nexus is all that stands between them and securing their place in the postseason. It will take a little longer because they haven't actually taken out the inhibitors just yet. And it looks like they're going to go for a reset and probably take Baron and then go for the end.
I mean, why not, right? You've literally got one inhibitor turret still remaining. You have the ability to just push in on towards this Nexus without any issue. And if Rare Adam ever try and defend, you just feel like Top Esports can destroy that fight regardless.
Tien's got himself a Mikhail's Blessing. He's got himself that, just in case. Just in case. You know what? I was all for the topic of kind of like, you know, Chempunk Chainsword. Get that as your second item and such. Build that towards your kind of, you know, your team. It's a great stat stick. Gives you grievous wounds as well. You can see the both junglers went for it. Love that. Great job. Good job to everybody who ended up picking that one up there. And then the Mikhail's Blessing is it's an interesting one, but it's just more safety for the rest of your team. He's a team player, Doctor.
I mean, he is a bit of a beast in this, and we'll have to see if he can use it here.
Here we go. We're going to see the Solar Flare coming out. They're going to try and jump on the TN. The man with the Mikhail's Bless, he does end up getting out with his life, so now the real utility can come in. Knight is TP'd on the backside of this one. As you can see now, Strive trying to deal with him and Cube, and it's a bit of a fight on two different fronts as iBoy gets jumped onto. Strive gets taken down, as does Layen. You can see iBoy trying to do his very best. Eventually, TN will fall. We salute you, Mikhail's Blessing, as you go up to the Angels, but Cube is now on the wrong side of the Rift. He's going to have the Sanguine Pool available to him, and should Knight try to go for the full engage, but yeah, it's just going to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, Knight trying to convince Cube that he should read his good book and be a part of it, as he will manage to get one more assist for his name. Wayward will take that one. As we start to move towards the base, Top Esports take the 2-0 against Rare Adam.
They'll take the 2-0, and not only that, Dagda, they will secure their spot into playoffs. 10 wins and 1 loss means the Top Esports will be seeing you in the best of fives, regardless of what happens in the rest of the split.
Welcome to playoffs, Top Esports. Rare Adam will try their best to hold on, but it will just not be enough. The Mikhail's Blessing Viego just too strong.
It's too much. It's too much.
I was
100% win rate with that build.
Yeah, I had to like double check it there to make sure, because I was like, it is just heal and shield power, not on others. So yeah, he was just getting 20% more healing from that. So when you already have the Divine Sunder and you're passive, you're kind of getting a lot of healing through that.
That's true, actually. Yeah. So I don't know
Still,
if it's going to stick.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just going to say for your solo queue and stuff, don't build that. That one very much was a happy moment for TN. I think, honestly, he was just sick of dying. You know, game one, he died a lot, and the team won. He's like, no, I'm not going to die this time around. I think he died once, actually. Yeah, I think he died once. But yeah, great game all around from Top Esports. Can't really fault them from that one. And for Rare Adam, sadly for them, it's getting dire. I think dire is the only real way I can put it. 2-8 now in the season, 6 series left in the year, to be perfectly honest. Not even just a split. It's basically got to come down to 6 and 10. I don't know if it's going to be enough. 8 and 8 is probably the minimum you need. So you need to go on a mad win streak now.
Yeah, and it just doesn't really seem that likely. Rare Adam just can't really get themselves together in a lot of situations. We're looking at them kind of going, hey, the early game that you had control of, you weren't able to try and work through. Lien hasn't been particularly active for this squad for a while, and even both in game 1 and game 2, when they had some advantages through their solo laners, we just never saw them work together. And I got to give a shout out to Tien for this game. Tien was magnificent in the early stage of this game, continuously getting those ganks off into mid, making sure Knight was in a really good spot. Now, we did see 1 or 2 oopsies where he went a bit over aggressive, but overall, having that control from the early stage made this game what it was for Top Esports.
Yeah, I just realized as well why he built Mikhail's Blessing. I've got it. Because whenever Tien does well, it's Christianity. You know what I mean? It's like that.
Oh,
so then you get the Mikhail's Blessing for the followers of Christianity. There you go. It's all a big brain. It's all there. You just got to look. The pictures are all there. You just got to put them together.
I don't want to put them together. I really don't. That was
I like where my brain goes, and your brain's just like, no, that's dumb. You're dumb.
No, it was very clever, but it was just like, oh god.
As I say, it's like one of those Illuminati things. You're just like, wait, the numbers, Mason. What do the numbers mean? But yeah, for Top Esports, this is a great win. We've already obviously hit on the rest of their schedule, but like they're sitting on 10-1. They've really only got 2 tests really left. It's Anyone's Legend and V5. That's in week 10, so that's actually 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, Anyone's Legend in that mix and such like that. But next few matches, Ultra Prime, very much a team they should be beating. TT again on the rise, but Top Esports just looking dominable. LGD, it's again, you could end up with this team kind of coming into it. They're 10-1 now. You add 3 more wins. They're 13-1 coming into the final 2 series.
And I love that we're seeing the progression Top Esports come through from spring, right? Where Jackie Love having a lot less of those happy games, or Top Esports in general having a lot less of those happy games. You see him here, like, you never really got to see Jackie Love pop off in the early stages, but nearly 40% of his team's damage, 208% damage code. Now, he is an Ezreal, so those numbers do get inflated, but still, this guy has been so incredible, stepping up massively as the split has gone on. And honestly, I think across the board for Top Esports, this is why people are looking at them as one of the best teams in the LPL right now. Honestly, top 2, because they just look so incredibly strong.
I mean, it's going to take something special from another team, even something like V5. Yes, you know, like we haven't seen them play against each other, but honestly, the way things are going, like either of these teams could end up taking out each other. It's actually going to be such a banger. I'm so excited for that. I can't believe we get that all the way in week 10 as well. Like, it's literally going to be, it could honestly be the difference between like who gets first and who gets second, and which means you're still in double elimination, but it's like first or second as we come into it. But of course, we still have JDG in that mix as well. They're only on 1 loss, and it's getting quite close. RNG still have yet a couple of series to kind of make up for that as well. Could see a couple of upsets there, so there's still all to play for rest in the season.
Yeah, huge amount. And that's the thing though, for Top Esports, it's looking very good. For Rare Atom, that's the complete opposite side of the equation, where you're kind of looking going, all right, well, who have you left that you can really try and take down? It hasn't been successful for them pretty much across the board. They still have like RNG, EDG, LNG, even the reinvigorated TT still to play. I just don't know where they're going to be able to try and find those wins.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to see where RA can really go from here. And like, honestly, this is it's kind of a reassessment of expectations, because a reevaluation even of expectations, because again, they were a playoff team, they were top 10 in spring, and now it's kind of just says a lot about the caliber of LPL teams and how much they are committed to try and get better, because you cannot just sit idle. You cannot just hope and pray that you're going to be able to be better on the day. You have to do your work. You have to put in the effort, and you can see it just with wholesale changes across the board for so many different teams coming in and saying, like BLG even changing things up, kind of moving their favor a little bit as well. LNG changing up their top side. Everyone's looking to try and make sure they have an advantage, because if you don't, you're just going to fall.
Yeah, and I think that's the big issue for Rare Atom, is that even though they kept a lot of the same components from spring, they just haven't really been able to find that success.
Same team.
It looks very, very messy coming through when it comes to the identity of how they want to play, who they want to play through, and their mid-jungle isn't really working well together. And from that, it's not like the individual parts are necessarily performing poorly, it's just how they're all mixing together hasn't really been able to come to fruition.
Yeah, and there's like, again, little small mistakes coming in, and you could come into like, you know, kind of experiences. So Strive, I think of that last game where Strive and Leanne were just topside, and it's like, yes,
get caught out.
You just can't really do that, guys. You know they're there. You got lucky in the sense of like you got to pick, and you got your bot lane out in game 1. So it's just little things like that that kind of come together, and they do change the dynamic of a game, especially against teams like V5 or Top Esports, where, as we've said a million times over, and we will probably continue to say, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. You give them the smallest window of opportunity, that opportunity is enough for them to take it around. And that's the thing. It can't just be one player on your team. It has to be a whole cohesive unit. You have to be a top 4 in your role to even be considered a top team in the LPL.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing basically on Top Esports side, and why they look so terrifying. You've got the individual parts are performing at an incredibly high level, and then as well you start to look at how this team is working together. It looks just magnificent, especially when you come down to like things like early skirmishing. We saw so many times in this series how even if in game 1 like they fell behind slightly, once they got to team fights, you've great execution, everyone seems to be on the same page, the individual performers are stepping up massively, which makes it incredibly hard for Rare Atom to try and fight back. And I think this is where you have to try and find some sort of way to deal with what Top Esports are bringing to the table. Because even when you think back, like all the way, say in like 2020, we were kind of saying, hey, look, Top Esports is a team that has great individual performers, but they're not great at engaging. They're not really good at finding these windows to fight. And that's why we started to see them playing a lot of things that had like a ton of range. So you'd see like Caitlyn's and Zoe's and all these kind of things. But now we're starting to see the full transition where they brought in Wayward in the top lane. He's able to play these carries if he wants to, but great at finding engages. Pretty much great across the board, kind of whatever situation you need Wayward to slot into, it feels like he can take on that role. Now you got Mark as well, who's been able to step up and find a lot of these engages as well. It feels like you're finding all the pieces for Top Esports are sliding in well together, and they're enabling the likes of Nike and Jackie Love to have pop-off performances.
Yeah, and I really want to call out Mark as well in a positive sense as well, because you think of this guy as like, you know, the LGD 2020 roster that went to Worlds. This guy was kind of seen as a massive weak link in that team, wasn't really fitting well, very much kind of moving around the place, and finding his home, honestly, his forever home, you would hope, on, it feels like he's an abandoned dog, but, you know, his forever home now on Top Esports. He's playing well, and he's working well with the likes of Jackie Love. I will say I wouldn't regard him as the one of the best you know, ports in the league. Of course, that still belongs to the likes of Ming, Crisp, and stuff like that, but he's still done exceptionally well, and I'm really glad to see him finally get that moment to be a little bit more positive in his career. But we got ourselves an MVP. It was Knight on the Silas. Again, I think you got to ban this champion against this man. He is too damn good with the facilities that he's able to bring for this champion. It just brings so much to the team.
Because it is. Like, this is literally the pick that we are saying, hey, look, ban away from Knight. He is by far and away the best Silas that we have in the league, and he was able to bring it even when it wasn't necessarily to the meta that we're seeing in the LPL. The fact now that we're seeing this more and more, like, I genuinely think Silas is not really sleeper OP in the LPL, but we're not seeing it in the regions, and I'm really surprised that we're not seeing it more, because this pick just seems so incredibly strong, and especially when you see it in the hands of Knight, who, as we say, great mechanical skill, great understanding of his damage output, exactly what he can achieve. It just feels like this is a no-brain ban to go against Top Esports.
And I mean, I love what you said there as well, is that, like, you know, the rest of the regions, like the LCK, the LEC, and the LCS as such, that we're not really seeing this pick come out. But I think that's why it's probably just down to how the LPL plays, because if you look at how the LPL does it, similar to here, it's skirmishes. It's not premeditated, set up, you know, kind of things that you're able to kind of go for. It's very much a situation where you're looking towards how and when you can take a fight, how and when you can look to try and make this one work, and it's definitely going to be able to kind of, you know, work back for yourself, and this is just something that Silas can do so much better.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that as you start to move forward and you can see us going a little bit more aggressive into that style in the LPL, I think that's going to be really interesting to watch on the international stage, especially when it slots so well with a team like Top Esports, who want to take these early fights, who, especially for TN, has been so incredible in fighting these early ganks, setting up Knight, leaning into that style to kind of enable this mid-game spiking composition. You can see that Top Esports are very good at road lean with these compositions as well. It just feels terrifying to go up against the squad, no matter who you are.
Yeah, I do apologize if I rambled a bit there. Our camera turned off.
Did die.
And my producer was in my ear, and I was like, you ever do that where you're like, I'm saying things, I have no idea what I'm saying. So I do apologize, it was a little bit rambly, a little bit all over the place there, but we got our text stuff finished off and such. But yeah, honestly, Knight on Silas, it's a no-brainer. It works out for them so damn well. I think for Top Esports, I honestly, I can't wait for that V5 thing. Again, I'm not trying to undersell anything else there, but I think it is just very much kind of bringing themselves up for that big fight, or that big bout coming out in week 10. But it's all going to be time for this particular series. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of the day, which is BLG versus RNG. They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the RLI's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zhonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. And TP comes in here from Zoom though, a scout, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my god, no, oh my god, they think he got out, with teleport or something, no way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on the Drake. Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up, but Care has the Gnar ultimate up his own.
Yep, both Nora should be available. They do jump here onto Nora himself, but they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1 to make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and you cannot trade it back for Summit, and that's 4 kills for none. And that's going to be FBX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I was going to say, Knight actually gets locked down, the Encore flushed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to do it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LNG move up as a 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls, Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacier Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-stiffed as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. You think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The Dredgeline doesn't connect, and now in a 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually. That was pixel perfect. And now the backline able, finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the drag, and all of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave.
下场对阵 BLG 选手，冰音选手是我一直都关注的选手。我以前在打 LPL 的时候，他还在打 LD 的时候，我就一直看他比赛。然后打他的话就正常发挥吧，因为也交手过很多次了。我觉得和 BLG 的这场比赛赢下的关键就是我们要减少我们自己的失误，然后做到我们平时训练做到的东西，然后好好发挥就行了。
Make less errors. Try your best. Be better.
Don't be bad. Be good. Simple. I mean, look, I don't know why I haven't tried this before.
It's why we have 6 out of the last 8 international titles. Don't be bad. Don't make mistakes. Be better. That's what it is. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I, of course, am Oshin. This is Dagnan. Don't worry, it is not an earthquake happening on your screen. Unfortunately,
I moved.
Yeah, my camera is on my desk, so if we like even make any kind of like, even slight movement, the camera's just like, oh, it just doesn't want to do anything there. But we're bringing you into our second series of the day. It is BLG versus RNG. And for BLG, we got to talk with them a little bit first because they are chopping and changing the roster. They are sort of finally finalizing what they want. But in terms of how they draft, it is all about that late game.
Yeah, we're big late gamers here. Everything on BLG is all focused on going towards this late game. And I think it does make a lot of sense when you've got a team that is still trying to figure out how it wants to function together with a lot of new properties coming in. Trying to go for a late game where you don't have to go for a lot of coordinated play in the early stages makes a lot of sense. And it's been defined by things like the Azir, the Victor, these big late game control mages. Even the AD carries are going towards super late as well. And a huge amount of it is like, okay, maybe we can take it a little bit slow come this mid game to make sure that we can get to the later point of the game. The biggest problem though that we're seeing for BLG is this means they can oftentimes lose out on a lot of dragons in these early stages, especially in their last series they weren't quite able to get themselves up and running, and even then when they try to make some of these early aggressive mid game plays it can start to come back in their face, especially when you look at players like Icon who want to try and be a bit more proactive in the early stages.
And that's the thing as well, is that, like, you know, you look at Fofo and Icon, I think the two of them are very similar in terms of what they want to try and do, but it does come off of these big late game team fights. 32.5 minutes in, this is where BLG feel comfortable.
Yeah, and I do like that Icon is trying to be a little bit more proactive, even on things like these here, like we're seeing here, but I think the biggest problem is that he's just not quite able to live up to the same kind of damage output as someone like Fofo when given the resources. And it definitely feels like Rise, who's been playing a lot more of the Senna, is willing to take a step back and not be the major carry. So having someone like Fofo, who has actually started to be a little bit more willing to roam around the map, link up with Khan, than he ever has been, honestly, with Weiwei. I honestly prefer having Fofo in this team now because it feels like you've got someone that can now fit into this late game identity and has always been such a menace on things like the Azir.
Yeah, I think I love what you brought up there as well, is the willingness from Fofo, and even Icon to an extent as well, to be able to follow in with Khan. Khan is kind of the new rookie jungler. We have seen a little bit from him. He's not looked exceptional, but he has been at least a positive change in terms of how they play in the game.
And I think the thing as well is that Fofo, now that he's not contesting for resources with Doggo, with Bean, with everyone essentially on this roster, he can actually step up and be that carry that we saw when he was on BLG, when he was on Rare Adam, and actually have these major impact in those late game fights. So we'll have to see if they actually agree with me on BLG and they start to use Fofo a bit more, but it's still a lot of chop and changing for the moment.
Yeah, a lot of chop and changing. They're still trying to find their footing, and for BLG, every win counts. We're at the late stage of the season now where they have to get as many as they possibly can. But on the other side of that one, we got to talk always about RNG, our MSI champions. Not only that, the Penta Princes as well, because the guy, Gala, he hasn't had a lot in his entire career, but he is picking them up swiftly now in this season.
Yeah, we wanted to take a look at how Gala's been performing this year, because it's been an absolutely spectacular year for the Penta Prince. Gala has been able to pick up 3 pentakills so far this year, even having one discounted, which we haven't actually counted in that during MSI because the reset, which is the only player to have that done at the moment. And because we've seen Gala step up and we're actually looking at RNG as a whole, have a fantastic year thus far. RNG is actually the team with the most pentakills of all time. And when you're seeing Gala put out performances like we're getting from him at the moment, it feels like that number is only going to rise.
Yeah, it really does. And I think we can look back a little bit in terms of this season and, of course, in MSI in terms of how he's been able to do it. And I think the big thing for us in terms of Gala's performance and for any LPL faithful is that he always turned it on in playoffs, was a little bit middling towards the regular split. But now we're starting to see this new phase of Gala where he really is becoming a superstar AD carry.
And we're seeing it across multiple different styles as well. Obviously, we get the Jinx, which he's been very comfortable with. We know that for a fact. Things like the Kai'Sa have always been there as well. But we're starting to see it on more aggressive picks, like we saw at MSI on things like the Lucian. We got to see it on, he's been stepping up on things like the Kalista as well. Gala has become a very real threat on this roster, and especially as the identity from RNG has changed over the course of the years, from moving from Xiaohu on the top side to playing very heavily around him, to now having instead them to heavily focus Xiaohu on more of an engage tool, with Gala being the main damage dealer. It's necessary for Gala to be a megastar in that role, and he's answering that call so incredibly well.
He really is, and this is the one, of course, that we saw against the Red Canids in the MSI group stages, and just how aggressive and honestly just how perfectly comfortable he was to take these trades. And this is what I think is so exciting about this player. He's quickly ramping up in my regards. It's kind of like, okay, he's a top 10 AD carry. Okay, maybe he's in the world is what I mean as well. Okay, now he's top 8, top 7, top 6, 5, 4. All of a sudden, I'm in the conversation of like, he is a top 3 AD carry in the world in my mind because he's consistently performing.
And that's the thing, as you say, we would see it a lot at international events. We'd see it a lot in playoffs when the pressure was on. But that's when Gala would thrive, which I think honestly gives more to the point that he is that superstar level, but also the fact that we're now seeing it come in the regular split as well, where RNG are giving him the mantle of say, hey, go loose, do what you do best. And in Xiaohu being able to set him up correctly for those plays on things like the Lissandra, trying to play more engaged tools like the Twisted Fate and these kind of things, it's been working out beautifully for RNG.
It really has, and I think this is going to be another decent test for them. Of course, we've got Bin coming up against Breathe, the top lane swap coming up again. So Breathe looking over and saying, I may not be MSI champion, but I'm on the MSI championship team, and Bin kind of looking going, God, I wish I was back on that team. God. I feel bad saying that, but look, come on, given the score lines, you can't really be saying
I'm not going to lie, Bin is already an aggressive top laner.
Yeah.
Bin is going to want to body Breathe. There is no way. So basically you win MSI, you then get replaced almost immediately because of how quick the turnover was. So it was a very quick goodbye. Breathe is coming in, and especially as Breathe facing against BLG, his old team, where there was that famous clip that came out where Breathe was like, nobody's listening to me, I'm not getting paid attention to, I'm warning you about all these plays, and nobody's actually listening. Now he gets to go against that team and going, I am going to go nuts.
I'm going to be the warnings. I'm going to be the reason you get warned, and if you don't listen, you're going to have a problem.
And that's what I'm incredibly excited about. It feels like for both these top laners, there's a huge amount to prove on both sides. Breathe to prove that he was that solid upgrade, that he was what RNG really needed, and to prove a point to BLG, and vice versa for Bin to say, hey, you should have never let me go from this roster.
Yeah, and I think as well for RNG, for Breathe as well, it has been a slow transition. It definitely hasn't been the most immediate of, oh my god, this guy's amazing. Like I always think of like Wayward in topside for top esports last split, where it was like, oh my lord, this guy is insane. This fits perfectly. But we are starting to see the practice and the work that they're putting towards it work eventually throughout the system that RNG have set up.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing, right? When you put Wayward, who is a nut job, into top esports, who are nut jobs, it all works out wonderfully beautifully.
Putting a nut in a jar of nuts, it works.
Yeah, but when you look across at like RNG, who are much more slow paced, who don't really want that kind of unknown or that random factor to try and play into their game plan, that's where Bin wasn't really slotting in. And I think someone like Breathe, who is a lot more consistent, a lot more level headed, I think works out a lot better, because you can see almost all the time Bin is just like, I am full pushing, I am going to win this lane, I'm going to beat you in the 1v1 regardless of where the jungler is. And if you're able to play to that style, fantastic. But it just wasn't really what RNG wanted, and now they want that like less, hey, I'm going to absolutely body my matchup, just give me those resources. They want someone who's going to take a chill, listen to what needs to be done, play out their lane state properly, and that's what they want from Breathe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love what you bring up about Bin, kind of saying goes ham at all times. We even saw it in his most recent series as well for BLG, where he played the Aurelia, went in, got a solo kill, amazing. Literally 2 minutes later, goes for another one and dies. It was just such a that's Bin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, only Bin can do that, because that's just the kind of player. And I even think back to MSI against T1, where even in the group stages against T1, he was just constantly throwing himself against the top lane of Zeus. He was just saying, look, I can fight you. And even if he couldn't, it didn't matter, because that's just how Bin plays, and you have to respect it, because if you don't, you will just end up losing.
And that's why you see a lot of a jungle tension tend to be up towards that top side to try and make sure that he's in a relatively good spot. But we'll have to see if that is ever going to be the case on BLG, because it feels like a huge amount of the BLG plan seems to be Con kind of linking up with the mid lane, linking up with that bot lane, trying to look for these invades, trying to look for these early skirmishes in the bot side river. And I appreciate that BLG are starting to have a bit more of that identity, because one of the big issues that we had from them was they just weren't really doing a huge amount. Weiwei wasn't really able to get into a position where he felt comfortable, because you couldn't have the lanes interact with him properly, and having Con come up is a huge upgrade for this squad in just the fact that he can get people to work with him.
Yeah, and we do have some team stats as well we can bring in to kind of say it is going to be obviously one good, one not so good, I think, for between RNG and BLG, but it is important to kind of look at these two teams, because I think that it kind of says a lot to yourself for RNG that, yes, they are miles ahead in terms of the standings, 7 places above BLG, but they're not too far away in terms of the KDAs for the entire team, because that's just not how RNG play.
Yeah, I think the big one that you got to look at for RNG is that plates per game, right? Sitting in third. The reason why you see RNG looking so successful is because they have a very solid game plan of, hey, we're going to try and work through this mid jungle, start to teeter off down towards, move over towards objectives, making sure to bring Gala and Ming up into the equation as well. Look for Rift Heralds and then start to use that to gain a lot of advantages. And RNG are very, very good at using these little timing windows to move around the map and find a lot more of those plates as the game goes on. So you can see that very quickly. They oftentimes end up getting a tower for themselves off of Rift Herald plays by using their map tempo very well. And that's why oftentimes we do see them with those leads coming in at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up as well, because even looking at RNG and how they get their leads, BLG are still 5th in the league in terms of when they get their leads. They are still ahead at 15 minutes at 57% of the time. The problem we have with BLG is that when we get to that mid-game, it does tend to drag. We saw it in spring as well. The activity or proactivity before we saw Khan come into this has definitely been a bit of improvement, but it's still slow to get going.
Yeah, it's also a case of, like, a lead at 15 does not tell you the size of the lead. And it also isn't necessarily a very large lead.
Could be 100, could be 10
BLG. Exactly. And I think that's the difference, is that BLG will be in a lead because they tend to have very good laners, even over the course of the split. Like, Doggo and Crisp were incredibly good in their individual lanes, but oftentimes come out with a gold lead. Same when you look at Fofo. Fofo, very, very strong in the lane, and will come out with a lead through CSD at 15. But that didn't necessarily translate then into, hey, we're able to take team fights, we're able to start to abuse this. And as you say, the mid game from BLG has just been incredibly slow until Con was able to come into the team. Now, it's still very slow in relation to how the entire league as a whole works, but I definitely think that it's starting to pick up the pace just a bit.
And then that's the big thing. We're seeing improvement. And at 4 and 6, they are not out of playoffs just yet. They can start to bring it back towards themselves, but every game counts. Every single one. If you lose today, now you're 4 and 7. All of a sudden, you're looking a little bit dicey. We do talk about this, magic number of 8 basically being the one you need to even have a chance of getting it in. But realistically, you need 9. So for the side of BLG, this is going to be a very tough matchup. And for RNG, they want to try and put it a thing. I will say RNG looked exceptionally comfortable against LNG last time out.
Yeah.
So they even in game 2 turned around and said, all right, we're putting Ming on Ashe supports because why not? Like, yeah, let's fight. Let's figure out. We got a game in hand. We're already 1-0 up. It doesn't really matter. So this is the kind of thing that I like seeing from RNG, where they're using these times to kind of say, look, we're going to test stuff out because we know how good we can be, and we are going to be able to get to playoffs regardless.
Also, just as a team that didn't get a huge amount of time to mess around in the patch, right? Because as we saw, they came off of MSI. I also think that we're seeing a huge amount of changes in each of our patches, so I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Ashe support start to crop up a little bit more, have a little bit more space in the meta, but just having the opportunity to mess about and figure out exactly how you want to play is going to be incredibly important for this team. So I think for RNG, we're starting to see that they have the willingness to to try and experiment within the patch. But I think as well, they're still willing to kind of fall back towards basics, like Xiaohu pretty much going towards the Lissandra 9 times out of 10 when he can get his hands on it. Looking for these more engage-orientated picks as well through that mid lane. Like we've seen him play a lot of things like the Twisted Fate has come through, the Ari as well, having that ability to try and start off fights with the Everfrost and the Charm has been incredibly crucial for RNG.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to say as well. We look at the kind of the drafts as such coming out from RNG. They've been very set in a style, you know, like Breeze played a lot of Gwen and Gangplank. They're basically, I think it's like 12 of his matches so far. The split. You look at the Viego, the Lee Sin. They're coming in for Wei. These are very set. They're not got a lot of a huge amount of champion diversity when it comes into their drafts. But what they play exceptionally well. And not only that, but even like you say, you take away the Ari. It's like, all right, we've slot in the Lissandra in there. You take away the Lissandra and the Ari. Okay, we'll put in the Azir. There's ways of swapping in that still gives you the same style of composition, maybe just not in the same way you would expect it to work.
And I think that's the thing, is that like this is a team that's kind of thrived on 2 different factors in their games, right? Great team fighting, which oftentimes is kind of been leaned into by things like the Lissandra. Gangplank can always lean into that as well. But it's also about having good side lane control and good ability to close in on the map. And things like the Lissandra can oftentimes kind of push a side lane very quickly, group, set up for engage with a flank, catch people off. Same when you look at Gangplank having the opportunity to bring that ultimate in. These types of champions really fit in incredibly well to that style. And same when you look at Breeze going towards things like the Gwen. Great in team fighting, great when it comes towards their ability to play side lanes as well. It gives them a lot of control on the map and how they want to play the game, and especially if they're able to lean through that early stages where you can have like a strong couple of ganks coming through from Wei, especially towards Xiaohu, trying to get Xiaohu up and rolling. They're then able to lean in towards early objectives on both the bot side and the top side. This is the game plan that we see from RNG so spectacularly, which is why we're seeing a lot of attention already from BLG through the early ban phase.
Yeah, we're going to see the Talia, the Lissandra. I wouldn't even be surprised to see the Ari banned away, as we talked about it earlier there by BLG. They are afforded that luxury as they are on the blue side. We'll see the Renata banned red side by RNG. I like this as well because it is just Crisp in a nutshell. Chris was the first to adopt it, really. Chris was the one that kind of really honed in on this champion. And now BLG saying, Xiaohu, you are not getting a champion you are comfortable on. But like we said, he can go towards things like the Twisted Fate, like the Azir. I really don't want to see him on the Corki, but we'll wait and see.
We're going to get him on the Corki because there's going to be a Wukong ban here. Azir gets locked in first pick and then we get Corki. This is the way this is going.
I don't like that you're right, but you are right.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, the band R. Wait. Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Based
Okay.
RNG. Thank you.
now you got an opportunity here to maybe have a Wukong, but no, the Aphelios as well. So they're actually going to lock that one in for Rise.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aphelios has really risen up in priority because he has just a ton of good matchups across the board, scales into the late game well, but I honestly often think Gala and Ming just go back towards Senna and Tam Kench in response to that a huge amount. So you can take the Wukong, you can take the Senna, then you're in a relatively okay spot, and Senna has kind of been opened up to start playing with a lot more supports on this bottom side if you would like to go for that, especially as you get opportunities to go towards, well, Nautilus can still work alongside her. We've seen Seraphine and stuff come through as well, which has just been really, really good.
I mean, it's Ming's Nautilus. You can't really say much else about it. You're going to put 3 bans into a Xiaohu. This is what makes RNG so scary, is that you cannot just turn around and say, you ban away all of Xiaohu, they're a one-trick team. You have got the Nautilus. And the Jinx, which we highlighted before, is one of Gala's best champions.
Literally just picked up a pent on it. Like, the guy has been pretty damn strong on this pick, and it always works well against the Aphelios because you've got that range advantage, the ability to push in the lane, and there's not a huge amount that you can really do. So for Crisp, question is, do you go towards something like the Leona to try and answer for it, or what is going to be the answer? The only thing I am worried about, although, is giving this Wukong across to Khan. There's the Azir that we were talking about as well. So for RNG, I think you probably end up seeing the match with the Corki. There's plenty of picks that Wei can still go for in the jungle, but actually just going to go straight for the Poppy instead.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. We saw plenty of interviews with a lot of different top-tier junglers, specifically Tarzan is one I'm citing, is that Poppy's one of the best early-game junglers, in his opinion. It's one of those things that can really deny a lot of engage coming out from the side of BLG as well. You think of the Azir combination of the shifting sands and then, of course, the decoy and the jump from coming out from the Wukong. It can deny it. I was going to say, though, what if BLG just literally put 5 bans in the Xiaohu?
So that's what I think we're going to see. I imagine the Corki ban is going to come through. I'm trying to figure out if maybe you end up going for something like the Galio here for Xiaohu. He was a big, prominent player of that back at MSI. And if that's the case, well, then maybe we actually see Xiaohu bring out the Silas for the first time. Silas actually has a relatively okay matchup into the Azir. He will give up priority, but I still think you set up for a really strong team fight. Great ultimates here on BLG's side as well to try and steal away. And that could be the style that you look to try and go for. The only question mark, though, is still kind of looking at the two top laners, because at least for Breathe, he will have a little bit of a sigh of relief as he look towards having that advantage in the counter pick for the top side match.
Oh, the Silas banned away. So the Twisted Fate's still available. The Galio, as you mentioned, still got that global presence. And honestly, as much as everyone might be saying that Twisted Fate has been nerfed into the ground, which he has, he's still so good in the right hands. And especially with someone like Xiao, who we've mentioned time and time again, can just make plays around the map.
The biggest problem for Twisted Fate specifically is it's very hard for him to get lane priority against the Azir. So it looks like Xiao, who isn't even going to go for any of these kind of more global oriented picks, will just match Control Mage with Control Mage and look to spar BLG in these late game team fights. And honestly, with the way RNG's team fighting has been, that's a bit terrifying for BLG, who've been a little bit less coordinated in that regard.
Yeah, we even saw in the clips we looked at before the game started, even though they win the fights, it's very scrappy, it's very kind of uncoordinated, or at least not as coordinated as it could be. And RNG keeping that counter pick for Breathing on top side. It will be the first time we see Xiaohu this split onto the Victor, and we'll have to see what BLG want to go for.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for BLG right now is that so much of their composition revolves around dashing in, so the Poppy has a ton of value here, and you'd love to go for something like the Alistair, who can do quite well against the Nautilus in the early stages, but even then that's going to be countered as an engaged tool against by the Poppy. So honestly, maybe you're looking at something like a Taric or something a bit funky that come out for Crisp. Maybe even the Thresh as well could be the play, but with the Thresh banned, looks like they're actually just going to go for the TK.
Yeah, TK gives you safety in that bot side, just make it very difficult to really kind of lock down the Aphelios in those later stages, and you do get a free get out of jail free card for BLG, but like you said, they are very much all in all the time. They're looking to try be aggressive here as the Jax gets locked in here for Breathe.
So it looks like RNG actually going to try and give some resources towards Breathe in this top side. I mean, this is a matchup that Breathe can definitely start to take over in the later portion of the game, but may need some help just to stabilize in these early points of the game. Galaming, though, great matchup bot side. Xiaohu should be relatively fine in this mid lane. Will get pushed in a little bit, but get to scale. And across the board, I mean, late game galore here.
Yeah, this is we had a little bit of a chat obviously coming in today. We said, look, the first series is going to be pretty quick. Top esports like to go fast, and then we saw BLG RNG and we're like, probably going to be a little bit slower.
We're like, can we move the beanbags in? Can we just like take a seat, get comfortable,
I'll just
lock
move my
ourselves
desk down again and just be like, and we're here.
Hey, look, I'll take the first 5 minutes. If you want to go make the cup of tea, you can bring it back.
Solid. But yeah, look, like we know these teams, we know how RNG like to play. RNG were never known for their early game skirmishing. BLG, we talked about, love have laning phases, but then mid game just end up kind of teetering out until we get to the ultra late game. We're talking like 3.5 items there across the board. So both teams going to be looking for it. I will say though, with the Poppy, you do have opportunities to try and make something happen, but it's difficult.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Poppy is more that you are that defensive tool, right? Especially when you look at Wukong who wants to jump in, Gwen having this skip and slash. You're looking at the mid lane as well, trying to see if this Azir can maybe find some cool angles of attack with the ability to go in and get that Emperor's Divide, but Poppy just shuts all that down.
Yeah.
It's going to buy a ton of space for Gal in the back line. It's going to get some great opportunities for Xiaohu to keep himself safe. And when you get to the later portion of the game as well, because you've already got your guaranteed engage pretty much from Ming having that point and click CC, a much shorter AD carry and Rise here on the Aphelios as well, you should be able to just try and play at range here as RNG and make it relatively safe for both the Jinx and the Victor to do their thing.
Well, we are going to wait no longer. We are going to jump onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. RNG sitting at 6-2. A 7-2 will bring them very comfortably back up towards the top 3, the upper echelons, shall we say, of our top teams. Yay! Oh,
Let's
that's
go!
so cute! It's like they like linked arms and they're just dancing around each other. That's so cute! Aww.
Gala, don't do it.
Gala's fine. Gala's just kind of Gala, get out here. You're not part of the
the way
sport.
Chris just pops the Yumi and was like, Okay, you love it. You love to see it. Again, like a lot of these guys, especially Ming and Chris, who've been around the LPL for so long.
Oh yeah, like there's such a massive mutual respect for between these guys and for these guys. At the end of the day, regardless of scoreline, they know that they have to give each other the due diligence.
I love the idea of like Crisp pointing back to Rise and going, "Do you see that? That's what you need to do. Take that. That as the new person coming in from BLG Junior, COD and Rise, you need to be paying attention here. This is how we do it in the LPL. We're all business.
We're all business here. Never a fun moment in our lives, but And yeah, like again, it's always very wholesome to see that. We will see both junglers starting on their bottom half of the map, so both Poppy and the Wukong should be pathing up towards the top. Ignite going to be here for Bin instead of the Ghost, so it's going to be hard for him to really kind of burn this one down or kind of like chase him down should he get the leap strike. But again, it's more about that assassination and the team fights more so than the 1v1 in top lane.
I mean, you've definitely got a brawl here in topside if you can get going. The biggest thing is just trying to find ways for Bin to get like quick trades like this. Because if you ever go in with the skip and slash, it becomes very easy for a Breed to pop that counter strike, get some really good trades. And you can see there, Bin, you got to keep the skip and slash as a defensive tool to try and get out of the counter strike. Because if it ever lands lethal tempo on towards Breed, he's going to very quickly ramp up in damage.
Yeah, the lethal tempo is actually an interesting one there. It shows you how confident Breed can be, kind of saying, look, if I take the 1v1, I will just be able to win. Normally, of course, we do see the Conqueror, even sometimes the Death's Grasp, but definitely good to see the Breed's kind of getting a bit more confident in the top lane here on RNG.
Yeah, it's also because with lethal tempo, don't forget, you do get that increased attack range as well, which can help out massively for Bin, who gets the increased attack range with the skip and slash as well. So it becomes a little bit more difficult for Bin to try and keep at range in that matchup. So an interesting change-up for Breed, because as you say, usually you get the Conqueror, but one that does make a lot of sense when you're up against the Gwen, who has that increased range.
We see a bit of a pressure down the bot side. We always see it as well. If you think of Jinx versus Aphelios, the matchup is Jinx gets early prio because she has that extra range with the rockets as well for the wave clear. Of course, you don't really get an ability as Aphelios level 1, so you push it in, you get it all the way into the tower, you probably go for a reset and look for a cull or even boots or something like that. Something just to keep you nicely set up as can. Gonna find way, as both junglers now find themselves in the jungle, or in the river, I should say. Fofo does have priority, but Breed's coming down, so it's going to be a 3v2 for the moment. Can taking a lot of damage, but there's going to be a bit of a movement here towards the top side. The smite comes in for Wei, and everyone backs away. So job done for RNG, and they still have priority in both mid and top.
Wei getting to use the Skull Crab as a bit of a taxi to get on out of that one. Gets the smite, walks away scot-free. Ming and Gala using their priority bot side to make sure they can get one more on the plate. So nice job there for RNG to work around Wei, just to get that early advantage for himself. Going to finish clearing out his Krugs on that top side for that full clear. Whereas you can see Khan going to be a little bit behind as he takes his first reset after these wolves.
Yeah, like you said, bot lane gets the bot lane scuttle as well. So Gala and Ming using that priority very, very nicely. Keeps themselves very much in the ascendancy in this lane, as we can see Crisp and Ming just playing some supportal combat in the brushes as they wait to see if there's any kind of real engage. And honestly, there's nothing really you can do as the Tam Kench in this particular situation except for being defensive. If you do get a good hook on Ming, but you might try and make something happen on bot side, but top lane might be the play.
This is a really good read from Khan. So you usually think Wave would reset, then look for the play, but Bin's Wave had bounced back, so going to try and be here.
Here we go. They're going to try and go for... Oh, that was a good steadfast presence to stop anyone from going in. And first blood comes out. Khan trying to use the decoy measuring tool to make sure that Wei does not get any more damage. But that was really well done there by RNG.
Great job by Wei. Just having the reaction speed to get that steadfast presence on towards Bin. Gets the play and Breathe, able to walk away to safety as well. So nice job. Unfortunate Khan just went in that little bit too early. Kind of baited Bin into that.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of why we see the early game going right now. If both junglers are in a position, it's whoever shows first ends up actually losing.
Yeah, especially because of how powerful the steadfast presence is. We talked about it, like you want to use the skip and slash to try and get into position, but the steadfast presence blocks not the skip and slash, sorry. And it's actually Khan's E that it ends up blocking there. So Khan can't get into the fight as much as you'd like to, and they're able to just focus down Bin before they can really turn it around for BLG.
And we're going to have a little bit of time in this early game, so I want to break down why we, RNG, actually, I'm going to look at this move here. I think Ming just literally flashes over.
Ooh,
actually,
nice
wow,
attempt.
nice attempt, and good reactions there from Fofo. But what I like about RNG as a team, and we never really get to talk about this team in full, but they are such a smart team when it comes to how they play the map. When they want to move around and go for plays, even if you go equal, even if it's only 1-0, it's 1,000 go V despite it only being 1 kill.
And you can see they're literally playing this smartly now, right? So Ming has pressure on bot side. Right, Ming pushes in bot wave, rotates in towards mid. By having that play into Fofo, he forces the flash from Fofo. Fofo has to play defensive, so Xiaohu gets to crash the wave. Bot and also mid lane then are pretty much crashing at the same time because Xiaohu gets the reset and TP in as Gala pushes in the bot wave and you move across the dragon. It's these plays that they're setting up like 3-4 waves in advance that make it so difficult to go against RNG, and that's why you can see BLG struggling already with trying to keep up that pace.
And already with the Berserk agrees. Breed saying, look, we know that the Wukong's on bot side, so going to be a little proxy farming, a bit of a Singe cosplay coming out here. And honestly, this is just such a smart move because he's already got his Grandmaster's Challenge coming out here, so he's got the resistances should Bin try to turn on him. And now, we talked about this top lane, and we're going to say, like, you know, the bit of the breakup, the swap, the old boyfriend versus the new, and it's kind of Breed coming in. It's Bin going to walk straight into him, but you've got the Wukong coming in as well as Fofo, so you're going to have to try and take this full fight. You're going to have to wait for it to be a solo kill, if nothing else. He does get some good Counter-Strike, though, but not quite enough to keep him alive. Loses his flash, and Bin ends up getting himself an assist alongside the kill for Khan.
Bin just posted a really hot Instagram pic, and unfortunately, Breed just, it isn't working out for you, buddy.
It's spicy. You know those DMs are dinging.
But that's the problem. I mean, Breed just stuck around that bit too long. He went for the wave, which I really liked, then tried to go for the reset, but you had to know that Khan was on his way up towards that top side, and unfortunately, just tried to take the fight. Thought he could maybe pick off Bin before it came through, but bone plating means that he doesn't get the damage down.
No lollipop there for Ming right there. I did like what Rise did there. He dropped down the little sentry turret to make sure that he couldn't just go straight away for things. So you have to kind of maneuver around it. And of course, with no flash for Ming, as he did blow it in mid lane to try and catch out Fofo. Doesn't mean it ends up not quite working out, but got to be ever so careful when this bot lane has BLG. And we'll say, though, good moves from them so far. They are getting themselves up to a nice level 6 point, and actually Khan, with that extra kill, getting that experience, means that he's already at the level 6 point, so you don't have the Keeper's Verdict here for Wei. He needs to be very aware that he cannot really take this fight right now because he doesn't have priority in mid or top.
Yeah, no level 6 at the Rift Herald is a bit of an unfortunate one for Wei. We'll try and finish off his red buff, but with no smite to try and finish that one fast. Looks like Khan will just get that, and usually you try and see teams try and cross map for it, but Wei just not having the experience to go for it. And I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, like that he hadn't hit the level 6 already, especially as he was already even on camps, and like kind of been doing pretty well thus far. So I'm not sure where he exactly was wasting time that he didn't hit the level 6.
Yeah, very interesting to see now what the BLG jungler can do. And again, it's those little moments, those little small things that can be the difference, you know, not having your level 6, and all it was one camp to take, and then you would have gotten it, but sadly weren't able to take it in time. But we do see that top lane is becoming a bit hard to contain right now. Despite the kill going over in favor of BLG, it's still about 25 CS. You have 50% more CS than your opposition does.
And Khan wants to try and change that, as he will move up here. That's the Counter-Strike down for Breed, which means he is vulnerable for just a little bit of time.
He knows that, though, so you can see Breed playing this very cautiously and saying, look, I know I don't have my Counter-Strike, I know I don't have my Flash, so I need to be playing this one very, very cautiously. I will say you do full camp side, bot side, though, for Khan, so he's wasting a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's nice from Breed. Oh, I was about to say he isn't overextended. He's just trying to get the... he's just trying to stay within XP range, so he should be okay. Now Crisp is here, though.
Crisp is here. We're going to see the Leap Strike come out,
nice.
But now Breed knows. Breed doesn't have any vision in this bot side. He actually has no vision whatsoever on the top half of the map, so he's just going to back himself away and say, look, I've got the wave crashed as best as I possibly could, reset it back, and now he realizes, yeah, there was a pink ward here, probably was dropped down by the jungler.
Yeah, exactly. So going to be able to back away from that one. But that was a bit of a terrifying situation, but nicely done by Breed, just trying to tether the minion so we get the experience, but willing to let the gold go so we didn't die. Crisp now going to move back to bot side, will be spotted out, but for the roams to top side, we do have a little bit of an advantage opening up in this bot lane. The wave is crashing, so Rise should be able to grab the majority of that, but it does mean you get a nice reset off here for Gala, who's looking towards that next dragon as the next objective for RNG.
All right, Khan, you're out. Wei, it's your turn. See if you can make something work here. We are going to see now trying to use the skip and snip, but yeah, Ben realizes he's already dead. There's nowhere really for him to go. They can keep the steadfast presence right up until the last second because they know there's nowhere for him to be, and that is a good, smart play from RNG again, but it's being answered by BLG in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this was always going to be the case that BLG would get the advantage with the Rift Herald, and Poppy for Wei trying to move down into River to respond to this, but should be able to clear it out now. I think the best way for RNG to try and move around this is to have Breathe reset, move towards Dragon, and try and fight for this Dragon in 15 seconds, but Breathe taking a little bit of time here. He does have the TP, so maybe they just want to TP him straight back up into top side, but I think it'd be really nice to continue this stacking on the Dragons for RNG.
Yeah, it'd be very, very nice if they can make it work. 2 seconds till the dragon spawns. You actually lost a huge amount of wave there for Bin on that top side. Now that 25 CS is really starting to look more like 30, and even then you can even see it in the levels as well. A level difference for Breathe over Bin, and it's not even getting any better for the side of BLG, or the ex-RNG top laner. Still the MSI champion, at least for another few months until we get back into 2023, but it's a long way away, Tech Dead. it's a very far way away. We're not even finished 2022, but we are nearly finished July.
Yeah, this year's going way too quick.
Yeah, I'm noticing it like very quickly. It's just like, oh yeah, 2 more weeks and it's August. Oh god, it's just like it's just all of a sudden it's August. But just like you said, RNG gonna have that reset coming in. They have the pressure on bot side. They're not gonna be worried about losing a bit of a wave either. So they're gonna be able to get that second Drake, and we're not gonna have a Cloud Soul this time around. BLG looking to try and maybe contest it, but they don't really have their jungler in position, so not really gonna be happening. It's gonna be a Hex Soul.
Yeah, Gala will be able to get back down here to take the wave here, making sure that he's not going to lose out on too much gold. Breathe also did take the camps that were on the top side for himself before this wave was crashed, which means that there's no real answer for Khan to try and move up towards the top side. They don't really have the dive potential here either, so it means that BLG don't really get to answer very much for that play from RNG. So nicely done by the MSI champions, as said, to try and make something come in their favor here.
We got time as well, and for BLG, this is a team or an organization, shall we say, that is just constantly chopping and changing. They're looking for that winning formula, and you can't really blame someone for trying right now. This is a team that every single year they completely change up their roster, they completely bring in new players. As Khan trying to make his mark on this team to make sure he keeps his spot, but trying to get this to dive on the top side, very difficult, and you will have level 11 for Breathe very shortly.
Yeah, level 11 for Breathe, and also you've got Fofo on the way, but they know Xiao who has teleport as well, and trying to dive against the gravity field and also the Chaos Storm as well is so difficult to do. There's so much AoE damage and just slow CC, they will just back away. This is what we're talking about. You don't really find anything on that top side for Khan either, because Breathe had already cleared out the Krugs, and you're still waiting on resets coming through for Waze camps on that top side. So at the moment, RNG are keeping themselves ahead. I will say though, I like the build from Rise coming through here. We talk about the new additions to BLG. Going towards this early Cole means that he's going to have his Gale Force finish first, also going to get a good chunk of gold coming through from that. And this was an adaptation that we saw a lot back in spring when this was the normal matchup. Both players would try and get this early Cole, particularly the Jinx would crash fourth wave, reset, get the Cull, be back into the bot lane before the Aphelios had really pushed back out the wave. But Rise just finding a nice opportunity there to find a bit of an advantage for himself, even if it is just farming simulator in the bot lane.
Yeah, to be honest, it's just farming simulator across the map. We've seen a little bit of
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, you didn't want to say it. It's all right. It's all right. I call a spade a spade. I'm a whale biologist. But even that Futurama, it's like I call them like I see them. Whale biologist now.
No.
Okay. Well,
great show, but
great show. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat just like, okay, just like he got the reference. But yeah, it's a slow one, and it's going to continue to be a slow one. Even at 2.5 minutes, RNG are not the kind of team to really go for a fight that they don't feel comfortable looking towards. I will say though, Second Herald is something they do tend to fight for pretty adamantly. So this could be a fight coming up now in the next few seconds, but they haven't really got the rotations out, as Wei has only just gotten back out onto the Rift.
Yeah, it looks like Gala and Ming at least trying to get the Gromp on that bottom side. Does feel like they're trying to see if they can make some sort of play towards it. They get to push in the bot wave, but the problem is that they are going to be late towards that rotation, so not going to try and move up at the moment. You're even seeing Rise and Crisp instead just going to start to lean back down towards this bottom side to answer the push. So it will again be BLG, who are at least keeping control of the top side of the map when it comes towards objectives. And it may help them crack open this mid lane turret, which could be a nice little bit of gold, but I don't think they're really going to be able to punish too heavily around the fact that mid lane terror is down. Like, maybe you can rotate Fofo up towards like top side to look for a dive, but again, it's very difficult to do against the Jax with that Grandmaster's ultimate as well. All the resistances that gives you, even the counter-strike as well, means that a lot of the AoE damage the Fofo churns out is like diminished by 25%. It's just so difficult to actually get on towards this Jax.
Yeah, I like how it's Grandmaster's Might, but if you ever looked at the icon for Grandmaster's Might, it's literally just a dude who's just been bonked by a fist. That's all it is. It's just like, oh, and that's it. That's literally the icon. So it's
yeah, Jax's icons kind of need an update.
They need a little bit of yeah, it's like his empowered W is, or his empowered E is literally just like lamppost.
Yeah, I really need to know what his lore is now as well, because his whole lore was, oh, he was too good of a fighter, so it wouldn't be fair for him to fight with an actual weapon.
Yeah,
so the summoners gave him the lamppost, but the summoners don't exist anymore. So now why is he fighting with a lamppost? This seems like a weird. This seems like a weird self-imposed restriction that we sometimes get with like people who play Dark Souls and stuff, where it's just like, you know what, I'm going like what's the guy's name who did the Deathless run?
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. He did like no armor, no nothing, deathless run. Like
Yeah, no, sorry, not the deathless, the no hit run.
no hit run. Yeah, sorry, not even deathless, no hit.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, depending when you go into it, it could be a pretty hard one there. Yeah, I'm not, it's kind of crazy the way it comes in like that, and we do see a bit of pressure now being put in by BLG. They're going to use the Rift Herald to crack open mid and gain pressure on this bot side. But RNG are in position. You didn't do the full due diligence. You did people keeping bouncer on the bot side. So yes, you will get the mid tower, but you're not in position to be able to take that dragon.
Yeah, they've even rotated Breed down to deal with the Rift Herald in mid lane so they can actually keep position on towards this. We'll get a second charge, which is very nice for BLG, but with Dragon now live, are they in a position to actually look for this objective?
Here we go. We're going to see now a little bit of a long flank coming up from the Jax. There's the TP coming in. The Dragon has been started, and the Zap comes out just to try and slow them down. You've got to be careful of this poke, though, coming out from Xiaoho as Fofo now comes and kind of joins in his fight. There's a hook, not quite going to land, though, and that's a great keeper's verdict. And the verdict is, BLG, you shall not fight at this Dragon.
Khan is out of there as BLG won't be able to get on towards the Dragon whatsoever. So nice job by RNG. Breathe even looks for the quick reset to TP in to make sure that he's going to be in a good spot. And as you said, Fofo, I don't think he's going to be able to achieve too much in this mid lane now. Yes, the mid lane tower going down is nice, but realistically you need several members of BLG to try and group in this mid lane to make use of that fact. And you just don't have it. Breathe has control of top side. Gala now with the Kraken Slayer should have full control over the spot lane as well. And you can actually start to see RNG linking up here to try and move in for a potential play on bot side, it looks like as well.
Yeah, and again, this is something that we didn't really get to touch on for BLG. It's like, yeah, if they can get it engaged, they all want to jump on top of you, but getting that engaged requires people like Khan, people like Fofo to put themselves in harm's way to try and make it work. And then all of a sudden, with the Poppy kind of being the perfect counter to everything, with the steadfast presence, let alone at close quarters, but also the keeper's verdict, you just knock him away. What are you supposed to do?
And it's why we're seeing her come through so consistently, because when you look at like the OP champions in the bottom side of the map, you're like, oh well, Zeri's really strong. All right, well she struggles, and Breathe should be fine to get out of here. As Fofo can manage to get him.
Fofo's gonna look for him. He does have flash available. There it is. Nicely done there. Gets himself past the wall, but they're still pushing for it. You will have the leap strike. Khan is coming in behind the turret, but you don't have a wave. This is a lot of resources you're pushing for this, and then it looks like RNG are gonna try to do the same top.
Yeah, so they're just going to trade tip for tat. Fofo investing his flash will be burnt by Breathe as well. So at least you're still kind of keeping even here for BLG, trading back and forth when it comes towards the towers. But RNG are fine with this. They know their win condition is going to be this Dragon that's up next, and even the ability for them to start to trade the map more effectively if they start to give up one or two. But BLG actually going to take a little bit more where they get mid-tier 2 and also that tier 1 on the bot side. So at least BLG still trading up relatively well in the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BLG are just taking it in a very BLG style, if that makes sense. Of both teams want to go late, both teams are going late. I will say Hullbreaker being picked up for Breathe right now does mean that that side lane threat becomes far more difficult for Bin to really deal with. And even sending multiple members against something like a Jax at this late stage, level 13, it's not even a guarantee that a 2v1 is going to be enough.
I think as well, like one of the things that we start to see a lot from Gwens, specifically in the LPL, is that they build for a team fight and they don't build for a side lane. And we're actually seeing it at the moment as well from Bin. Going towards the Zhonya's will be nice to try and help out against an all-in from Breathe, and will also be very good against, if BLG are looking for team fights. But it's not going to be very effective if you end up in a 1v1 where Breathe is just wailing on you with the Hullbreaker as much as, say, something like a Nashor's Tooth build might. So you can see that this is where at least Breathe should have full control over side lane, and gives you a very good of an idea of what RNG are planning over the next few minutes. They're not going to look for the next Dragon. They're going to look to try and play side lanes, look to crack open mid, look to try and get that tier 2 and top side, and continue to spread out the map and make sure that they're trading up when BLG commit resources for that Dragon objective.
Was it me to make the cup of tea? I think it was. I think I messed up with that.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Caster's Curse come in. Min goes over the wall, but Chris does end up falling down. There's the steadfast presence. Great Moonlight Vigil to really bring down the Hell Bars, the 2 for 2 at the moment, as Fofo getting burnt down here by Gala as he pushes forward. He's now in a 2v1. Not quite sure he wants to be in that position. He's trying to find out where this guy is. Oh! He gets some. Will he survive the ignite? He shall not, as Bree goes back in and will eventually die. 2 kills go over. And in a blink of an eye, we're in a 4v4 in terms of deaths, as both Xiaohu and Bin are the last ones alive. 5.
Yeah, Xiaohu should be able to push in this wave though, and Pin will collect it, but that came out of absolutely nowhere. Ming managing to get the engage onto Chris, but BLG fight back so well to make this an even trade. We'll see it here in the replay as we just get into it. So Ming spots over the wall that Rise is there, instantly engages. I don't know if he spotted that Chris was there, but it doesn't matter. Depth charge will set this up, and Khan doesn't get denied by the steadfast presence, and then beautifully realizes, oh, I can go in now with the flash forward to set this up, so they turn around. But then Gala decides to go absolutely nuts in this fight. Bin, great job using the hollowed mist as well to not get done by the chompers. At this stage, Breathe, I think he just needs to back away.
Yeah.
He should have just gone, all right, you know what, we'll take a one trade up. But now the Dragon is available. Breathe is looking for the flank.
But you've also lost all your flashes basically on both sides. The only ones really having them are Crisp and Wei. So the objective was the flashes, and now you can go for another fight. Bin already down below half of his HP, as we're going to go straight into a full fight. They're going to jump straight onto him as he goes straight into stasis. Khan trying to find something here, but there's a keeper's verdict, and there's one kill going over to Gala as they try and make this one work. Fofo gets a good shuffle, but he's not quite on the carries. It's 2 kills onto Gala. Is he going to come back with the Penta Prince? He shall not. But 3 kills over to RNG, and this is why we see them skirmishing so much. You have to fight this though as Rise and Chris don't know if you're able to do anything as it's gone. Moonlight Vigil is good, but the steadfast presence stops the Gale Force from engaging.
Just about. Rise was very close to getting a kill there on towards Wave, but RNG will get away with the Hex Soul, and that is huge for Gala, who is massive at the moment. Kraken Slayer, Rapid Fire Cannon, now had to pick up the stopwatch as well to keep himself safe in the next fight, and it was so close to going well. Watch Fofo in this fight. So Bin thinks that, oh, okay, well, Breathe is TP'd in, we can look for a flank, but no one actually follows Bin in this regard. You get the engage coming through from Wei, which enables Gala to go aggressive. Now watch Fofo. Not actually able to connect the Emperor's Divide on towards Gala means that Gala's safe. He barely doesn't hit him. And that's why Gala is actually completely safe in this fight, able to reset, walks back into the Keeper's, or not the Keeper's verdict, the steadfast presence of Poppy to keep himself safe, and then can continue on that fight.
And I love this. Look at this from RNG. They're saying, go for it. Go for the pink ward. Take the vision ward if you dare. But nobody's around, and no one's going to take that bait right now. So BLG very happy to save there. And RNG get themselves the Hex Soul. And that, it may not look like a large advantage right now. It's only 2,000 gold. But that Hex Soul in terms of stats and just the slow in general is so massive. Xiaohu, though, needs to be careful. He does not know that BLG have some surprises for him left off in the wings, but he has an inkling, so he backs himself away.
Yeah, RNG just starting to move their aggression up towards this top side. They're trying to get vision control around the Baron, as that is going to be the next big objective. Now, don't forget, the poke that can come through now with Gala off of 1 or 2 of these rapid-fire auto attacks is going to be obnoxious thanks to that Hexo. So BLG definitely need to make sure they're trying to keep back from some of that poke, but can land it if it's just going to be the Azir and none of the Jinx or that Victor around.
We're playing a very dangerous game there. Yeah, like it's like fair enough, you might not get caught out, but you forget the Hex Soul will slow you down. So
yeah, I will say, like, yeah, you've got the slow that can come through with a passive auto from Wei, but at least you had another soldier in the back pocket, so always the ability to try and scoot himself on out of that one. But definitely playing with fire just a little bit, as we're going to see now RNG try and slow down the pace a bit. They know that they have the advantage when it comes to 1v1 on the side lane with Breathe over Bin, so not really going to address too far into River until they know exactly where a couple of members of BLG are. I think they spotted, yeah, with the question mark pings going down onto Rise in that bottom side, so we'll see them start to get a bit more active on the map as they spot out where BLG are.
Yeah, and look, you've got 2 stopwatches in the back pockets there for Xiaohu and Gala. Gala is almost at his Infinity Edge. He just went back and picked up a BF sword, so he is very, very close to that massive 3-item power spike and is going to be able to hit it alongside the extra little bit of safety that we know you can get with that stopwatch than his counterpart in Rise. I will say, though, the next fight is probably going to happen in the next few seconds as both these teams kind of look towards this Baron and try and just get themselves, again, another advantage to work off of.
This is the slow and steady from RNG, though, right? They're not overcommitting at any point in time until they have the pressure on the bot side. So right now, look at the minimap. You push in bot wave, they realize, okay, Breathe can start to rotate up. If a fight kicks off, we have the numbers advantage there, and we'll still get to keep our TP advantage. Now that they have the push in mid,
oh, that's a good hook there from Ming, but they haven't taken the tower down just yet. Ming will fall. He did get a heal there from Gala, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. You get the tower, little bit scrappy on the execution there as RNG don't quite get what they wanted.
So it's the slow and rocky from RNG as they try to go a little bit too far forward. But that is a bit of an issue now. I mean, you've lost your support. That's your main engage tool down. Everyone else in this roster, apart from Breathe, is a little bit more of a defensive style. So at least for RNG, they got to try and wait now for Ming to come back up. It means they've got to let up the pressure that they had on that bot side, but at least having the mid lane turret down will actually benefit them a bit, where they can use the Hexo, use the range that they have to push these waves, and then continue to get more control over this river on the top end.
Yeah, the big thing, though, I always have to say, and it's again a massive criticism we have for BLG a lot of the times. Like, yes, they do get the kill there onto Ming. Actually loses his flash off of the engage and the Gala's heal, but they don't really force anything off it. They don't get top turret. They don't really get anything in terms of vision control. Yes, they get the scuttle, but it's not really, it's not going to be held for much longer because RNG can just keep running at it. And RNG, they're going to force at least a TP out of bin right now because they're saying, look, we know there's no real wards around here, so you're going to have to try and fight us. And that Dragon or Baron will go down very quickly.
I mean, they know they're on it, right? They're literally standing all over that ward, but they're just waiting to try and find that engage.
Here we go. They're going to get the TP coming out, and that's all RNG wanted. They're going to say, look, like you said, play the slow game. We didn't need to fight you because we can just get the TP out, and now you don't have that advantage.
And they don't have the wave in mid to try and just barrel down mid lane to take the mid inhibitor turret, so BLG just going to start to actually maybe swing back in here. I'm wondering if RNG will get baited by the number of BLG members are going to see in this river.
They have a ward in the back of the pits. They know that they're starting this one up, so but Wei did go back. You do have Hex Gates though, so you are going to be able to get back into this one fairly, very quickly. I don't think you want this fight, BLG, and they do not. They back themselves right the way up as they did see that Wei had made a very quick re-entrance to the fight, but BLG still hunting.
Yeah, at least they get one TP out of the equation. They do get Xiao who's down, but means that you still have Breed with that advantage. So it's not going to be BLG struggling in both lanes to match it. So at least they do get a summoner spell in return for that play. But with 30 seconds now until this Elder Dragon, RNG going to start pushing in this mid lane, look to rotate over. Nice actually Azir turret from Fofo now to prevent them from being able to fully commit through this mid lane and buy a bit of space for BLG.
Here we go, might see an engage. Ming was thinking about it, but wasn't quite there. We do see that Gala has finished up his Infinity Edge, so he's looking fairly powerful. They do land it onto the decoy of Khan, but even that can proc the Hex Soul passive.
But it's actually really good because now you can get to push in aggressive for his RNG without worrying that Khan has decoyed and is trying to get into your face. So at least for RNG, they will once more establish themselves in river, but Breathe on the flank here does know there's a ward just behind there, so we'll get spotted now, which means BLG might turn.
It's a 5v4, but look at Khan already. He's already had to go into stasis. There's going to be the Keeper's Verdict, try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers, as they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a third. They're still hunting down. They're still pushing forward. Chris has to use himself and get himself out of that fight, but 3 kills go over to RNG, and they're just playing these fights so incredibly well.
Elder Dragon going to be available. Wei has Smite. You don't get to steal it, and RNG can honestly just reset and run straight over towards that Baron, and that means that you can't really contest this BLG, because how do you fight a losing fight where you've only just added an Elder Dragon buff into the mix?
7-1-2 now on this Jinx, sitting on an unholy amount of gold. And what's Chris supposed to do? Fofo went bot lane to stop that push. That's 2 towers off the back of that as well.
Yeah, so I mean, great pickup here for RNG and a fantastic fight. BLG think, hey, we see that Jax isn't in position, so let's go for the engage, but Khan gets melted before he gets anywhere. Fofo completely taken out of the fight as well, which means that Breathe has 1 target and 1 target only, which Wei does a beautiful job. Actually, the flash in with the steadfast presence manages to get the knock up, which CC's rise long enough for the rest of RNG to take him down.
And that stopwatch is now turned into a straight up GA, and this is where the bot lane gap's starting to become a bit much now for the side of RNG.
Are you saying that BLG. 4 items is bigger than 2?
Yes, objectively, it simply has more value. But well, look at Ming now, 5,000 assists total in the LPL. He's still away off of Mako, but the man, the second most assists in the league ever.
And it's hilarious to see the Xiao, who's actually the one sitting just nestled in behind him, so in 3rd place. So RNG definitely playing a team game, and this team game is working out pretty well for them thus far. Now establishing control on this bot side. You got Breeze pushing in on the bot wave as well, as the wave in mid should crash with the Baron buff, with the Elder Dragon buff there for a minute as well. Rise needs to be very careful about how much damage he takes here.
I mean, look at even if you don't even take any like direct damage, as I say that, oh, I like the idea there from Ming, but you got the Hex Soul. The Hex Soul is going to do passive damage, which means you're constantly getting procced. Fofo has to flash this time. Ning said, no, we both flash, or neither of us flash. You have to use that particular summoner. Well, that's been happening. Yes, you get a tier 1 on top side, but it's not really doing too much ending for you there as Gala now gets aggressive.
Wait, he's dead?
There's the Chaos Storm coming out as Gala goes forward with the side of Xiaohu, and he's pushing him back onto the fountain. He's just keeping him there. There's no healing that's going to be doing it. Gala is eviscerating BLG while they sat in their fountain.
Gala is huge at the moment. 10, 1, and 3 on the Jinx. Where are you even going to send them? Like, let's be real.
Let's see what happens.
He just gets popped.
He just gets popped. I was really hoping it would just like put him really high up in the air. But BLG, you tried to play late game, but you are against one of the best late game teams in the entire league. RNG will take game 1. And honestly, it may have looked close up until a point, but it was so comfortable for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, look, RNG always know what they're going to be asked. The second they get to the mid-game, they just know how to take over. Better understanding of how to play the map, looking to get some of these summoner spells out as they like slowly but surely gain control around the Baron area. And RNG are an incredibly patient team. They never try to rush into things. They give you very little wiggle room, so they're not making mistakes that you can capitalize on. And you can see there that Breathe knew he had the advantage in a side lane. They played through that beautifully. They used the mid priority that they have with the Hex Dragon as well to make sure that they can push waves faster and move into River. You just never got an opportunity for BLG to answer in this mid game.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like they just took over. And apart from a couple of flubs here and there from Breathe in the top side and very small little errors, it wasn't really an opportunity, like you said, for BLG to get back into it. And for RNG, this is kind of just part and parcel. You went late game, they played late game, and you just kind of, yeah, you knew what you were going to do, BLG.
Yeah.
Sadly, they're a better late game team than you.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that BLG, we talked about it, kind of leaned into this late game style. We saw when Icon initially came into the roster that they were willing to take things like the Ari, try to play a little bit more aggressive in this early to mid stage, and that was working out relatively well with Icon and Weiwei linking up. But now with Con coming in, they just feel more comfortable going in towards this late game, having Fofo try and step up and be a big carry. But great team fighting from RNG, more coordinated team fighting from RNG, and as a roster that has just been together for longer, RNG are showing what you can do with that experience.
Yeah, you never go swimming and it's like, oh, okay, water, you know, it's up to your ankles, and no beach,
Yeah.
it's gone. And that's what this goal graph tells me. It's just a drop out of nowhere and you're in the ocean.
Yeah, and I mean, RNG are swimming merrily as they go through, because this was, I mean, just perfect. I mean, look at Xiaohu and Gala's damage. They just popped off at the end there going, right, lads, we're done with this game. I don't know if you guys are here or not, but we got Dragon Soul. We know how to abuse it. Xiaohu and Gala were magnificent in this game. And as you can see, although Gala was the one picking up a lot of the kills, Xiaohu was churning out damage on this victor.
But that's what he does. That's what Xiaohu does. Xiaohu doesn't need to be the front. He's been like this for years right now, but yeah, that's a lot of damage between the two carries. Yes, Xiaohu only got himself 3 kills, only 3 kills, but this is what he's been doing for years. He just facilitates, and with Gala now stepping up consistently, it works.
Yeah, essentially 73% of the team's damage between 2 players.
Yeah,
Is
despite
insane.
Wei spending literally half the time in top lane for Breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is insane. But I think a really strong performance coming through from RNG, and unfortunately this does mean for BLG, the writing's on the wall if you stick to this style. You need to start to mix it up. See if you can bring them some early game aggression. Maybe we actually see Icon coming in to try and bring that alongside Con and take the fight a bit earlier to RNG.
We'll have to wait and see what they end up going for. We're going to send to a quick break, but when we return, picks and bans for RNG versus BLG Game 2 will be happening soon.
BLG have denied Uzi once again.
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
RNG's hopes that a world title fall. EDG.
The LPL are kings again.
Now, I know what you're thinking. They're not really about to do an episode on EDG and RNG, especially not when top Esports, JDG and Victory 5 exist. Definitely not, right?
There's the drag back there with the handshake as Mako flashes away, does get caught out there by the Void Rush, and they're trying to turn this one around. Dawning Shadow, bailout is only going to delay you, and that is a great turnaround. The power of this bot lane is just too much.
And you know what, Twitch chat? I get it. Those teams are pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? LPL titles, MSI titles, and this little thing called a World Championship.
can't stop any kind of retreat. There's a good ultimate there from the Renata, but look at them, they're like fish in a barrel, just throwing rocks at their faces. It's brutal, but it's just so damn effective. Scout flashes forward, doesn't land any more CC down, but a double kill coming in here for Viper.
There are very few guarantees in life. There's death and taxes and EDG versus RNG being an absolute banger. In the middle of everyone, the closer Prince is safe, is likely he flushes over the wall, and Xiao coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand dipped as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Spencer again, baby! As RNG style on their opponent, this MSI champion is looking hot.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night.
BLG 这个赛季就人员更动比较多吧，就大家的磨合感觉都是比较抓紧时间的吧，就每个人都很认真，因为赛季已经进行了差不多一半了吧，就大家都蛮认真的。就现在的话就是越来越好吧。这次面对RNG下路的话，RNG下路是一队比较优秀的下路吧，就两个人都打得很好。然后面对RNG下路的话，更多的话可能就要注意他们对线上不能失误吧，然后他们可能会做一些比较团队的一些决策，可能会去帮助队友，这个可能要提醒到队友。
Yeah, remind your teammates that they make team-oriented decisions, and that is exactly what RNG did. They took down BLG, and honestly, it didn't look like BLG had a chance. Honestly, straight up, it looked like RNG just kind of took them at their pace and said, "Yeah, we're happy with this."
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest problem, was that when we got to the mid game, there just wasn't really enough in the tank there for BLG to try and fight back. RNG played the map better, they played team fight better, and a lot of that was off the back of Wei, who looked spectacular on this Poppy.
Yes, he did. Wei was our MVP from game one, and honestly, he did what he needed to do. Like you said, it was very defensive. He was set up for the team fights. He just denied as much as he possibly could, and he didn't have the greatest of damage stats, but he didn't need the damage stats because all he needed was that keeper's verdict.
I mean, the keeper's verdict and that steadfast presence. Every single time that you saw these attempted engages coming through, the W key was slammed by Wei, and it led to the victory here. I mean, this was the first instance where we saw it, getting the denial on Khan, being able to get the engage. Great opportunity there to get Breathe into an advantageous position, which then started to bleed over, especially when we hit that mid-game position that Hullbreaker was picked up. And then in team fights as well, I mean, the keeper's verdict knocking like Khan away consistently, getting Fofo out of the fight all the time, and then just protecting Gall and Xiaohu so well.
I mean, this is the thing. This is bread and butter for RNG. Like, you can see it there. He just knocks away Crisp, a massive kind of defensive tool no longer available. You can see him kind of coming back and saying, I have to devour. Oh, okay. Everyone's dead. Well, Rise, I guess it's just me and you. But yeah, this was just a very good team diff from RNG. And I gotta say, yes, there was some flubs from Breathe, but Breathe is starting to fit into this mold very, very nicely. And I think that's the difference we're seeing between Bin in 2022 Spring and Breathe now for RNG in 2022 Summer, is that Breathe is able to play multitudes of different styles that can fit in what RNG want to go with.
And that's the thing, like, RNG is not a team that ever relies on having incredible high highs to win. They want consistency because they can breed into their strategy that consistent play. We see with the way they play the map, we see with their understanding of how to work on waves, and we could see it even as they got in towards how Breathe was able to have that advantage in side lanes for things like Baron, where they started to get their selves set up, how Breathe was able to push bot and then start to rotate in towards things like dragons and these kind of things. Like, it just made it very, very difficult for BLG to be able to respond, and that's why we'll have to see how BLG will step up now. We have Icon coming in instead of Fofo. Are we going to see that move from these late game champions into a bit more of an early to mid game centric composition to try and beat RNG before they get up and rolling?
Yeah, just 100% confirm. BLG have swapped out Fofo. He is no longer playing in terms of mid. It will be Icon for at least this game, and see how far we can go from there. But again, it doesn't really change a huge amount. We've seen kind of like, you know, even the last series where they did this change with Fofo and Icon, it was the same champions that kind of came out from the side of Icon as well. So isn't really in my mind going to change the dynamic of how this game goes. And honestly, I would rather see BLG do what RA tried to do against Top Esports earlier today. You know, go early, try and make fights, get them off kilter, look to try and make something different, because if you play standard, RNG are better. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. They're going to call them, you know, they are a better team right now than you are. So you have to just take that as you can. And right now with RNG on blue, you don't get the luxury of banning out 5 champions from Xiaohu.
Yeah, which is going to make it a little bit tough. And we'll have to see, though, how they try and respond. At least RNG going to ban away the Silas themselves this time around, so not trying to give that one across means that maybe we're looking at something like the Twisted Fate, or maybe even the Lysandra coming through early for RNG, especially because you've already got the Lucian ban coming through, Zeri banned away. Wukong may be another big ban here coming through on BLG's side, but we'll have to see exactly what they want to go for.
See what they want to end up kind of working towards right now, but you do get the options of banning out whatever the hell you want to do. Again, Silas has been kind of a thing that RNG don't really feel like playing right now. They're kind of saying, look, we'd rather anything else, and with things like the Lysandra, the Ari, everything up and available here for RNG, I think BLG, you kind of need to leave open one of them, because, yeah, I was going to say, you're going to have to try and get away with them, but even then, the Lysandra being banned, I think you can just go for an Ari first pick here as RNG.
Yeah, that could actually be the game plan. I mean, Xiaohu has definitely been a big preference to that Ari, but I mean, it has kind of slipped away in the meta at the moment, so yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for the Aphelios, and I think with the rise of Poppy, Wukong's, dominance in the meta has kind of diminished to a certain extent as well. So it looks like at least we're seeing RNG kind of turn over that new leaf on the meta that we're seeing, where they're not just going to go straight for the Monkey King. They're going to instead see if they can give that across to BLG and take the Poppy for themselves.
We'll see what they want to go for here. BLG might go for the Ahri themselves. Let's see a nice little move there as they do end up locking that one in. But yeah, again, RNG kind of happy to take the Aphelios and get a solid bot lane again.
Yeah, so it feels like Ahri, Jinx probably going to be the pickup here for Ryze and Crisp. But actually, they're just going to take the Poppy for themselves. So I wasn't sure if they're going to try and leave that for a little bit. But you've got at least a little bit of setup here coming through from Icon if you'd like to. And then I imagine on third pick, they'll go towards something like the Jinx. The only thing here is that you then have to try and figure out here how RNG want to try and match this. Because, well, if they take the Wukong, you take Poppy, then you can always go for a top lane pick like the Gnar if you want to for Breathe, and then cause a little bit of an off-kilter for BLG, where you can ban away a couple of AD carries and make life a bit uncomfortable for Ryze in that bottom lane.
Yeah, could take mid lane as well and just kind of say, look, you're going to have to pick your AD carry here anyway, and we'll just burn down either the support or the top lane pool themselves. So Taliyah going to be locked in here. So you get the Taliyah and the Poppy locked and loaded. We're seeing that combination coming out for a lot of teams right now. The Taliyah Poppy combination, it does, you know, you have that thing of like when he goes in with the heroic charge, you're kind of saying, oh, look, you just don't be near a wall and you'll be fine. But Taliyah creates the walls, and Taliyah can move you into positions that you weren't prepared to be in. So that combination, when in the right hands, can work exceptionally well.
Especially if you have immobile AD carries, it makes things a little bit easier to even like open up the fight a bit more, because you can keep Jinx at bay using that Weaver's Wall. Then Poppy can slam some of the team into it and make sure that you're able to have these great fights, and being able to control a lot of the pace of the team fights and who gets to go where can be a very, very big boon for RNG. We're going to have to see how they manage it. Jinx, we already talked about, going to be picked up by BLG, and I imagine we're going to see the support bans coming through from BLG here, probably things like the Leona and this kind of stuff, because they would like to potentially look for Crisp on the Nautilus, but it looks like instead with the Nautilus ban, they may just be going towards something like a Thresh here for the Jinx.
Yeah, might be going for something like the Thresh, the Nautilus ban away. Again, Ming on Nautilus, it is quite literally one of his best champions, if not he's his best, in my opinion, in the entirety of his career. Gonna ban that one away. We might see now again the Gnar being banned away. Take things away from Bin that he could feel comfortable on, as now BLG start to think about whereabouts they want to take their final ban. Again, the Thresh could be the option here. Tam Kench is still technically available as well, but we did see for Crisp. I don't like seeing Crisp on things like Tam Kench, because in my mind, Crisp is such a massive proponent of what is good about BLG, and having him on something that's so passive just doesn't feel right.
He's such a good playmaker. Like, you really do want to see him on something that can lean into that style. Like, he's one of the few guys that is still willing to bring out the Thresh. He's looked great on things like the Renata, and even having stuff like the Leona there as well has been super important. So I think there's definitely a lot here where Crisp has windows of opportunity to work with. It's just a case of what he wants to try and go for. And I think the question is if you end up seeing something like, I'm trying to figure out if you actually maybe look for a counter pick support here, because I think Yuumi could actually work really well with BLG's composition. So that actually might be the game plan here, where they see, hey, if we get a Tam Kench here on RNG's side, maybe we just go towards Yuumi. So they're going to take away the GP, which is what RNG were trying to set up with their bans. And I think this is a great call here, actually, for Billy Billy.
Yeah, will be the second most picked champion here for Bin, as he does have 8 games so far this season, and does end up locking that one in. So the draft seems to be working fairly well here for BLG. Not a huge amount of answers available to RNG as of the moment, and we'll wait to see what they want to try and round out their composition. We do expect them to get the support, and like you said, get a bit of a support answer coming out here for BLG as we wait to see what the top side pick is going to be. I do like the Sejuani here for Breed. I think that Sejuani could do very well in terms of mitigating the early game presence of the Gangplank, but it doesn't really have the kill pressure because he eats an orange and he's K.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is like you are just trying to add engage tools in onto RNG's side to see what you want to go for. If you do take the Leona here from Ming, it does add another engage tool, but I think Crisp just goes straight towards the Thresh. You've already got great engage tools with on BLG's side. You can save people if they do get separated on your side as well. But I mean, with the Tam Kench potential swap up here, again, Yuumi an option for Crisp. Like, there's actually a lot you can do here on for Crisp in the support role.
I love the Rakan as well if they end up going for it. I think Rakan is one of the things that I always think about for Crisp that he's so exceptionally good at. And I will say, as he flutters through a myriad of champions, he has played 12 unique supports so far this split. He has been so diverse in being what he needs to be for his team. And for BLG, I think the Braum would be a 13th, actually, if he ends up locking that one in. So this will bring us to 13 unique picks. And there it is, number 13, lucky for some, as BLG look to try and keep themselves in this series.
And I like the idea here from BLG. They're like, hey, look, we have enough engage already with Gangplank, in with the Wukong. Who, again, will kind of struggle a little bit because of the Poppy, but you also got the Ari there to try and help you out in that regard too. So I think overall, you're in a great spot here for BLG as they start to look towards, hey, we want to go for these team fights, and then having a bit of disengage if you ever find yourself in harm's way thanks to BLG, because the way RNG want to play is great, but also one of the big understated things for Braum, being able to block that Weaver's wall. It means that you're not going to actually be able to just toss that one out and interrupt the kite out potential for BLG.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing that we kind of, one of the most powerful elements of the Braum isn't even anything that he's actively on his kit. It's his passive, the concussive blows, getting those onto multiple carries and just letting that kind of constant CC come down onto multiple members can be huge. It's why we see him invade so often. They look confident because, again, you have that extra little bit of CC available to you, but it will be curious to see now how they're able to kind of kite this competition. I think BLG have a great composition for what they want to try and do if they can execute on it, and that is the big question, because the biggest thing we've had for BLG is that they may have a good start to the game, but when it hits that mid-game, they just don't really know where to go.
And a hyper late game scaling composition with their squad once more as well, right? Jinx for late game, Gangplank for late game. They don't really have a lot of tools to try and operate in these early stages. They can try and like feed some resources in towards the Jinx in the bottom lane by getting some vision control set up, and just allowing the Jinx to naturally push the wave with the advantageous matchup that they have, but not really having anywhere that they can truly try and like set up any advantages. They could try and play through mid to a certain extent, but I actually think it becomes a little bit more difficult just because Xiaohu has the E that he can put down to interrupt any dashes from Ari, interrupt dashes from Khan. You have the steadfast presence. You got a good amount of damage you can chuck back. It just becomes kind of difficult because of the kits that the mid jungle from BLG have to operate that 2v2 correctly.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see which way it ends up going. We are jumping onto the Rift for our second game in this best of 3. It could be our last game of the day. Yes! 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 No, they can't coordinate it. They can't coordinate it. But what was all niceness and sunshine down the bot side is actually a little bit of aggression coming out here from RNG in the top lane. They've overestimated. I'm sorry, they're still trying to get it going. I'm loving this ring around the rosy.
Oh, they nearly had it there, but not quite. But yeah, I love how nobody is taking a page from Ming and Chris' book, just being like, look, we can be friends.
Power of friendship.
I mean, it hasn't even, the camps haven't even spawned. No. I mean, you know, look, sometimes you just got to be friends across the board. I mean, you've even seen I think it was it Wayward who was doing it in the top side in a couple of his games as well.
Yes,
where they,
yes.
Yeah. There's been some real nice camaraderie in the LPL.
It got to be done, you know. It's a long split, and sometimes, you know, you meet a lot of these people in solo queue. They're on your team, you know. Sometimes you get their role, sometimes they get yours, and you guys have to be a bit of fun about it. But no more niceties. What camps have spawned, minions are in the wave, and now we'll start to see what these teams can do as we wait to see where they want to go with their particular pathings. Both junglers going to be pathing up towards the top side of the map. I will say you have got a little bit of extra, I suppose, creativity available to you on the side of RNG, especially with the Poppy. You can kind of pick and choose which camp she wants to go for first, but I imagine it'll be a full clear, or relatively full clear for the Poppy right up into the top side.
Yeah, essentially, Wei just going to take it nice and easy. You've got push here for Xiaohu in the mid lane, so they should be able to lean down to the bottom side to try and help out. It will mean that Ryze and Crisp will have to play a little bit defensive as well, just because he should realize eventually that that you're going to be in a bit of a problem here for Wei's pathing. But actually, I wasn't sure. Sorry, I thought he was going to try and rope back down towards this bot side, but his Krug's not taken. But it looks like he's actually just going to try and commit fully to this top side, which is going to be a little bit of an issue if he runs into Khan, because Bane will also have the position on top side here.
Yeah, he's skipping Wolves as well for the moment, but
oh, yeah, he will come back down.
He is going to kind of start coming back down. He's wanted to start from the top and bring himself all the way to make it as efficient pathing as possible, recognizing that with Breathe pretty much underneath this tower, he's not really in any danger to get caught out in this particular stage of the game. So with the push down on bot side, BLG going to be able to get the reset in. Nothing really too untoward to be talking about there. And again, I imagine we are going to be having a very slow, methodical start to this game, where both sides just trade back sides of the map and try and maybe make a small advantage for themselves.
So Crisp's going to see if he can get a ward down, but will actually be spotted here by Wei, but I don't think Wei really wants to try and go for anything too untoward. Khan has taken the scuttle on the top side, now maybe looking for something in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see that Wei was actually trying to set himself up to get that second scuttle, but Crisp is already playing kind of keep away from him right now as Rise just jump in as well. So right now, it looks like it is just going to be the double scuttle. This is unfortunately how it ends up going. You just do not have the priority as a Jinx, or against the Jinx, I should say, as an Aphelios and a Tamken. So you're going to have to just accept that the double scuttles are going to go to the opposite side.
So Con at least getting a bit of a bite back for game 1, where Wei was actually able to get the double scuttle, but this time it will be the Wukong who comes off with a little bit of an advantage. I'm not sure. I think he did just place a ward as he's about to leave there, so should have an idea of what route was taken by Wei and when the camps are going to be spawning. Yeah, just placed it there as he left. So we'll spot out that the Raptors are about to respawn, so we'll have full information as to what the pathing from Wei should be.
We can certainly hope so, as we see bot lane going for some early game skirmishing. You do get a Cole coming out from Rise as he gets himself up to a Kraken Slayer as quick as he possibly can. There is another ward here from, as you mentioned, BLG, so Wei not going to be as sneaky as he thought he was going to be, and sadly they will have full information as an on the side of RNG or on the side of BLG of where RNG are, as Gala with the Infernum and the Gravitum should be fine just to be able to keep himself safe.
Yeah, this is the thing that we were talking about, which is a little bit more common when we used to see this matchup a lot, like Crash 4th wave for the Jinx, reset, get your Cole, and you're already back here, so it makes it really uncomfortable for Gala to try and answer on that reset because you can push the wave so much faster as the Jinx. But Finn now pushed underneath his turret, and Khan wants to see if he can help him out.
Yeah, Khan is thinking about it, but Reed, you really didn't need to go for that Demolish proc right there. No flash, no way to get out. He's going to be able to try and trade back a little bit of a health bar. At the end of it all, he ends up being first blooded, but that means we can go for an immediate engage. They get the double knock up into a double Gravitum. That's going to be forcing out the heal there from Rise. He still has his flash available to him. They do get the concussive blows down onto Ming, but Ming is still trading this one back. Actually, you can see now they got the Ahri Icon going for a little bit of a roam. The early proactivity that we talked about earlier, they're going to get the concussive blows down as Crisp has to flash away. He's not quite able to get taken out though, as Ming's been left to the waters, and that's going to be another kill for BLG. A much better start to this game.
Great roam from Icon, and this is something that we talk about a lot with Icon is, look, he will sacrifice himself in mid lane. You can see Bin has to TP in to catch this wave, just so he can try and help out his team, and willing to set himself behind in the CS department so this bot lane can get themselves back in order. And that means now you get to push in this wave as Rise, you get to get an easier reset, you're in a great position, and as well you're also getting resource across for Bin. So I mean, this here, great engage from Ming, like being able to catch both folks, but unfortunately Gala ends up having to move in through the chomper as he's getting caught between all the minions, so can't really follow up onto Rise, and they just don't realize that Icon has already gone from the mid lane, because this is what Icon does best, kind of taking these abnormal roam timers to catch people with their pants down.
And that's what BLG need to be doing if they want to try and come out with a win here today. They need to try and put RNG on the back foot. They need to try and keep them at a point where they're not controlling the pace of the game. Again, this first Dragon as well can do a lot for the side of BLG. We saw it in game 1. RNG got all 4 Dragons off spawn, had such an early Hex Soul, and there was basically nothing they could do there on the side of BLG. I will say the Dragon is taking a while for them to be able to take down, and maybe they look to try and go for a steal here. Actually, he's going to go over the wall. He's going to look for it. He's going to try and get it! Way with Daylight robbery. This man and Smite steals, my dude.
It's actually insane how often Wei is able to manage this. Gets away completely with that one. And, ooh, actually, Icon going to take a bit of a chunk of damage here, but I mean, just really nice job. Does have to burn the flash, but getting an early Dragon into your back pocket in a position you should never have that is going to go greatly down for RNG.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here, because again, the Dragon did reset a little bit, so he goes over, gets it in, and yep, just puts down the Steadfast Presence, so he cannot be CC'd, and then, actually, funny enough, having put the Steadfast Presence on the Kong gets CC'd himself.
Yeah. So nothing you can do. I mean, just not clearing out that ward at the back of the pit, a little bit irresponsible from BLG, but does mean the Wei is able to steal that one away, and now Bin.
Here we go, they're going to go for the full engage here, the Cannon Barrage comes down, they do get the orange out of him though, and now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one, and Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG.
Yeah, Wei is doing fantastic here, managing to get that kill on the top side. Just got off the back of the Dragon Steel as well. Still though, BLG have a bit of a lead. We got the early kill onto Breathe because he overextended, so at least it's only equaling back that. And you still have that roam from Icon that worked out greatly for them on bot side, giving control for Rise and Crisp a little bit in this bot lane as well, which is going to be very, very crucial for them. So, I mean, although RNG have got some stuff back, BLG still have a decent position here, especially as they start to work on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, little bit of a mistake there for Breed. He didn't actually get in range of the plate going down, so it was literally going to go down as all he had to do was recall in the area. But now Wei saying, hello, Can. Welcome back to the Smite fight. He hasn't got Smite himself at the moment, Wei, but he is starting to roam over towards this. But with all the resets coming, he is 1v4 at the moment. You need, yeah, back away, Wei. I'm sorry. I love you, but you can't be going for that steal right now.
Just on a very side note, I do like the amount of Christmas skins that are in this game in the middle of summer, and we're both sweating buckets in shorts and shirt here. But, on the side note, back to reality, BLG, at least picking up the Rift Herald, they should be able to use that gold alongside Ryze in the bot lane. I'd like to see it to get some of these plates into the Jinx. Jinx is going to be your main damage dealer in this composition, and getting her up and rolling is going to be great.
Ben, I've seen this one before. You've no flash. You will have an orange, but Wei's already put himself behind him and said, all right, Ben, you're going to be dying, as they go in and say, welcome to the rest of your life. And that's going to be Bin falling down to Xiaohu. Former mid laner and top laner, sadly on the wrong side of this one is Bin and RNG. They're just kind of getting those good rotations out. They lose nothing because of that.
I mean, it's a good roam from Xiaohu, but as you say, I want to see what the answer is going to be from BLG. Khan was finishing off his rep up, but could actually rotate here with Icon down to the bot side as this big wave is being prepped. They do have the Rift Herald as well. I'd love to see a cross map here, but Khan more interested in the Scuttle Crab, it feels like right now.
Yeah, no Cannon Barrage or TP on Bin either, so that top wave is going to be crashed, and we can see now that Breed's making his way down. There's going to be a fight over Scuttle for the moment. Ends up going the side of BLG, and a Smite comes in, but yeah, they can't even drop the Rift Herald mid anymore.
But that was the thing, like, Khan just needed to forget about the Scuttle, move through mid, Icon pushes in that wave. You have a freeze on bot side that Ryze can break at pretty much any point in time. So you move down with your mid laner to make a play on bot side in response, because you know Wei is committed to the top side. But this is why we kind of talk about BLG missing opportunities when it comes to the early and mid game. Like, you're not actually getting any advantages or answering the cross map for the plays that RNG are making.
Yeah, and it does feel like RNG just play it smarter and kind of say, look, we know you're not going to do anything, so we can commit resources up to the top side. We can look to make it as difficult as possible for you to go for it. And yes, it's still a slight gold lead in favor of BLG, but we've been here before, Doug. The last game, BLG were keeping in tow, if not a little bit ahead, and they just didn't quite make anything work from it.
Icon says, thank you for the leash. I'll take a good chunk of them. So Xiaohu will be able to kind of go for a quick reset here if he wants to pick up his item, but it looks like not going to be able to do so with Icon seeing away with that. But I will say exactly, the problem that we're seeing from BLG is that when you have a team like RNG that doesn't give you a huge amount of windows to get into the game, you have to take every advantage that you can. And in a situation like this where you're up for Khan, and when it comes towards the CS, when it comes to experience, and you've got Icon with pushing mid, you need to be making plays off that advantage.
Oh, Can just jump over with the decoy, but you can see the priority right now from BLG is going to be that Dragon. Triforce has just been completed for Bin, so doesn't have the Cannon Barrage at the moment. Did use it to try and clear a wave to get himself a decent reset, but RNG, they could just go for the same kind of switcheroo, kind of say, like, you know, we're happy to let Gala leave or stay in this bot side as he's pushing in that wave. And he actually got a couple of solo plates as well. So RNG kind of bringing themselves back up into this game and saying, look, we don't mind giving up this first or second dragon because we got the first one.
And I think that's your best bet. BLG, though, will get charge at mid, which should give some nice gold to Icon. They should be in a position as well to try and look for the dragon, but Wei's actually the one that's positioned himself on that. So looks like RNG might actually look for a fight.
Yeah, it looks like BLG weren't fully committed onto it just yet, so RNG going to start up the dragon straight away. And yeah, Crisp is the only one there. This is RNG just saying, yeah, we'll call your bluff. We got a TP onto Breed, so he's going to be able to get himself out, but they might be able to delay it. Yep, there's the Cyclone coming out, so nicely done there by Can, recognizing there would be a little bit of a lazy recall or a lazy reset there. And honestly, this is great for Bin. Bin gets a lot of free time and a lot of free plates.
Yeah, I mean, so you get the plates in mid, you get plates top, so BLG getting an immediate influx of gold onto both solo laners could bode pretty well for them, but it will be a case of how well they can now utilize those advantages, because 2 dragons already picked up, a third in on its way potentially for RNG. And look, it is Cloud, which obviously isn't ideal for RNG, but still will be able to put a good amount of pressure on towards BLG when it comes to the soul in potentially 10 to 15 minutes.
And that's the thing as well, that not only does it, you know, you get the best way I can always put this is that you get the first 2 dragons. What it does is it gives you the choice. It gives you the choice of, do you want to contest for the next 2, 3 dragons? Do you really care about the soul if it's not for free? That's how you got to try and look at this one here. And honestly, for RNG, that's all they really want as well. They just want to be able to be in this position to kind of pick and choose their fights, look to try and put them in. I will say they have got a fantastic team fight around those dragons, should they choose to go for them. But going to be a big shoulda, woulda, coulda as we come into the later stages of the game. But right now, it is all about BLG kind of pushing in that top side, or getting pushed in that top side, trying to get as much gold as they possibly can. And right now, both teams just happy to let this one go a little bit later than, you know, again, similar to game one, just take it slow, take your advantages when you can.
I will say, though, I feel like in that scenario, BLG have the stronger team fight. Jinx should be able to match the Aphelios. The Gangplank going to be able to provide a little bit more when it comes to damage, especially against a short-range composition that RNG has. It can bode pretty well to have a Gangplank in your roster. So I think from that perspective, I do give an edge to BLG. But we've just seen that in situations like this, RNG are just better at team fighting, better at executing in those scenarios, which is something that BLG are going to have to overcome.
Long way, recognizes he's been discovered. Now it's going to be in a little bit of a 1v1. The smite comes down. Khan does pick up that one for himself. So gets a little bit of revenge for the earlier Dragon steal and sets himself back up towards that top side. We'll have Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds. And again, like I said, RNG love to fight over that objective. Crisp has to flash away, but he's got no one around him right now and has to put up the Unbreakable as well. So having Ryze in the vicinity does give him a little bit of an out, but that's, again, another summoner down. And this is why we see RNG just kind of pushing the narrative on this so much. They push themselves to a position where they can make something happen, just like what Way's doing there.
Steadfast Presence is a longer cooldown than the engage from Khan, though, so they could actually look for take 2 here, which is why RNG are being very sketchy about walking up.
Very sketchy as RNG starts to like put down the pressure. Gala, though, needs to be very careful. He gets devoured, and there's going to be the Keeper's verdict, saying that you cannot go on top of this one. Wei decides to go very aggressive as they're getting some decent damage there with Xiaohu. There's the Moonlight Vigil being eaten up by the Unbreakable of Crisp. And everyone's health bars have gotten a little bit lower. No one's died just yet as they go right between the posts. BLG pick themselves up a penalty.
Yeah, everyone trying to see if they can make that fight happen just as before the Rift Herald comes through. But now you've got 3 ultimates down on RNG. Weaver's Wall at the top side.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and fully convert this one. Yeah, you can't get anyone from BLG over here. You have to use the Spirit Rush just to try and get into position. Xiaohu, though, very low, will flash away. Nicely dodged out. And BLG tried so hard to help out Bin, but they just couldn't make it.
And now they can't get the play on top side, so they actually can't turn over towards the Rift Herald. Whereas RNG, they reset. They've got good health bars going through, good stopwatch from Xiaohu to keep himself safe, and they should be the ones that are able to get the Rift Herald now because BLG tried to get a sneaky over on RNG in the top side.
Yeah, and that's going to be 1 and 3 now for Bin. He's really being bullied in this matchup right now, and once he doesn't have his RNG, he's very much vulnerable. It's kind of so much layering of CC you've got with Poppy, the Talia, and of course the Sejuani as well. That's going to mean the the Rift Herald taken very low, not quite taken just yet, and there is going to be Wei putting up the Steadfast Presence and just kind of posturing him away.
Still, though, BLG keep a little bit of a gold lead for themselves, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to hand on to that. But you see here, Xiaohu goes through. Khan gives him a quick bonk as he walks past, tries to tell him that he's bold, but Xiaohu just doesn't really care. And as you say, we're not really in a position here for BLG to follow up. Xiaohu have to flash away from the orb as well, coming through from Icon. So overall, RNG just have to keep themselves safe after a nice play on top side.
Yeah, we can see that Icon almost gets the flash into the Orb of Deception, but
that was so close.
So close. But again, Xiaohu proving why we consider him one of the top mid laners in our conversation for, you know, one of the top 3 mid laners, in my opinion, in the world, and just what he's able to do. So we'll wait to see what they want to go for right now as RNG now put themselves in position in that mid lane. They did lose their tier 1, and the TP comes out to the bot side. Xiaohu didn't quite actually have the seismic shove. Could have actually put Bin into a very bad position should he get that one off on him. But again, RNG, they can choose not to fight this if they don't want to, but it looks like they want to.
RNG not really in position here with Xiaohu, at least now on the way, but BLG could have tried to burst this. They did hold off.
Here we go. Keeper's Verdict comes out, but the smite was good enough there from Khan as they try and just get the smite now going off the backside of this one. There's going to be the Cannon Barrage. Devourer comes out as Crisp now tanking up as much damage as he possibly can. Breed waiting for the Arctic Assault to get himself over the wall, and he will do just that. There's the Gravitum gun on top of Icon, but he had the Spirit Rush left to keep himself safe, and that means that the Dragon goes over, nobody dies, a hell of a lot of ultimates were used.
Well, they needed to get Xiaohu in a position where he could be a little bit better with his ultimate. He never actually got to throw it out, but that meant that he never got to separate out the fight, stop BLG from being able to kite back, because you've got great engage with you got great engage with Khan when needed, Icon to a certain extent as well, but BLG are able to use their range with Ryze to keep kiting backwards. You're walking into barrels from Bin. Crisp is able to slow that offense coming through from RNG, and you just don't have a lot of great engage apart from Breed. So if you're not able to get yourselves situated on towards the objective first as RNG. You don't really have any right trying to fight an objective like that.
Yeah, Bin now trying to see if he can get some pressure in the spot side. We'll just have a little bit of vision there in the try brush to keep himself safe. And now RNG, like I said, still down in gold actually, but 2,500 in favor of BLG at the moment. So it is significant enough. It hasn't equated into any major items. I will say, of course, with the Gangplank Silver Serpents, it does kind of skew it just a little bit, probably more so than you realize. But with the Dragon stacks at the way they are, 2 for RNG, 1 for BLG. Both teams, actually only BLG having taken turrets at the moment. There's still a bit of standing gold available for RNG should they find the right opportunity to take those towers down.
RNG just trying to see if they can continue to push on towards the bottom half of the map. Like at the moment, I think it's more on BLG's having the cards that they can really work with here. You can see Icon will have a good amount of opportunities to roam around the map. Xiaohu can try and match that to a certain extent, but you just have to be so careful as RNG because Rise is getting to a position where he's going to be quite large. And as long as he's got bodies in front of him, or even Crisp in front of him who can tank the engage from Breed, he's going to be free to continuously move around the map, make sure he's in a relatively okay spot as Crisp nearly gets caught out there.
Yep, almost getting caught out here by the Desolate Dive. And now Gala feeling confident, goes forward onto Rise, gets him down to below half health. Breed thinking about it on the top side, but does not fully commit, would be very dangerous. But they do get a heal out of Rise there, and they get the Summoner or the Rift Herald down as well. So they're going to do trading 1-for-1 in terms of top and bot. They're trading it in the mid lane as well, and they keep going on this.
Yeah, you got Bin who is in a position to try and help out. Kind of barrage goes down, which clears the wave, but I mean, you've still got the Rift Herald there. Keeper's Verdict cancelled here by Wei. Icon not in a position, so 2 towers there. Pretty much for the only tower taken on the bottom side for BLG. Icon, though, trying to see if he can sneak in behind them. They have a clear view thanks to that pink that's sitting at the back of red.
Oh, we're going to get fully engaged there. Breed tries to find onto Crisp as Wei goes in. He does have the steadfast presence. There's the Glacial Fisher. They now know that Icon is sitting along the side here. They need to push themselves away. Gala just a fraction of a Teemo away from getting caught there. But Bin is pushing in the top side, trying to put some pressure down. They're actually going to jump onto Khan now straight away with the steadfast presence. Where can he go? He has to flash. There's going to be Super Mega Death Rocket. He's ticking down from the Ignite. Xiaohu picks him up, and that was so much damage from the Leandri's Torment and, of course, Leandri's Anguish and the Ignite. So now we'll see the wave as well coming out. Bin going to be caught out here. He has got flash, but where can he go? Not very far, says you, as they keep pushing it on top of him. Icon lands the charm onto Breed, but he gets saved by a flashing Catfish, and he gets himself into the Devour. It's all a bit scrappy, but at the end of it all, RNG, they're kind of pulling BLG around.
And RNG are actually managing to get these picks, separate out BLG, and it looked like BLG were actually going to be in a decent spot. Bin had push on top side. Maybe they just try and rotate and take up that tower instead, but they try to go for the fight, and it all goes very sideways very quickly. Khan not in the best positions here, so gets knocked up by the, or gets stunned by the initial E coming through on the heroic charge. Then he tries to W away, ends up caught up in the steadfast presence. It was all just a bit messy coming through from Khan, and that was the overstep that RNG were waiting for to try and collapse.
This is what RNG do best. Yes, they're still behind in gold, only about 1,500, but with those 2 towers, with the, or sorry, 3 towers, because he's got top lane as well, they get pretty much full control now of this mid wave, because it's such a short wave, you're not going to be able to kind of contest it as far up the lane as you possibly want to as BLG. Next dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and you've used quite a lot of things there as BLG to try and defend yourself. Khan will not have his flash available, and already losing the decoy.
Keep your eyes on Bin and Breed, though.
Oh, I think keep my eyes on Icon, who loses Banshees after using the Spirit Rush. We're going to try and see them try and burst out. Wei's in a lot of trouble here, but he's already been knocked back. He hasn't gone down just yet. Finally, he falls, but it's a trade of junglers. Now you don't have a smite for anybody. Flash away by Rise. He knows if he gets hit by that Glacial Bridge, then he is dead. RNG now playing a very dangerous game. Gala going to be able to heal up off of this, though, as Crisp has to pop the Unbreakable because the turret sentry was doing so much, and RNG will get themselves on the soul point.
RNG able to take the fight, and that's why I was like, okay, you keep your eyes on Breed, because Breed has the inside track to get to that fight first if anything kicks off. So because we get trade for jungler, RNG have reinforcements there faster and are able to take the fight. We'll catch it here in the replay. So because of where Bin was positioned and Breed had full push on bot side, he gets to run to this fight first. Icon's charms have been so close to being devastating for RNG, but he just hasn't quite been able to land them. And here, trade 1-for-1 in junglers. Now Breed gets there faster before Bin can really come through, and it means that BLG have to hightail it on out of there.
Yeah, you can see with Bin not quite there to, threaten the barrels, put himself in a... You can see how much damage actually that that Gala took in that last fight because of the cannon barrage. It was just doing so much on the backside on exclusively him, but it doesn't matter if you're not really kind of cementing that damage into into summoners or even a bigger advantage from there, as we do get 2 items now on both AD carries. We have got 2 items onto our mid laners as well. Very defensive here from Icon's got the Banshees alongside the Everfrost. So in terms of damage output, Xiaohu's going to be miles ahead of what this Ahri can do. It's going to be all about those charms.
RNG though, trying to see if they can get vision. Ming gets caught by the charm, but will be totally oh my god!
There's the Gale Force coming over as well. They're going to try and jump onto Rise, and they've got so much damage over the wall. Waze thinks about using the Keeper's Verdict, but keeps it for another fight. That's going to be on a 15-second cooldown. Here comes the Weaver's Wall to try and separate the rest of BLG, but it puts them closer together as eventually Crisp does fall. Icon is not a part of this fight. Bin was on bot side, got to go on playing PvE.
And that's the Baron. RNG gets to move across. I mean, just a fantastic flick from Xiaohu onto Rise, causes bedlam for BLG, and now RNG will reap the rewards.
Here we go, they're going to put down the cannon barrage. They're not quite done with this one just yet. Gala does have to use the cleanse, he gets charmed away. The Baron down to 4,000 HP. They're going to try and put Khan into this fight if they possibly can. They haven't taken down the Baron just yet, but there's the Keeper's Verdict.
Khan
and
is still
decided,
here.
but Khan is still here, and they're going to get him taken out, so not quite able to do it! Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket almost low enough, but RNG get the Baron, RNG get a couple more kills, and RNG now with the gold lead.
I mean, an attempt was made by BLG, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get in. And here, look, I mean, great flick from Xiaohu. So he wasn't even looking for Rise. I think he was just looking for Khan, who they saw walk into the bush and was like, oh my god, I've caught an even bigger fish. And BLG, they just crumble. Rise is the main damage source for this squad, especially with Bin pushing bot side.
I think as well, he saw the zap coming in, so he says, look, I either catch the jungler and we get Baron, or I get even luckier and I hit the jackpot in this gacha game, so get the SSSS character that you want in that particular pull, but that's exactly what he gets. Now 2 minutes 20 till the next dragon. We're not going to see that for a little bit, but RNG, I mean, it's just such a pleasure to watch this team. It's a low-kill game. They're not super scrappy, but they keep it clean. They know how to make this one work for themselves. And BLG just don't have an answer right now. As you can see, bot lane's just being pushed in by Breeze with a huge minion wave, it's got to say. And they could probably take 2-3 towers off of this push.
I mean, they're probably just going to use it to try and push for the second tower, but you do have to worry about Bin topside.
Okay, well, you get the Devour out of there, but it is going to be answered by the Glacial Fisher.
Bin is going to win topside fight.
He is going to win topside fight if they can go for it, but there's going to be Khan having to get himself out of dodge because the Graviton was coming in here for the side of RNG. As Gala needs to be a little bit careful now with how far he goes forward. We can see Breed going in. He finds Crisp. Not quite finding Rise. There's going to be the Cannon Barrage and the TP. And honestly, you can keep going here as Bin. You don't really have to kind of answer this push.
Yeah, Bin is just going to be able to move back over to the top side. Xiaohu committed the TP thinking they had the engage, but Chris, with the Unbreakable, keeps the dream alive. So now you have to force Breathe back to deal with Bin. And I have to say, Bin is huge. 3 items already on the gangplank. You don't exactly have a massively tanky squad here on RNG's side, so a couple of these barrows could be game defining if Bin can find it.
And honestly, just defending so adamantly against, or admirably I should say, for BLG, they will eventually lose this tier 2. 2 or 3 more auto attacks from Gala should be enough, but that took so much of your Baron buff out of you. That took literally a minute and a half.
Yeah, 50 seconds now. Woo. Gala, that was not the time to ult. 50 seconds until the soul means that you're going to have to try and reset here for RNG. And I mean, BLG are going to get pushing wave here. They're going to be able to rotate into river first. They can use this this advantage that they have here to try and get themselves situated on the objective and use that range advantage that they have.
I will say, though, he did use a try and kill off Icon. Icon did use a Spirit Rush, but Spirit Rush has such a small cooldown right now. Won't be up just before the Baron, but if they can delay it by a couple of seconds, but look at Breed. He's already on the backside here, and they're going to be able to catch out Icon. Take him out. Doesn't matter if you don't have your summoners up right now because you're going to die. There's the Weaver's Wall, the flash in, catches out Rise, and he gets the double knock-up. That is Ming on prime condition right now. You think he's not on an engaged champion? Think again. This is RNG. They don't even need the soul. They can end the game right here.
Yeah, you think that he's just playing defensive, but you've been catfished. He's actually on the engaged champion the whole time. RNG now gonna rock this one on in. You've only got 2 members of BLG, and Bin is big, but how big?
How big? He preferred to completely miss, but maybe that was a good thing because now Bin is probably going to be
Very
going
small.
down very small. He's not that big anymore, and as he goes back to the grey screen, I will say it's an admirable effort there from BLG. They tried so hard, but again, you play standards, you play late game, you are in RNG's house, and the house never loses.
I mean, you're into RNG's domain, and they're perfectly happy to continue to show you why they're so good here, but the engage starting to come through.
I mean, it's coming through right now. As you can see there, Khan trying to go in with see his base is going as well as possible. They're keeping the Nexus open alive to see what they can do. Rise will get up one kill. Rise can get more.
Wait a second.
No!
Gala!
No, Gala will turn it off. He does not want anyone else getting it going for him. But that was a little bit too close for Guns. RNG having a bit of fun right at the end.
That could have gone very wrong very quickly.
It would have been Dragon, Baron, like probably 3 towers or something.
Yeah, exactly. And a bunch of gold onto the one person you didn't want, but Gala's able to finish it. So RNG will manage to take the 2-0 sweep over BLG. Honestly, I don't think any real surprises with the way that RNG have been at the moment. And unfortunately for BLG, we're still seeing them really struggle when they try to go for these late game team fights. Because although it can work against some of our lower teams, as you say, RNG spectacular when it comes towards how they want to play the map, how they set up for these fights, and also just how quickly they can turn some of these fights around, even if Rise just miss positions once.
Yeah, again, it's just one moment where they didn't have a tab on where Breathe was. Breathe puts himself into the red buff and says there's absolutely no way they've wards. They've just spent 2.5 minutes bot side. And he was right. They didn't have anything. He catches out Icon. They catch out Rise. And I always think that in my head there is a very definitive top 4 in the LPL right now. It does feel like it's V5 top esports probably is our top 2. JDG and RNG is then our 3 and 4 in whatever order you decide. And then after that, it's up to other people to kind of upset that. We've seen Weibo do that against V5. We've seen what EDG can do. Again, they're still reigning world champions, but it's so hard to look beyond those 4 teams at the moment, especially as we're coming closer and closer to the end of the playoffs, or end of the season, excuse me.
And especially with Xiao, who has performances like this, nearly 25,000 damage on the Talia from the mid lane. Xiao, who honestly MVP for this game, moves around up towards topside to help Breathe out in the early stages of the game. The flick that really caused the distress for BLG came from Xiao Hu being able to catch out Rise, and honestly Xiao Hu just having that kind of omnipresence made it very difficult for BLG to activate themselves.
Yeah, they really did, and I think it's just, you know, kind of see that the graph, it was going well for BLG. They were making solid moves. There was actually a lot of good to say in the early game. They were able to kind of make work for themselves, but I think honestly straight up losing that Dragons straight up, like just not clearing the ward. I actually went down beforehand, but they saw it go down, so they should have known that someone was going to come in, but it is what it is. And unfortunately for BLG, that does put them into a pretty big hole. 4 and 7. You've already played 11 games. You got 5 series left. Like that is hard to try and come up against.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it's not exactly the easiest of ends to the split for them.
No.
Like they only just play, so lost to RNG, they have JDG, FPX, V5, and I mean even honestly OMG still to play, who are looking
great.
kind of a bit terrifying if you're a BLG. Like, this is not exactly the easiest of times, and unfortunately it looks like despite all the mixing and matching and trying to see what could work where, it just hasn't come together for BLG. I mean, a super roster, then they bring in the LDL team to see if they can try and run it. I mean, the LDL team has been doing spectacularly, but I mean, from LDL to LPL is a very different beast.
I mean, that's the thing. It's always going to be that thing of like not everyone can have a literal dream debut as such like that. You look at V5 Dream, it's like, oh my god, he's amazing. Wayward is another one I think about as well, where you're kind of going like, not everyone can be that player because then no one would be a veteran. You'd just be swapping out every single time. So it's unfortunate for BLG. I still think they're trying to figure out where and when their kind of split's going to go. And honestly, I think that playing JDG later on this week, then FBX, at that point you're what? Like I think it's like you'll be at the 4 and 9 point. You're looking at 7 and 9. It's not looking very good. And you have yet to play V5.
Still, yeah. It's honestly, I think this was kind of where we're looking going, all right, well, if BLG get to this stage and they're still not able to find those victories, and honestly, I think it only gets more difficult, right? Because, I mean, for RNG, they were able to match them in the late game because that's what we're seeing coming out from BLG, but if you try and play that style against V5, they will run away with it in the early to mid game because we don't really see BLG doing much. Same when you look across at someone like JDG, who love to play that aggressive style. It feels like you're going up against teams now that are not only going to, just aren't going to give you that time to get to that late stage.
Yeah, and for RNG on the flip side of that one, they've got a couple of hard matchups coming up. They actually play ADG this weekend, so that's going to be a huge one. The reigning MSI and the reigning world champions kind of coming up against each other. And then they kind of go up against like RA, pretty alright in that one. JDG, very tough game for them, but then it's IG, TT, LGD, they definitely have themselves like spread out in terms of when they're hitting their gauntlet as such. But that's kind of okay for RNG, because even if they do lose against hypothetically like JDG and EDG, they are still going to be making a pretty, you know, top 6, top 5 moment in playoffs, and that's when we usually see RNG come into fruition.
Yeah, definitely. RNG, a team that does well when they're able to prepare specifically for a single team. And honestly, even just being able to push themselves up that little bit higher in playoffs makes such a difference, especially with a lot of champion points on the line. You're looking at teams that are still trying to make it into the top spot for our World Championship. These later portions of playoffs become crucial to get to. And like already we're seeing V5 Top Esports looking great. Well, JDG at least and Top Esports already securing their place in playoffs. It's just a case of how high they can climb. And when you look across at teams like RNG that are trying to push themselves through it, it feels like we're very quickly starting to see that top 4 solidify itself with the champion points they've already picked up from Spring.
Yeah, well, we got our MVP from that game, and they agree with you, Dagda.
Yeah.
The Xiaohu going to be the MVP,
was a
and
beast.
honestly, yeah, I mean, you can see why the meta suits RNG so well right now in terms of the mid lane specifically, because it's all facilitating picks. It's all things that can create pressure around the map outside of that 1v1 in mid lane.
And that's it. It's Xiaohu being able to move up towards that top side, make sure that he's in a decent spot to help out breathe, then moving back in towards the mid lane and finding picks around these objectives, trying to control and dictate the pace of play with the Weaver's Wall. And that's all you really needed to do here, Xiaohu, and he did it spectacularly. And those Weaver's Wall, so crucial in like finding picks in the mid game, cutting off escape routes for BLG and continuing that fight forward for RNG when they were in successful points of the game.
Yeah, and again, just capitalizing on honestly very basic mistakes coming out from BLG, but it did feel like BLG had to go for something. It felt like they really were trying to get something going for themselves, but RNG just had the answer at every single turn. You want to do this? Well, we're doing that. You want to do that? Well, we're doing this. Guess what? Surprise pop quiz. We're going to throw 3 people topside, and you've got no response to it.
I mean, you can see here that a lot of that was coming through from the fact you've got this mobile unit in Xiaohu who can move around the map using the Weaver's Wall, cutting people off, and every single time where you think, okay, well, maybe BLG are able to take a fight, you ended up just finding yourself on the end of a Weaver's Wall with Xiaohu coming into the mix and making it 10 times harder.
Yeah, hello again. We're back on screen. Sorry, looks like the 2 eyes. I'm just very used to being like 2 boxes. And it's just touch, you know? It's just nice to have you physically here, Dagda. We don't get it often. Normally, normally we reserve it for playoffs. We thought we'd try something different today. You know, it was a bit of Wednesday midweek madness, as we like to call it. But yeah,
Wacky and Wednesday, you know.
Yeah, get everyone through the hump of the week, you know, hump day as such. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see. I'm excited to see what RNG can do now against someone like EDG as we come into later on the week. But yeah, it's going to be we have a short day today, to be perfectly honest.
Short
yeah,
day,
if you're only joining us, expecting us to be going along, as we have been doing for quite a few weeks, you're sadly out of luck, as we are going to be ending up today's broadcast. But before we do, let's have a look at today's results. 2 expected results, probably as quick as we probably could have done it, and Top Esports securing themselves into playoffs with those 10 wins.
I mean, congratulations to Top Esports joining JDG, sitting up there at the top, already confirmed for playoffs. And honestly, it only felt like it was, well, a matter of time. 10-1. They have been dominant throughout. I believe the only game they lost was to JDG, actually, if I remember
at the start of the split.
correctly. Yes, at the very start of the split, and they've only gone from strength to strength from then.
Yeah, they really have, and we have a look at the standings now. You can see RNG getting themselves up to that top 4. I will say, AL, the very big surprise. They're at the act. They're nipping. They're looking for something.
I mean, AL are like right there. I actually want to take a quick look because I don't think their schedule is that hard.
It's pretty hard.
Okay, never mind. It's incredibly hard. It is.
Yeah, AL play FBX, OMG,
reverse.
RNG, JDG. So we get to see a real test for AL coming into the final set. But I will say 7-3, still a fantastic point to be in. You need 1 or 2 more wins and you're basically there. And we'll see what AL are able to do, because they actually play a big one of those games tomorrow. FBX versus AL, an actually huge match for playoff implications. If FBX can win it, it drags anyone's legend right down with them.
And that's the thing, like, for a lot of these teams that are kind of sitting in the 11th, 12th place spot, having these wins against teams ahead of you are going to be so crucial. And for FPX, who are looking incredible now with someone joining into the roster, will be a big test for anyone's legend. We'll have to see how the... well, if the anyone's legend can kind of keep on going, or
are they still
if
a
that's
legend?
all his role.
Is it all a legend? That's what we got to figure out for ourselves. And yeah, I'm very excited. I want to see what EDG can do. It does feel like EDG have turned a little bit of a corner as well. Yeah. They're moving faster and kind of getting themselves into a much more 2021-esque version of themselves, where we did see them go, of course, into the top 3 in spring, and then, of course, winning the Summer and World Championships. So we'll see what they're able to do against LGD. it shouldn't be too hard of a task, but I want to see improvements for them across the map, not just win the game out of, kind of whatever way it's set up.
Yeah, I think EDG have just been a little bit uncoordinated towards their fight, so we'll have to see if they can improve, but that's all we got time for here.
It is. I
Or
know.
Oshin.
Yeah. Oh my God. You said my old caster name. It used to be Penta Penguin, but no Pentas today. It's unfortunately with the Penta Prince. But yes, that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Dagda, thank you for coming over to my house and doing an in-person cast. It was fun with the headsets we have available to us. And of course, thank you to everyone on production. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll see you guys here on the same channel at the same time tomorrow.
you